Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Word Cup here in Albany, New York. I am Jared Capel, and I'm joined once again by my co-commentator, Heather McCall.
Good morning, everybody.
So, Heather, first of all, the people want to know, now that you've streamed live Scrabble, what's it like being such a big celebrity?
Wow, I know the phone's just been ringing off the hook. I'm getting offers all over the place. Okay, in all seriousness, it's fun. It is fun sitting here watching great Scrabble. Oh, sorry, another newbie playing that video in the background. So yeah, I've had a lot of fun. It's just been great to be involved in this capacity, watching, commenting, chatting on the YouTube channel with everybody who's watching there. And yeah, just happy to be here.
Yeah, as am I. And you mentioned great Scrabble, and we're going to start with two of the best players in the field, Jackson Smiley versus Ori Swift. So it's going to be a great matchup right to begin. We'll have three more with you after that one here this morning in NWL. In the afternoon, the games will be either NWL or Collins, depending on how the standings shake out. Matt Canick will be on the call for that one. Before we begin the games, we just wanted to go over the standings. So in the A division here in NWL, we have Jackson, the only player at 15 wins. One game behind him, his good friend Josh Sokol, and one game behind him is Saint at 13 wins. And then they're trying to hold off three people at 12 wins, Ori, Eric, and Sam. And then behind them, there are four people at 11 wins, including Joel Sherman, Joey Kravchik, John Karras, Zach Ansell. Menachem Rosenberg continues to be ahead in B, and Kyle Felahy continues to be ahead in C. And then in the Collins division, I just have to open that one. I tend to keep a closer eye on NWL. Um, in Collins, it's Matthew O'Connor in first place, so that's fun to see. Ahead of Thomas Renicky, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Luke Mann, Okawabi, and Ben Schoenbrunn and Brian Bowman at 13. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot of close action. We are now cutting into the players. Both players are yawning to begin, so it's not just me who's tired. Ori and Jackson, maybe they were out a bit late last night. We'll see if that affects the players. Um, Heather, do you ever find you're tired in the morning of a tournament?
I mean, yeah, your system's always a little wonky. You're in a new place. You have to orient yourself a bit. And yes, likely the night before, you were up to all sorts of shenanigans. So, yeah, I think seeing them both tired is a good sign. It means they're normal and human and having fun there, I would say.
Right. I know Jackson for sure likes to stay up late, and I know Ori for sure likes to bingo, and he will do that right
Ah,
away
that was fast.
with this word of Prester. Yeah,
Hmm.
he sometimes these players play so fast we don't even have time to look. This time I'm looking at Jackson's rack, and I think he has bingos to the E, ending in ABLE, at least one bingo. Um, we'll see if that is in fact a word, the one I'm thinking of. And I also want to say good morning to everyone in the chat. I see our fellow clubmate Zev. Hello, Zev, Wes, Noah, Adam, Truthmain, lots of people in the chat. Please come and continue to let us know how we're doing, what you think about the players, the plays. Also, what do you want to see this afternoon? Do you want to see Collins games? Do you want to see NWL games? Just let us know. So a
Looks
bingo
like,
bango to start here.
hmm
And now, Heather, Ori has two big power tiles there.
look
We
at
won't be
that.
seeing a bingo this time. When you have those
No.
heavy tiles, what's your approach to handling them?
Well, I mean, now that the queue is a bit more playable than it used to be once upon a time with some dictionary updates. So getting rid of the queue right away used to always be, your number one priority. At the beginning of the game, it's not that big of a deal to let it hang out on your rack for a turn or two. It is a lot more playable now, although, I mean, gosh, it'd be really tempting to just play QI under that P at this point. But there is that V
Or
triple line open.
QAID?
or through the double. So yeah, so the Q is playable in scores, but there's that V line up at the triple line up at the top, which is can be a really high scoring spot either for Ori or Jackson. So Ori might take a bit of time to look to see if he has a play up there as well. I think it would be either a Q play or yeah, something.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky when you have multiple big tiles. You want to get rid of at least one of them on the turn. As you said, he had two spots for the Q, so he didn't have to play it first. If he had a huge Z play, maybe he would have done it, but he could have played something like Prez or Piezo. He's going to play Cade first. That makes a lot of sense. Hoping to get an even bigger spot for his Z getting forward and trying to get that pesky Q, like you said, off of his rack. Um, Wes was wondering about the other placement of
Hmm.
Violable, but the B tripled there, so that's why Jackson chose that. Now Jackson has a nice balanced rack. His first goal here will be to look for bingos, potentially from the P or through the R or T, E. I'm not seeing it right away. If he doesn't have a bingo, then I think he's going to take a lot of time on this turn. He does have one clear candidate play though, and it scores a lot more than anything else available. And it's through that V, and Noah has found it. It is Havoc. So when you're playing Scrabble at any level, what you want to do is look for not just one multiplier square, but two. So this way, you take your biggest point tile, the H, you put it on the double letter score, and then you get the whole play to triple. So the H alone would be times 6, so 24 points just for the H. It almost looks, Heather, like that play shouldn't score 51,
I
right?
know, but it's really deceiving, which is why you do have to spend time and do those calculations before you make a play, because they may surprise you once you actually do the arithmetic in your head. And you shouldn't ignore, always do all of that ahead of time before you put anything down on the board, because you may end up reconsidering and then giving something away. So yeah, do what you can in your head.
Absolutely. And we know, having played against Jackson many times, because he used to live here in Toronto, is that Jackson doesn't have to add the tiles one by one. He can just sort of look at the play and tell the exact score. When I play casual games with Jackson, I'll just put down the tiles and he'll tell me what the score is so I don't have to bother doing the math.
Well, isn't that a nice luxury to have in an opponent?
Exactly, yeah. Great opponent because we always have such nice chats, and he's just so clever at analyzing positions that after the game, he will teach me so much about my own plays, just the general strategy of the game. Uh, the comment from Sean in our production is that Jackson's feeling homicidal because he was very close to having that as a nice long 8-letter word,
Oh,
or
yeah.
9-letter word it would have been. So Ori here has a word like Kempt on his rack. Not sure if he's going to have a spot to play it. Um, he's shuffling around a bit. He's going to play pretty quickly. He's going to play Zach, which makes a lot of sense. So we mentioned how you want to get the Q off your rack. Well, as you're working towards bingos, you also want to get that high scoring Z off your rack. Uh, BEMPS isn't perfectly balanced here. You know, there's still three-point tiles, three heavier tiles, but he didn't really have that many good options there. He could have played Prez again to that Z like I suggested last turn. He could have played Zex if he wanted to burn his S. He could have played Kemps if he wanted to burn his S. He wanted to hang on to that S. I'm not sure if that was the best idea. I think the other plays scored quite a lot more, and this still wasn't balanced. So maybe it's not what I would have done, but I wouldn't call it a big mistake if it even is a mistake.
Yeah, it's one of those only time will tell types of
Right.
plays for maybe later on in the game that those decisions start.
And
to
this
come
play from
into
Jackson seemed a bit
come into
more
play.
obvious. Once again, we're getting rid of the big tiles. These are not going to come up later in the game now. Only the X scores more than 4 points unseen. So I think later in the game we might see a lot of bingos as the smaller tiles show up. So Jackson played jar. Ori is covering his rack with his hands. Inadvertently, we do remember he had BEMPS, so that gives us some idea as to what he could possibly do here,
I
although
think
not
I think
all.
the other two letters were IG, if memory.
IG.
Wes
Okay, great.
Wes has put it in, yeah, the the YouTube chat, so I
IG
believe, yeah,
are
that's
not maybe
correct.
the two letters he wanted to draw. Uh, so he could just put the S on Zek and play MIGs or Bigs or Pegs or Pigs, something like that. Um,
Hmm.
if you were to play any of those, I guess I'd lean towards Bigs. Just MEP seems like the best three tile leave that you could do. Um, I see now Noah has put this position into Quackle. That's Noah Slatkoff, who's been helping us out all tournament. Thank you to him. Biggs is slimming slightly ahead. The other idea is just Gob, G-O-B, and that would just be playing the equity game, trying to leave your best leave, and P-I-M-E-S. If you can draw like an A, an R, a T, those sort of tiles, then you'd be in a really good position. So he'll actually play Gimps here, which is a nice idea. It doesn't multiply the big tile on the scoring tile though, on the scoring square though, like I suggested with bigs or migs or stuff. So MEP wasn't a great leave. He likes the leave of BE a bit better. Quackle's not loving the decision, but
Mm.
playing 5 early in the game does give him more of a chance to get to the blank. So definitely a lot of reasonable thought behind that play. Heather, do you find you play longer earlier in the game to try and get the blanks?
I do, and I think, especially here I go again with my lack of word knowledge. Uh, uh, Blanks are probably more helpful to me than they are to some other players in my position. So I will play for to draw blanks more than maybe I should, as far as traditional strategy would say. Um, but yeah, and especially at the beginning of the game with what seems to be still a fairly open board, I would be probably tempted to turn over more tiles. So I like Gimps. I
Yeah.
feel like that might have been my choice if I'd seen it. I would have forsaken getting more points for that letter landing on the triple score
Very fair. And one
to
nice thing about Gimps,
play
I
another
think
letter.
it blocks more bingos. If you played something like Bigs, it would allow
Mhm.
bingos to end in ED or ES. So Gimps, I think, obstructs more of that, and that was definitely the best sort of bingo lane that would have been on the board. Jackson has a homeless bingo here. That would be meowled, like a different version of meow, Miauled. That's not going to play. So if Ori had played Biggs, then Jackson would have hit him for a big bingo here. So these little considerations really do come into
That's right.
play. And Jackson had Pillium set up on his rack. He's since pulled it back. I'm not sure if he's maybe questioning the word. I think he'll be confident on it. I think we will see him eventually return to that play. It's the second highest play according to Quackle after plumed, but plumed leaves two vowels, the A and the I. So I think Pillium, it is simming the best. And okay, now he's playing meowed. So that's a surprise to me.
Hmm.
That scores 7 fewer points than Pillium. And it keeps an L, whereas Pillium would have kept an AD. Oria just played off 5 tiles, so his rack is pretty random. When players are playing off 1 or 2 tiles, they're getting really close to a bingo often. After 5, you don't really know what they have, so I don't think you should be too concerned with opening. But Jackson clearly likes to, or has decided to play a more defensive approach here. Um, what do you think about that?
It's interesting. I mean, is it possible that Jackson wasn't 100% confident in
Sure.
Pillion? He could have then played Plumed, though, which was a very similar play and is a much more normal English word. So then it really becomes a choice between a quite defensive play versus a very wide opening the board play. And maybe he just got a vibe to say now's not the time to
Yeah, I mean, we've
flames to
seen
put
Ori on
through.
stream already. Ori's a very defensive player, so um, often the counteract to that is to be offensive yourself. Jackson really changes his style depending on the player, almost more than anyone
Hmm.
else in the field. So I'd like to ask him after the game why he pulled that back, whether it was a word knowledge uncertainty or whether he just thought that this defensive approach was better here. And we did mention how playing longer earlier in the game can lead to blanks. Jackson played 6 instead of 5, and he did draw the blank. So we don't know if that extra tile is why he drew it,
Yep.
but it did lead out to a very successful outcome for him. So Ori here has some really nice tiles like in Ante, A-N-T-E, but he also has some really ugly tiles in W-U-B.
Hmm.
So, one idea, if he doesn't think Jackson has an A, is he could play butt, B-U-T, setting up the front A for a butt. That could go beneath the M-I of meow. Um, so Jackson's just played 6 tiles, so it's really hard to know if he has an A. You don't really have a lot of inference there. But that is sort of the aggressive approach. Quackle's top play is actually playing a butt and with a jar. So that also makes a lot of sense, leaving new as a leave and EW. You could also play ween in the top left beneath meowed. That would leave butt, which is probably a bit inferior as a leave, but ween scores 7 more points than a butt. So it's a tricky situation. We see Ori sit back as if to say, I need some more time on this one.
Yeah, he's really looking at that ween.
Right. Which makes sense. It scores 30, which is, I believe, the most he can get on this play. And the W is not too dangerous in that lane. So I definitely like it as a good play. It's simming right now as the second best play after a jar and a butt. Um, so they're very different plays, Heather. Which one of the two, a butt scores 23, ween scores 30, would you be leaning towards? Oh, now he's going to play
Okay,
the
there's
play. I like
play.
this.
Yeah,
So he's
yeah,
being aggressive
it's
here.
interesting. It is. It's a little aggressive. But back to your, I don't know. The W in the triple line doesn't freak me out too much. Um,
Right.
and I like scoring. Scoring is one of my biggest strategies. So
Yeah.
I find that if I score more than my opponent, I'm much more likely to win a game. So I do try and score.
I
And it's very
think that's
tempting when
a
when
very
those
good
scoring
point.
plays are available
I also find when I score
to
more, I
say, you know what,
win.
I'm going to score points on this turn. Yeah, it's weird how that works out generally, but I mean, it doesn't always, right? It doesn't always. It all, sometimes it lets your opponents score back and score more, but I think the
Right.
W and the triple line wouldn't
Yeah, the W is
wouldn't
not
have
very scary,
worried me
and
too
a
much.
butt would float out some big floaters, the U and the
Mm.
T that Jackson could bingo towards. And if Ori likes to play more defensively, giving those bingo lanes is not sort of the approach you'd want to do, especially holding on to a W that wouldn't really allow him to bingo on the next turn. And the W goes really terribly with that U. So he does pull the trigger on this very aggressive play of butt. Butt wasn't in the Quackle simulation. Noah's generating the
Mm.
choices, and Quackle doesn't really think about these setup ideas. Um, so Jackson
Do
now
we
plays.
know if Jackson had a playable bingo? I don't. Probably.
According to Joey Malik in the chat, he had bilious. I was so distracted on the previous turn, I didn't get a chance to look where that would play.
Yeah.
I still don't see where that would have played. Quackle didn't seem to show it. Quackle liked oiks or the plays that
Okay.
Jackson made. Actually, the play Jackson made is simming highest. So,
Like
Joey, if you saw a spot for Billy's,
seeing
let
the
us know where
bingo.
you thought it played. The clocks now, Robin, by the way, are up. Thank you for pointing that out. If anyone sees any further problems with the production, just let us know and we'll get the adjustments made really quickly. Um, Ori has three ends. If you're new to high level Scrabble, you do not want duplicate tiles pretty much ever. The double F actually has nice synergy, and having two blanks or a couple S's, couple E's can be okay, but three N's is definitely not. Um, so he's going to have to play at least one or hopefully two, and he set up a play anent, which would hook with a butt. And that would accomplish that goal of getting rid of the triplicate ends.
Yeah, he didn't really have to think too much about that one.
He just had to find it. Now, for a player like Ori, that's an easy find. For other players, finding the play with two ends that went all the way down to the triple word score could be difficult. And once again, we're seeing Quackle suggesting
Hmm.
a different play. This one was non, Gnawn, so like a past tense version of to gnaw. So that
Mm.
also has a nice benefit of taking out that S a bit of poilus, but it also plays off his A that he had kept to hook a butt. So um, getting rid of the W would have been nice, especially as we see him draw FVY, a lot more clunky
Oh
tiles.
my goodness, look at that rack.
Yeah,
Wow.
that is an ugly draw. When you have that many tiles starting with U afterwards in the alphabet, U, V, W, Y, that's not what you want to see. Although the N making un words can maybe help with that problem, but first Jackson has a very different problem. Um, the vowelitis, as we call it. He's got two E's, two
Hmm.
I's, and O. Uh, hmm. So I see potentials of words like boiserie, some other words that aren't going to play. The best play per the engine this time is a French word of régie, playing off three vowels through the R of Prester and the G of Gimps. That's a tough one to see, but we
Oh,
love those.
that is
We love
difficult
those vowel
to see,
dumps,
but
huh? When you have that
yes.
many vowels, you want to get rid of as many as you can on this turn without using a consonant. You don't want to use the blank, of course, because you want to save that for a bingo. And you don't want to use the S because you want to also save that for a bingo. So let's see what Jackson's setting up here. Also, if he wanted to sing a song, he could sing E-I-E-I-O. Um,
Yep.
that's a nice refrain.
Unfortunately, not playable in Scrabble.
No, we need to add more children's song lyrics to the dictionary, but until we do, um, that word I have seen show up in crosswords though,
Mm.
E-I-E-I-O, which is sort of a fun way to fill a grid that might seem otherwise unsolvable. Jackson's starting to use a lot of clock on this turn. This is not easy. I don't think he's seen that Regie play, um, which is a government regulatory body in Quebec. Thank you, Wes. I knew it was French because I believe I was streaming with Josh Sokol, and he knew the French word just from living in Montreal. Jackson now lives in Montreal, but he's a newer transplant. I don't think. I know he's now conversational in French. He took a lot of courses and really worked hard at it.
Mm.
So not only has he been learning the NWL dictionary, he's been really trying to learn that French dictionary. He has OE in his hand, Heather. Do you see a good spot for just dropping the OE somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh, OI, sorry. Okay.
Oh, I.
Um, that makes a lot of sense to me too. The Reggie play was going to keep OIS blank, so that's not exactly the best lead. This EEIS blank, I think, will bingo a lot. So I really like this idea by Jackson. And look at that drop by him. So we're definitely going to see a bingo by him next turn. as Ori cleans up
He was
the ugly
rewarded.
rack beautifully.
Oh, nice job, Ori.
Yeah, and no surprise, he was just happy to see that eye stay open. Sometimes when you have a rack that ugly, your thought is either my one spot stays open and I make this great play and I'm actually happy I had these weird tiles, or it gets blocked and then you're in a world of hurt. So this time it worked out for Ori. I think we're seeing really high level play to start this morning
Hmm.
here on day 4. If you're enjoying the stream, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button on LetsPlayScrabble.com. Big thank you to our producers, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor, as well as Sean Abbasi running the stream today, and Noah Slackoff doing all the work on Quackle behind the scenes. Jackson's not going to use too much time here. I think his thought here is that pretty much any bingo I do is going to be pretty similar, although he does slot an E beneath a triple letter score and an E beneath a double word score. So maybe he could have taken a bit more time to try and find a more defensive bingo, or maybe he's thinking that as he has the lead, he wants to leave multiple scoring spots available. So maybe Ori gets one and then he gets one. A bit tricky there. I know Jackson thinks about these positions at a higher level than most other people. When you're ahead, you really want to leave multiple scoring spots for that reason, so that when you're behind, you want to set up individual circumstances like bingo lanes that you really need to hit and hope the other person can't. And when you're ahead, you want to do the opposite. And when you're ahead, another nice thing to do, as Jackson has, is draw an X and that other blank.
Yeah,
And
that's always very helpful.
right, and he could play something like Exedra above the D next turn of Meowed, and that X would triple and then
Mm.
double. Once again, we're looking at multiple scoring squares. But we'll have to wait to see what Jackson does, because first Ori is going to have to navigate through another clunky, difficult rack. So he has wind set up. I guess he could just play it to the S of
Oh,
Lester's.
can we find out what Jackson designated the blank as?
That is a good question. Hopefully, Sean will respond very shortly. I guess it could be an L or an M. Is that right?
H, I think,
All
was
right.
another
Oh,
possibility.
H and a K also. So yeah,
Okay.
there are a lot of options there. Knowing Jackson, he probably made it something a bit more difficult, like a K. Or he does
Like,
play wins, which is
okay.
totally reasonable. But with Jackson already having the lead and about to put on another big score, it's starting to look pretty grim here for Ori. Um, hmm. So there is sorry, there are two bingos here, and they both involve making the blank the same tile. In the chat, let us know if you have found that bingo. Um, I'm confident Jackson will. Yeah, Robin has the bingo, and there's an anagram of that bingo of indexer. Sometimes when there's one bingo like indexer, all you have to do is take the suffix and move it to the front, so the ER becomes RE at the front of reindex. And that would play parallel to an ent. And that's a tough one to see with 3 overlaps, but if he finds it, it scores 77 points, which is actually fewer than the play of indexer above meowed. But the problem with indexer is it throws an R into the triple lane, and with Jackson's lead, there's just no reason to do that if you see the other one. So it looks like he just missed re-index would be my guess. I really don't think he would be opening the triple lane if he didn't need to. But this one scores more. It scores another 7 points. I don't think he's hit his clock yet. I think he's still thinking about it. Or he's staring, going, I wish I had a better response to that R. Like, it's looking like he's pulling it back. Okay, maybe he's going to find reindex. Maybe he will also think about something like Exedra. Chat, what would you play? Reindex, Noah, with the ER of Anent, Neti. So it's on the left side. It's a tough find.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
you
So no,
definitely
I
do
didn't
have to
know
play it there.
that.
Heather, as you know, when you have a big lead, oh, he's just going to play as X. Okay. He will be bingoing going forward. He's in a great position. Obviously,
I
reindex
was
was
going to
the
say now Ori's like, oh, great.
right. Yeah, he's like, I'm behind. I have an ugly rack, and Jackson has REEND blank or uh,
Yeah.
well, at least I guess for Ori's sake, he didn't get hit with an 84-point play, but now he has two Gs. It feels like Ori has had every tile worth about 2 to 4 points in this bag. Yeah, Robin, Exedra
And
does take a lot
together
of
at the
hooks.
same time when they don't play.
Right. So it looks like he's going to play Guaco with JO. That's going to also block a lot of bingo lanes. So because Jackson's really um, signaled to Ori what he's holding, it allows Ori to now make a play that blocks a lot of lanes. Now, for Ori, he's behind so much, his win percentages won't be great after this, but maybe if he's already starting to think about cutting spread, knowing that with Jackson's rack and his deficit, his comeback in this one would be pretty difficult.
Yeah, there is a point at which you kind of have to cut your losses. And Ori may recognize that that's maybe his best option. I mean, he isn't, if he can prevent Jackson from bingoing,
Right.
so, but of
Unfortunately,
course,
Jackson's
it's not
rack
going
was
to
just too strong. The highest
happen.
scoring bingos would have put the D in the triple lane, unreeled, unreeved, that sort of stuff. But Jackson did find a bingo that didn't do that, and so he's going to be happy. Spread wise, this has definitely not been Jackson's sort of best sequence, but win percentage wise, I think this puts him in a great position. So I like the idea of neutered here. No reason to put that D and lead to the one situation where he could get into trouble. And I could see, I don't know if Ori had fully given up in the game. He had blocked the important lane, and he was actually only down 321 to 284
Hmm.
before this bingo was
Hmm.
neutered. He did know that Jackson had the blank and that he was in a lot of trouble, but sometimes even with the blank, if Jackson were to draw a clunkier tile, although as we mentioned, there aren't really a lot of clunkier tiles left, although Jackson did draw the FW. So if he had drawn maybe the W, maybe he wouldn't have had a spot to play it, although unwords would have still been there. So regardless, Ori's now counting tiles. There are 6 in the bag. I will post all the tiles from Ori's perspective into the chat so you can make a more informed decision as what he should do. Good morning to Cesar. We're seeing more people show up in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe, to like the channel. You can also go to wordgameplayers.org to learn more about WIGPO events. That would be clubs and tournaments in your area. The reason we keep talking about triple triples is because of how many points they can score. So the whole play would be times 9, and then you also get the 50-point bonus. So those plays can score well over 100. And when you have a lead, you can see Jackson has a lead of 105. The last thing you want to do is allow your opponent that potential of 120, 130 points, and your lead would disappear in an instant. So um, I think Ori's win percentage here is basically 0. Crackle here is suggesting just Tor at the bottom right, Torr. I don't see how that ever really wins. It scores so little. It does set up a big bingo lane and an R, but Jackson's too good to just let that sit there. Um, these are the sort of situations where maybe you want to see if you can set something up, but Ori's tiles aren't really the sort of setup tiles. So he'll take some time. It looks like he's redoing his tracking, if I had to guess. Uh, I know I'm a pretty poor tracker. How do you find your tracking game goes?
I I'm pretty good, but I think what the problem is that I'll get to the end, even if I have tracked completely correctly, the correct number of letters that I have left over are the ones that match up. I'm still never 100% sure that I have tracked correctly. So it's not information that I want to rely on too heavily at that stage in the game. Um, it's helpful maybe if deciding between a couple of plays and there's really small little things that could happen one way or the other. But um, yeah, that's a big gamble unless you're super confident that you have 100% tracked correctly. That's the only when it's you. Otherwise, it could just take you in the totally wrong direction. So
Right.
one piece of information to help.
I know you're very methodical, and so I'm not surprised you're very accurate at keeping your tracking. Um, looks like Ori's just going to redo it all. So some people, Robin made a suggestion about opening a volatile spot on top and then hoping to hit row 15, which is at the bottom, that big scoring square beneath the E of neuter, and bingoing. I just don't think there are enough tiles in the bag to lead to such a sequence. Other people are saying that you could give up on the game here and just try and cut spread. That's why he could play something like Tor, just taking out that hot spot, knowing you're down 105 against a great opponent. Jackson's like picking his fingernails here. He doesn't look the slightest bit worried. He knows he has this one in the bag. So I definitely think there's a lot to be said about just cutting spread. You could also play Torn instead of Tor. That might even cut a bit more spread. Not putting that R out there in case Jackson did have a bingo. Although the pool is really not conducive to too many bingos, especially after Jackson just played 7 tiles. Sorry, I had just updated the bag. It's still up there. I'll just retype it. So that is the bag. There's 6 in the bag. And looking at Jackson's rack, the 6 would sort of be an HILO, and 2 more A's, I believe. Aggro is being suggested. Um, yeah, Robin, I do try and post the bag updates later in the game. If I am remiss with that, just send me a message and I'll do it right away. I'm just copying it right out of this Quackle tab that Noah Slackoff has been so kindly updating. So Argot or Aggro, those were the sort of suggestions through the G of Guaco. Those would have at least put Jackson to the test. Orang, oh, that's a nice idea, Noah, to set up the E for orange. So that's what I was sort of mentioning earlier, is that it's a sort of good situation to try and do a setup that it's sort of like a Hail Mary, a last chance. But in these situations, if you think your opponent won't be able to address it, it's a nice idea. The problem was there were 3 E's unseen to Ori. So with 6 in the bag and 3 unseen, the chances of Jackson having an E are very high. So I don't see that working out too much, but I do like the thought process. Jackson will just play Weft, I believe. Yeah, Jow and Weft. Okay, so the bag update's on me. That's fine. I don't mind taking that on. I know, Robin, you've been in the booth many times. You know uh, how this goes. Or he's just trying to scare Jackson here. I like seeing a bit of personality like that. I know I was calling games with Matt Canick, and I had to start calling him Dr. Evil because of some of his comedic sort of ideas like that. But Ori, I don't think Jackson would have been very scared because, first of all, he was tracking the tiles, so he sort of knew it was out there. Second of all, bingo there is only going to score about 80, so at most it's going to cut into spread. It's not going to lead to a win. Jackson has a 111-point margin right now, and he's holding 10 points in his rack, being the 5 vowels times 2. So he still would have been able to withstand a bingo, but Ori has how long, as Noah typed it into the chat. Oh, he's close to long hair. So is he going to try and scare Jackson again?
That's cute. It's nice to
Yeah,
see even in that moment, kind of acknowledging defeat, that you can have a sense of humor about
yeah,
a
and maybe
lot.
a bit of showmanship for the stream too. Um, so it's round 19 of 31. The players are, or 20 of 31. The players are still laughing now. We'll see if they're still laughing as this tournament progresses. Ori was so close to winning the national championship last year. I know that was a big heartbreak for him. Um, in this one, he's already 3 games off the pace of Jackson. After this one, he will be 4 games back. So his chances are starting to slip away, but we could see anything happen. I know, Heather, at your last big event, you went on a huge winning streak at the end, didn't you?
Yeah, it's sort of why my rating is where it's at. I feel I'm overrated, but very grateful for, that moment where just everything seems to work. You make good decisions, and your opponent doesn't draw the tile that they draw in that last moment in order to do I. So there was a combination of luck, but I mean, it is interesting to see what can happen to your rating when you go on those streaks. It really does have a very positive impact. So we'll see how that holds up over
Yeah,
time.
you get some sort of acceleration points or something
Mm.
like that by winning multiple in a row. And Noah's pointing out that after Weft, if Ori had drawn the I instead of another O there, long hair was available. It is a valid word. The H does
Yeah,
double, and Ori would have only lost by 3. So
my
Jackson
gosh,
played out that
wow.
sequence pretty quickly. I know he's quick at the math, but I don't think he had actually calculated that all the way through. So Tor uh, might have seemed like a given up play, but Ori really gave himself a shot. And if a player had played an inferior play to Weft, like a lot of other players might have, Longhair would have been enough to win. So never
Hmm.
count Ori out. Uh, he'll play Hong here. That scores. Jackson had E-I-E-I-O before. Now he has um, sort of Old MacDonald in an alternate reality, A-E-A-E-I. Maybe that's
Yeah,
the
that
new
reminds
McDonald's.
me of I was going to say there's one of a new word that's come in from one of the dictionary updates, which always makes me laugh when I have a chance to play it.
Which word is that?
Aye,
Oh,
which is
right,
I
yeah.
actually think how it is said. It is the
Yeah, it
only
does
time
sound
that
like
it
a
is said is
donkey
with that
brain.
inflection. I believe that's what it is. It is that expression from the Cajun South or Creole. I'm not too sure about regional, but yeah, so
It's
it's a
definitely
fun
some
word
sort
to
of an
play.
interjection that people would say.
Yeah.
Um, so Jackson will play AE. He didn't decide to try and scare Ori here, although I guess now the fear can't really be put into your opponent when you have such a big lead. Did Ori put his last tiles down? Looks like they're just, yeah, I think this one's now over. We have the final score
Hmm.
listed as 416 to 340. Jackson already had a 1 game lead over the field as he looks to repeat as the champion here in the World Cup. But we will have to see if Josh Sokol won his game in order to keep pace with Jackson.
Hmm.
So as we look for that, we're going to step away. Remember to hit the subscribe button here on LetsPlayScrabble.com. I'm Jared Capel here with Heather McCall, and we will be back after a short break for 3 more rounds of NWL this morning. Okay, we are back here at the Word Cup in Albany. Heather has stepped away, but into the booth we bring Jackson Smiley. Congrats, Jackson. That was a very nice performance.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely a much needed win. Super fortunate to draw that post bingo blank. That was pretty clutch. Made my life a lot
Yeah,
easier.
you did get those blanks, both of them in that one, which helped against Ori. We wanted to talk about the X play where you just dropped the
Yeah.
X. Clearly, you wanted to avoid putting a tile in the triple triple lane.
Yeah.
Uh, you did have re-index. Did you spot that one,
Yeah.
or
I
not
saw the
so
word on
much?
my rack. I saw the re-index on my rack. I just didn't even consider that lane right there next to an end. So absolutely, I think that's a better play.
Yeah,
Um, it's a better play. Yeah. X, I felt more confident like it was probably a pretty sure win. I couldn't really see losing after X, whereas I could see losing after Indexer. Not even just for a triple triple, but also just for a huge play. It could set up like a 70-point play with an H above, and then that plus a bingo could beat me. So I figured after X, I'll just get a better bingo that isn't so dangerous. But of course, re-index is just a better version of X. Just take the points
sure.
now.
If you had that safe bingo on the left, you would play it.
Yeah.
But after X, I think Quackle had you at about 99% to win, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
Although, Ori, if he drew an I out of the bag instead of the O, he would have got that long hair play down that he tried to scare you with.
Yeah.
And that would have only lost by three for Ori.
Yeah, I did the math with Weft.
You did. Okay.
I did the math that the worst possible case would be a loss by three. I didn't even look for words like long hair,
Right.
which is
Yeah.
funny that she had one, but I just knew worst case scenario lose by three. I'm usually more comfortable taking that kind of path. I could block with AR. I could play the one tile block. I didn't like that as much just because I'm not so sure. There could be some long shot nine he hits. Of course, it's probably better for spread to block the bingo lane, but I'm more comfortable taking something I'm no 100% sure is not going to backfire.
Absolutely. And I was thinking that you didn't have time to do the math, but I forgot just how quickly you can look at those positions and get that calculated. So that's such
Yeah, you just
confidence
get
in
used
your
to it.
math.
Yeah, you just get
But
used to it.
that's
Like
confidence in your math to know that, like, first of all, that no other plays were misscored during the game, right?
yeah,
And then also to know that, like, the H had to double and that all of that was leading to a 3 point deficit. So great job there. Heather is posting in the chat right now about Meowed versus Pillium. So
hmm
we saw you had Pillium set up on your rack, and then you
yeah,
pulled it back. What was your thought process there?
yeah. It was a pretty interesting position, and I took a while on it. It was one of those internal coin flips. And so Pillium is, of course, a standard play. It scores seven more. It keeps, similarly, slightly more balanced, keeps in the AD.
Right,
The thing is, the board was quite closed, especially for scoring, well, also for bingoing, really. And I had no reason to expect he had a great rack or anything, but it might be slightly groomed. He just played Gimps, I think. And
yeah,
Meowd really just clusters up the board. It really doesn't give him any options to score or bingo. And I figured I was getting a lot of value, at least the 7 points back straight from that. That said, this kind of plays into Ori's strength. Like Ori would make a play like Meowd every time, I'm sure,
right.
and he's more comfortable on those kinds of boards. So generally against Ori, I do want to open the board and keep more options open because I think that plays into my strengths more. But this is a case where I'm comfortable on that kind of board as well, and I figured that um, just not giving him these easy leads after Pillium was good. And I think it worked out okay. Obviously, I drew the blank,
Yeah,
which was nice. The extra tile drawing towards the blank was also good, just because there was two out. So I feel like all of these little things, the defensive meow and everything, kind of came together to make it worth it. But absolutely, Pillium's a fine play, and it could be better as well.
we actually mentioned basically all of those points in the chat, in the stream. I was noting how Ori is defensive and how often you counteract that by will be extra offensive. We like though how Meow didn't give a lot back. I think I actually would have played Pillium. For
hmm
Ori's turn on the turn before, I thought I would have played Bigs instead of Gimps. He left some pretty heavy tiles, but Bigs would have allowed you to get your bingo down that didn't play on that
Yeah,
turn of Meowd. So
that's
Ori
true.
playing a bit longer there, playing a bit more defensively, taking out the lane, really seemed to work out for him. And you, Jackson, are the reigning champion of this event. We drove out together last year, and
hmm
you uh, you took down the field for the big $10,000 prize. And right now, with 10 rounds to go, you are again in first place. So, how are you feeling at this moment?
I'm feeling pretty good, pretty relaxed, thankfully. Honestly, I felt a bit underprepared for this tournament coming in, so I didn't really have many expectations. Maybe that helped to keep calm the whole time.
Yeah.
But I'm just, taking it one game at a time and just trying to enjoy it.
And I know you said that your results post the last World Cup haven't been where you wanted to be, but you knew
Hmm.
that you still felt really confident in your game. We both thought that you were still playing at a really high level and were due for a great performance like this. Next round, you were going against the great Joel Sherman. So,
Yeah.
from one expert elite player to another, and I think you're going to be playing these top players the rest of the way.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be a good game.
Okay, well, we appreciate you coming into the booth. We want to wish you luck, and always great to see you.
Thanks, Jared. And thanks, Heather.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Okay, and Heather is now back. I believe that is the game we are going to watch, Jackson versus Joel Sherman. I'm just waiting for confirmation from our producer. It would be exciting. Yeah, it is the game we're going to watch. I've yet to see Joel Sherman on stream this event, unless it was one of the games I didn't call, but I don't think so. So uh, he has not been on stream. You can't keep a player this good off stream for too long. I don't think he likes playing on stream, but he's so talented. I think we'll all get a lot to learn from watching him. So we will see if the pressure of the stream affects Joel or not. We know that Jackson, Heather, he's very comfortable playing on stream, isn't he?
I think he's naturally somewhat extroverted and probably enjoys having the audience. I mean, we saw him just now talking, and he was able to talk through every single one of his decisions. So that confidence, very, very compelling. Joel, I don't think would similarly have that same interest
Right.
in expressing and playing to an audience. So yeah, it'll be
But
interesting to see
but
how they
Joel
both
loves Scrabble more
do against
than
each other.
basically anyone could possibly love this game, and that just leads to like great excitement for the game. I love talking about the game with Jackson. I've mentioned many times on stream how he's really mentored me when I first showed up. I think in a lot of competitive pursuits, if someone new showed up, the sort of top player in the region might be threatened, might not want to give the new player advice. He could have like been a bit colder and not sort of wanted to teach me. Instead, all he wanted to do was help me get better, help Brandon, another young upstart, get better. And I'm so appreciative of that. Jackson is just such a great
Yeah.
person, and I'm really rooting for him in this event. I'm now checking the standings for a quick standing update. Josh did win his last game by just two
Oh my
points over
gosh, by
Sam
2 points.
who continues to have a great tournament. We know how good Sam is. Ari Sinky is always saying, because he plays Sam a lot, how it doesn't make sense how Sam is still rated in the 1700s. He's just too good for that. His word knowledge is great. He's such a nice guy, such a good competitor. Um, we see Saint at 13-7. Eric Goldstein, who has continued to play well post COVID break since his return to the game, he's in fourth place right now. So that's just phenomenal by Eric. And another one of these just all time great guys in Scrabble. We see a young upstart, Zach Ansell. He's in seventh. Joel, who we're going to see play now, he's in ninth. Also at 11-9 with Joel is Jonathan Lind. The top seed, Mac Meller, the always dangerous John Karras, and a fellow Torontonian, Max Panich, and actually the nicest person I've ever met, Mike Barron, who has written some books about Scrabble, and I've never seen him without a smile. So while we wait for this game to start, the players are just getting towards the table. They're going to start bagging up the tiles. Let's also look over at the call-in standings. I know a lot of people are interested in that. And Matthew O'Connor just fell out of first place. Thomas Renicky has just jumped over him. He has a half game lead. He also has about 1,300 spread points over Matthew, who's in second. Luke Mann has now jumped up to third, and Matthew Tunnicliffe out of Ottawa is in fourth. Then we see Ben, Brian, Charles in fifth, sixth, and seventh. And then the next 5 or 6 sort of players are maybe the ones we might have expected right at the top. That would be Will Anderson, Dave Wiegand, Adam Logan, Josh Castellano, Conrad, and Jason Keller. So you know you have a great tournament when those players are in 8th to 12th. And now, folks, we have a special guest in the booth. I like to
I
think of him
figured
as
now
my,
is a good time.
hey, this is the
Yeah,
perfect time, my
thank you.
godson, handsome Herbie, as I call him. Hello, Herbie.
Herbie, look
Herbie,
who's there. It's Jared. Look, it's
Herbie
Jared.
would be barking if I were a dog, a cartoon character. You can't watch TV around that guy if there is a cartoon on because he thinks cartoons are worth barking at. But I did have the joy of dog sitting for Herbie a few times, including just in June for 10 days while Heather and Crane were away. And we had a great time together. And Heather and I are actually only about 5 minutes apart from each other right now, but we are streaming
A
separately.
nice luxury. Yes.
Cesar wants to show his
Can you wave?
son, your dog. So hello to
Come
Lucas,
this up.
a next generation Scrabble player in the making. We expect to see Lucas on stream within the next 20 years or so.
I was
But
going to
yeah,
say year or two, but
a year, yeah,
maybe not
knowing
20 years.
how smart Cesar and Mina are, that's definitely a possibility. Getting word from Sean that we're about to begin, so we are going to
Okay.
cut to the action.
Herbie, you get to go. He's not really interested in this. He'd
No,
much rather
he's
play his own
surprisingly,
games,
as smart
which,
as he is, he's not a great Scrabble player.
no. Okay. Thanks
Joel's
for
got a big
visiting.
Dunkin'
Go.
Donuts cup, and Jackson has the tile bag. He will be going first. Oh, no. Yeah. He draws EOS to start, another vowel. He's going to want some consonants. Okay, he's got.
Okay.
Oh, he's playing very
Obia seems like
quickly
a
here.
quite.
Oh, Obia, right. So he found that before I did. Look at that nice leave of ES. He only used 21 seconds. That seems like it has to be the right play. And very nice job by Jackson finding it that quickly. Joel here has the Q. I think we're going to see QI and OI come down very quickly. You mentioned last game how when you have the Q, you want to get it off your rack. And I believe that's the only place to do so.
I don't see any other play for the Q.
No. Sometimes there are some sort of hidden Q plays like Burka or Kneecab or Sank or some of these other plays that we don't necessarily think about right away. Cat, Cade, QI, Caddy, those are the ones that players look for when they don't have a U. There are a few more, so you do want to definitely check them out. You could not play the Q, I guess. He's going to play Grill. Oh, look at this overlap. Joey Malik had found it in the chat. I had not. I was being lazy. I was just going to play QI. This has 5 overlaps. Joel showing why he's won the Worlds, why he's won North American Championship. Wow. How many players do you think, Heather, would have just snapped down QI like me sort of instantly
Most.
there?
I
Yes.
think most would. I mean, at this high level, the players are giving it much more thought. But even
Sorry, I'm not sure if Heather's screen has frozen here. It looks like everything is moving but Heather. But yeah, definitely a great find by Joel there, and he has now drawn a U to balance out his Q. Maybe we could cut away from Heather's frozen face and just a bigger shot of the board. Yeah, that looks nice. Jackson is now, while we wait for Heather to rejoin, looking at CDEIOOS. So he's going to first probably look if there's a double-double, like if socialed were a word, which it's not. That would sort of accomplish that. If he doesn't have that, I could definitely see something like, Heather, I see, is back. He could play code here. That would be nice. 4 overlaps. So we just saw 5 overlaps, but we could see 4 here. Adam suggests co-ed. I think code is the play with orc, bio, eld, and ale. It now says Heather has left the chat. I think her internet might be cutting in and out. When you're back, Heather, just give us a shout. She's going to try and troubleshoot her connections. That sounds like a good idea. I'm okay to handle things for right now. I see Jackson has the D and the S, 2 tiles that could hook with grill, but neither of them will allow him to get to the double word score without burning that S. So code looks like the top play by Quackle, and it's the play he makes. Joel has quitar. You can't spell it that way. You can play quitter with an E or an O. So he's gonna look for a way to, I would think, try and get rid of the Q on this turn, but I thought that last turn and I was wrong. So it's definitely not a guarantee he would play off the Q here. If he were, torque plays are available. So he could play quit, he could play quirt, he could play any sort of play hooking orc to torque. You really want to look across this board for all the different hooks. On the back of orc, you can play an A, orca, killer whale, of course. You could just drop the QU for quale, but I don't see how that would be better than the other plays I've mentioned. I think here I would play quit. Quirt gives back an S, front hook you don't have. TAR is very nicely balanced. So quit is the sort of idea I'd be looking at. In the chat, please, again, as always, let us know what we're missing, what you think, what you'd like to see. And so Cesar is saying that quit torque doesn't seem very Joel-ish. Would love to hear what you think, why you think that. How does Joel normally play? Fill us in on that one.
I just want to confirm I'm back. Can everybody hear me?
And we missed you. Welcome
Okay.
back.
Thanks.
So as you were away, I was suggesting a play of quit and torque, leaving TAR. I think it seems nicely balanced. He could play something fishier, that is true, as Noah's suggesting, but he will end up playing the play I did. You could fish something like TI or IT, and that would leave quart, Q-U-A-R-T, trying to get a really big play on the next play. But if you don't hit your fish, you're only scoring so little, I think about 8 or 9 points with it. So for me, I think quit was clearly the play. And Quackle has quit as the play, but only by about 1.5 win percentage over TI. So Joel has drawn the blank and the Z. He's got some nice stuff. Jackson's going to have to find a nice play here to hang on to his lead here. Ither, okay, and coder. Yeah, that's a nice idea too. Why Ither is nice is where the I is slotted there. It's allowing a lot of big Q plays on the subsequent turn. So definitely an interesting idea. I think I would have still played quit. I just want to get rid of that Q, and I think leaving RAT is pretty strong. It also draws 4, allowing you to go for an S. And I think on this board, with the hooks to grill, to a BIA, to torque, an S definitely holds a lot of value. And Heather, we can see that Jackson does have an S. He has post-in set up, which is sort of an obscure 6-letter word there. And now he might be setting up Tondai, which would hook QI, so, and the D would double. So that looks like a great play to me.
Yeah, what do we think about spending the S on this turn?
I think you can definitely spend the S here. I think the 2 plays he was looking at, one of them would burn the S. That would be post-in. Postin, and the other would be Tondi, Tondi. So these are both very difficult words that I think a lot of players, even in the A division, wouldn't necessarily find or be 100% on. They both play down the top middle, which is sort of the big spot. Tondi, it scores 5 fewer, but I like PS a lot more than D, so I would keep the S there, as Jackson will. And Joel's a bit frustrated, and that's because someone pointed out in the chat that Cesar, that Catorze was
Mm.
available from the
Oh,
queue. So
how flashy is
um,
that?
yeah, like one of those number words that shows up in from another language that shows up in the dictionary. Those sort of words seem to show up when they mean something in a board game, for example. That's why cinq, I think, is there. Like a lot of the French words are there. Trois you could play, but you can't play deux. So it's a bit inconsistent, but it is sort of the game that we play. Uh, Noah found notarized. That seems sort of obvious. Uh, but he does have another option, and that would be through the O. And Sean just found it. Very nicely done. Zoo later. So you could zoo now or you could zoo later, as Joey points out there. So yeah, notarize would hang an E into a very volatile position. Zoo later you could play a bit more defensively. Either you actually have two different positions you could play Zoo later in. You could put the Z on the triple letter score to left of the O of Tondai, um, which would not quite hit the double word score, allowing an S to come down and hook it, or you could play it without tripling it, but the whole play would double. So both those positions have their risks. If you play it in the first position, the E is going to slot right beneath the double letter score. So actually all three of the bingos he could play here all have their own pluses, but all have their own drawbacks.
If you
Um,
if you bump zoo later over one and don't put the Z on the triple letter, it becomes a little bit more defensive.
yeah, it does allow S hooks, I guess, to the triple lane. That would sort of be the risk there. I think that's the one I would be sort of leaning towards. The problem with that one is it scores the fewest of his three
Hmm.
bingos. It scores 6 fewer than playing Zoo later to the left and 2 fewer than playing Notarize. But I do agree with you. I think it feels safer, and I sort of like playing a bit safe. But one thing to note is players tend to hang on to S's, right? So we've seen several tiles already come from both players. No S's have come down. Joel doesn't have an S. So the longer it goes without an S appearing, the more you think your opponent probably has been hanging on to one of those key S's. And if you play Zoo later there, you could really get crushed. Although Zoo later in the other spot would get crushed down the double lane. So it becomes sort of, do you want to play Notarize and hope he just doesn't triple you or hit something big through that E? The E is always dangerous in the triple lane. I guess in the third position, maybe a touch less dangerous than like it could be maybe in the second or the seventh position. But regardless, Joel's so good at his words. I think we can be very confident he's seen both these words. Uh, but it's not an easy decision, and he's going to be thinking back to what tiles Jackson's played. Chat, this is not easy. Which one would you play? Morris says he might not bingo. I think the non-bingos just don't score enough. Someone had mentioned Hertz, but that's like a 40-point sacrifice. So I would be bingoing for sure here. I think you have to take the risk. Um, what would people do here, though? This one is tough.
There's some interesting. I don't know how serious they are, but just to play zoo,
Yep.
keeping such great equity on your rack, you'd have to. It's a risk. You'd have to be
I think
confident you
humans,
can continue to bingo. You can bingo the next round at least. But
I mean, RATE blank, and there are a lot of places to hook an S. I think he would bingo a lot of the time, but not every time.
Hmm.
Sean's pointed out how you can't play scared. I think that tends to be the approach. Humans tend to be a bit risk averse, but even if Jackson gets a big play, maybe you get another big play afterwards. I think you have to bingo here. Quackle thinks you have to bingo here, and he's
And
going to
that's
play
what he's doing.
notarize. And I like the idea of notarize a lot, um, especially if he thinks Jackson has an S, which definitely is no guarantee. But if he thinks he does, then this would look a bit safer. Um, notarize is going to work out pretty well for him, I think. Jackson has a play like Skep, Skep. He definitely could have even more than that, but that's the first one I see. He'll definitely, I think, have to play through that E. It's so dangerous. You really don't want to leave it open. He's now set up Skep on his rack. Um, so Cesar preferred Zoolater. Everyone seems to have their own opinion. It shows you how difficult this game is. We don't necessarily have the right answer on these positions. We have computer simulations. We have thoughts and theories from a lot of the top players, but it's not always exact, and it can depend on your opponent, the score. Joel had a deficit there, so that definitely affected how he played it. He's now pulled ahead by 35, but if Jackson plays Skep, he would then go back up by 4. So the game is really close right now. Um, Yeah, the board is pretty closed, so there wasn't a guarantee of a big play if you just played Zoo. There's definitely different ways to play it. Noah likes Notarize, so I always like to be on the same page as Noah, such a top strategist. Skep comes down, Jackson's leaving FV. He'll try and work through that as the turns come forward. And over to Joel. Um, Joel doesn't have the hooks to grill. I think that's one of the nice spots on the board. Jackson has a D and an S, so he'll feel a bit more confident with that specific spot. I've yet to see a play that really excites me here for Joel. What about you, Heather? Have you found?
I, yeah, I don't have anything that jumping out. My instincts would be to do something like Carney, I guess.
Yeah,
But that's,
and that is, yeah, through the R of Notarize, I suppose.
mhm.
That's one of the top simming plays. Yarn is simming even higher, and that's just because it has a nice sleeve. Plenty of pun
Okay.
intended. Um, so remember, for our newer players, one of the most basic ways of thinking about Scrabble is you try and think about what you can leave on your rack after your turn. So one of the most balanced leaves he could do here is nice or cane. So you just sort of look at which tiles you could play to accomplish such a goal. In this case, to leave nice, you would play off ANY, and yarn just sort of seems to accomplish all that really well. Now, the thing is, nice is a nice leave, as I mentioned, but an S is still very important on this board. Nice would go well with the T of Tondai, but without that, you really do need an S to accomplish a lot here. So, yeah, Ryan Coden is in our dictionary. Trying to think where that would play. Ozonate, yeah, Mitch is noticing how OK can be formed. So at some point, Heather, we could see a big play through that Z of ozone, ozonate, something like that. So
Mm.
that spot, even though it might look pretty closed, is technically still alive.
That double double spot with the ALE is also very interesting. There's, I'm sure, some potential there.
Absolutely. And I think Jackson is closer than Joel to hitting that spot just because he has a D and an S. So that would sort of end the ALE portion of that word. So I know for sure Jackson loves playing through multiple tiles on the board. That's definitely where he'll be looking. Joel just doesn't really have those options. Um, so another idea from the computer is cyan, and I'm just trying to figure out where that would play. K11. With Alec. Okay, so we saw Alex Seaholm in the chat
Mm.
yesterday. Uh, I wouldn't place CN there. It would set up an O, it would set up an S,
Oh,
neither
look,
of which.
Joel's playing my word.
There you go. So who's the real world
I feel so
champion?
validated now.
I know. I find the same thing. So we're we're commentating the game on two players that are higher rated than we are. So it can be difficult. We often are going to be deferring to their judgment. They are just so good at this game. They have really dedicated their lives to this pursuit, as have we perhaps, but to a lesser extent. Joel, unfortunately, despite making your play, Heather, has not drawn very well. And
Oh.
that's one of the reasons I think maybe just Yarn, that C sort of balances out the rack a bit
Yep.
better. But regardless, Jackson now has some options. He definitely has a better rack here than for this board, I think, than Joel necessarily did. He's going to play pretty quickly. He's going to play Fido, setting up his S. So great idea there. We were saying that players hold on to S's. So Jackson's thought here is Joel just bingoed 2 turns ago. He hasn't really had time to get one of those S's, so his likelihood of having them are a lot lower. Plus, 1 S and 1 blank are already gone. Jackson has 1 S, so there are 2 S's and 1 blank unseen with 55 unseen tiles. So that is a really smart idea by Jackson. And Joel's thinking, he just gave me this huge spot. I don't have an S to hook it, and I don't have a big tile to put on that triple letter square right next to the left of the O. So frustrating. You can see it on Joel's face. We've mentioned how some players hide their emotions a bit better than others. Jackson, I think, is pretty good. He can be tough to read. Joel has Ennui set up on his rack. So he could play that. Oh no, he's going to play Union, I believe, keeping INE. So either of those plays, I think, are reasonable. This is opening sort of the left side of the board a bit. Jackson now has his S hook, but if he doesn't have a bingo, he'll have to decide if he wants to take this spot right away or leave it for a turn, balance out his rack, and hope that Joel isn't able to use it on his next turn. So that's risky, leaving that sort of spot open, because like I said, he could draw a big tile or he could draw an S himself. So yeah, that's a bit tricky. Good point by Wes in the chat. Union can become Bunyan. One of those quirks of the English language, how you add a letter and the whole pronunciation changes. I think Jackson is thinking what I said, which is to fish off some tiles here and then look to still use that spot next turn, knowing that at least Joel probably didn't have an S on the last turn with the play like Union. So he would just play Ave with AY, score 22, and leave Sail. Once again, those great leaves. You want to leave 2 consonants to 2 vowels or 3 consonants to 2 vowels. No duplicates. LASE is just nicely balanced. TALE, TIRE, TANE. So if you're new to the game, that's sort of the approach. This is also what I would play. So you were happy about making the same play as Joel. I now found the idea that Jackson played. And
I think I definitely would have played the S on Fido. It's just, and maybe it's because it's just such a visual,
yeah,
unsettling thing. I mean, it does really stand out like a sore thumb on this board. So it's
right.
you really kind of want to
I
cover it
think
up,
Heather,
put a big update on
One
it.
thing you want to consider is that there's a big S hook to obia. So, I mean, that S hook would be a bit harder because it would have to end the word, but you can also start an S hook with now AYS. So even if he were to give up a bingo, maybe he'd be able to still get one in response. I think also as each turn goes by, Jackson will be more likely to cash in the S, knowing that Joel will just have drawn more tiles and had more chances to get his own S or to use the spot in some other way. So I can see why you thought that. Also, I think the strategy changes based on how many words you know. So because these players know so many of these sort of obscure words, um, they really want to go towards bingos, knowing the opponent is going to get a lot of bingos down. If you're playing at a lower level and not bingoing as often, then cashing on the S earlier does make a lot more sense. Joel sets up a very dangerous spot here with the I, but the reason it's not as scary as it could be is there's already that really dangerous spot with the O. So this is sort of a thing we do in Scrabble, saying you can have one and I'll have the other. His tiles were just very unflexible, and it looks like now he's drawn a lot nicer until that X came down, but maybe he'll be able to use it to score. Over to Jackson. So he could definitely hook Fidos here. He could play Foley, Foley. That would set up another S hook. He could also play Fey downwards here. So for about 3 or 4 straight turns, we've seen Jackson do what I recommend, which is leaving 4 balanced tiles. 2 consonants, 2 vowels, hanging onto that S. Sooner or later, you think he's going to have to make the draw that will lead to the bingo that he's been going for. So I like Fey more than Foley, which was the first play I saw. And yeah, Noah would have played O instead of etui on the previous turn, getting rid of 3 vowels hanging onto that T. So again, that would have just really maximized the leave. But I think this time Joel has an easier play, and that's playing through that I. And he could play mixed or minx.
I think Robin's also spotted that spot at the top left.
Oh yeah, retax. So that would leave MN. What I like about mixed or minx is the same thing I've been saying a lot. It would leave rate or earn as leaves. So minx leaving RATE seems pretty reasonable. But what I wasn't paying attention to is that Robin is pointing out that vowels will be low soon. So you definitely want to keep an eye on the pool. Jackson has just drawn, now he has 3 E's. So he keeps leaving well, but it doesn't always work out. Joey's saying it was a nice X setup, but he just drew the X after the previous play. So this is a bit of sarcasm, I believe, which I always appreciate. Please remember to subscribe here on LetsPlayScrabble.com on the YouTube channel. Oh, this is an interesting idea. You could play mix, Heather, and hang on to that T and try and hook it yourself.
That is a baller move.
It is a baller move. It's not one I would do. I just think, why not just take the points now, right? It's already scoring 48. Like, you don't have to make that setup that might go against you. So it's sort of a nice idea, but I think it's needlessly aggressive. So yeah, there's still 37 tiles left. I can't copy and paste directly from Quackle because I don't have the actual Quackle file open. If Noah Slackoff has it, maybe he could start posting the tiles directly into the chat for everyone. Jackson, like I said, he has 3 E's, so he keeps leaving 2 consonants, 2 vowels, and he keeps... Oh, did Joel overdraw? Wes seems to think Joel overdrew. The clocks are still running. I only see 7 on... No, he's shaking his head. He's certainly mad about something. They don't seem to think of an overdraw. Regardless, Jackson plays this very clever play of D-Dal. I'm not sure to pronounce that one or what it means. We'll try and get a definition for you in a second. And before we can even look over to Joel's rack, he will play Tentoria. So this
Yeah.
is gonna really open the lead for Joel. And all those S hooks I was talking about, Heather, it's really down to just one now.
I
Obia
know.
got taken out because of D-Dal, so I think now is when we see Jackson burn his S,
Yeah.
right? Previously, you could hang on to it because even if you get hit with that triple S, well, maybe you still have a double lane for an S. But now I think you definitely want to get rid of the S. So I'd be looking at movies or moves, something like that. You definitely you don't want to put the V to start the word because you're going to want to leave lanes open to be able to play above and horizontally. So he's going to play movies, which is exactly what I would play. It allows for bingos ending in ES, ED, and Jackson's going to probably need a bingo at some point, although it'll be difficult because the second blank just popped up onto Joel's rack after his bingo. So Dito meant skillful. Thanks to Wes for that. Looks like Noah's about to post the pool into the chat, which we appreciate. Ryan seems to think Jackson threw the blank into the bag after the overdraw. Sean also thought there was an overdraw.
There was. Okay.
But it was just very quick.
Yeah.
And a blank being thrown back is what would make it quick. That would probably also explain why Joel was so upset. But fortunately for him, the blank was thrown back in the bag. He bingos with Tentoria, and he gets the blank again. So actually, Heather, that overdraw seems to have worked out even better than if he hadn't done it in the first place.
Note to players out there, that's not a good strategy to overdraw in the hopes that that'll just change up the dynamics of your rack somehow. You really do want
Right.
to avoid it. It's a fairly strong penalty to have what you've drawn be seen by your opponent, and then for them to choose which of those tiles you get to keep and which goes back in the bag.
Right. So for players who aren't familiar with what we're talking about here, an overdraw is that you can only have 7 tiles on your rack, but sometimes when players draw from the bag, they'll draw an extra one or even more than that. So if you draw an extra tile and you have 8 on your rack, the opponent gets to pick 3 off your rack, and then they decide which of the 3 they are going to put back in the bag. So of the 3 Jackson turned, one of them was the blank, and that made it a very simple decision to go, well, I don't want you to have the blank. It's going back. And Jackson also would have used that knowledge, like Heather pointed out, to his advantage, but he didn't have time to use it to his advantage because Joel just got the bingo down instantly. Jackson has this beautiful play of Swaraj lined up on his rack, which would have played above the MO of movies, but Joel, fortuitously for him, manages to block that lane. Such a great find by Jackson. That
Yeah,
would
I
have,
think everybody would have cheered if that play had made it back on
yeah,
the computer.
that, yeah, like that would have been something. If we thought you were famous from your commentary 2 days ago, if Jackson had played Swaraj, he wouldn't be able to go to a restaurant, a movie
Oh, he'd be
theater,
mobbed
anywhere.
tonight. Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
the Swaraj gang was hoping to rise up, but um, he could play another Indian word, I believe, Raja, just in the bottom left. That would also put an R that he could try and get bingos towards. Um, and he's not actually down by all that much despite Joel's Tentoria bingo. So he is going to play Raja, and just makes perfect sense. It scores very well. It puts the R where he might be able to capitalize and hangs on to the S. Joel has Wigpo. Yeah, that's fun. He also has, so he has UN unpeg plus a W and a blank. Trying to see what he can do here. Oh, that's a nice idea from Robin on the previous turn. Jackson could have played jab to set up that S. Is it the case S? No, there's one more S unseen. If it was the case S, definitely would be a nice consideration. Either way, this just scores so much. I think it seems like a great idea. Noah is updating us on the pool. So the pool definitely has some nice stuff, including a couple R's and a couple S's. One of the S's being on Jackson's rack, one in the bag. I'm not quite sure what Joel is expected to do here, and this is a very tough turn, but he only has about 4 minutes left.
Yeah, I noticed when
Um,
he played Tentoria that I think partly why that came down so quickly, other than it being um, a bingo that he saw that and played it, is that he was conscious of his time at that point because it was starting to dwindle.
yeah, and there's 4 in the bag right now, so he doesn't want to play. He's going to have to leave time because he's probably still going to have a couple more turns in this game. Quackle is saying just drop the W next to ELD for Weld, score 8 points, hold nicely. Don't mess too much with the tempo, but these are the sort of positions Quackle later in the game isn't always perfectly accurate with. So we'd love to hear from our experts in the chat, Robin, Noah, Cesar, all these players who really have a great feel for this game. This is a really tricky one. You want to leave. You want to stay balanced to address whatever comes up in the end game, but you also want to score. You also don't want to play too much to give Jackson tempo into the end game. What we mean by tempo is the first person sort of to have either full knowledge or near full knowledge of what's left, and then to make a sequence to sort of play off the remaining tiles. So by playing off only one, like the computer suggests, that would still leave 3 in the bag and sort of keep Joel in pretty good tempo because Jackson would have to first play off some tiles while still holding 3 in the bag. So yeah, there are 4 in the bag, Wes. Meow is asking when the CSW games are coming. Possibly this afternoon. This morning will be all NWL, and then the afternoon will be dependent on the standings, if there's a runaway in one division. So also you can let us know what you want to watch. Yeah, I agree with Robin 100%. Joel needs to play now.
Yeah, not the word now, but as in
Right,
he needs to make a decision quickly and put something on the board.
right. He should not burn his blank to find a way to play now. He should
Just to be clear.
play something. And if it's Jackson, he should have a response ready.
An
So
interesting
upon
twist.
setting up his S or his blank to use as an S, although with GEW, that's not really going to work too often.
I think we're seeing the results of
Unless,
his time
yeah, I think I'm not loving
or
that play of
lack
pun,
thereof.
but I wasn't really seeing many good options. I think maybe playing off just one tile, even though it might sound a bit counterintuitive, might have been my approach. I know Jackson wants to play fast here because he knows that Joel is low on clock and maybe feeling a bit rattled, but
Hmm.
uh, I don't think he can actually play too fast here. I think this is a huge turn. I think just like Joel's turn wasn't obvious, Jackson's turn also isn't obvious. Uh, so I think Jackson really should take his time despite the urge to really fast play Joel here. He has 11
Is
minutes and Jackson's
Swingler good? Does Swingle play to that R?
Swingler.
Or is that
Um,
just
I know it takes a D. No, it only takes a D and an S. So, but Swingle and Spun definitely play. So he set up the front S hook and he hits it. So Noah was saying he liked Weld better. I thought Weld made a lot of sense. Joel, being the reigning champion of many events he is, decides to set up an S front hook. He only had the blank. WEG didn't look so promising, but he had looked through that tile pool and he had sort of figured that out. I think Jackson realizes that S hook is dangerous, which is why he's looking to play something like powers. And the reason he would play the S there is it's just one more consonant after the R. So two consonants make it a bit harder to bingo parallel to it. You can't sort of start a word with one consonant, one vowel. You would need either starting just with a vowel or a consonant and two vowels. So that little consideration of playing the S is actually really clever by Jackson here. Of course, like Jackson is going to be going through all the permutations. There are 8 unseen tiles to him. So what he has to do is go through the tiles one by one. If the blank is in the bag, Jackson will feel just pretty good regardless. If the E is in the bag, he'll feel pretty good probably too, but he's going to have to go through one by one and he's going to have to sort of stop and go, okay, if the W is in the bag, that's pretty bad for me. How do I address that if the G is in the bag? So this is why I'm saying he needs to use his clock here. There's a lot to think about. Cesar saying it looks like Jackson is favored. Cesar, are you putting this into your Macondo program? I've been mentioning how Quackle is not necessarily the best at these sort of positions, but Cesar's been working on this program that is just so much stronger at these end games, and when it's finally released to the public, is going to really help all of us. I know Cesar just analyzed position Morris and I played a couple nights ago, and it was really, really appreciated that, getting all of his feedback. I'm glad, Heather, that it's Jackson in this position, not me, because these are the sort of turns that I find sort of break my brain. Are you with me on that?
Yeah, it's yeah, just to play off that S. I mean, we're going to see the impact of that if he ultimately decides to do that, but it does feel like that's a hard loss to just give up your S in a defensive move
And
like
I'm
that.
not even sure if I'm right about that. The score is 340 to 334. I don't think it's quite updated on your screen. Joel just scored 8 with pun. So Jackson is down 6. So
Mm.
Powers would score 22, would put him up 16, holding EG, and then he would have to think, if I drew which tiles, could I still win? Because Joel's likely a big play down himself. The chat is doing the sort of thing that both players should be considering. Well, mainly just Jackson, because Joel already knows what he has, but figuring out all the potential bingos that Joel could have. So Grizzlier, Rowlier, Swindler. There are a lot of possibilities. And those are bingos to the R. So we know
Yeah, he has
that
to
Joel.
choose
Go ahead.
he was just going to say he has to choose which line ultimately
Exactly. Yeah.
to
So
block,
it
and so
almost
he
looks
does
like
need
more
to go
bingos are
through it
going
all.
down to the R, at least from what the chat is pointing out. But Jackson had at least originally looked like he was going to block up top, and that would be, I think, really strong for him because it seems like that is where at least the first bingo Joel had found would play. The other ones they've suggested don't seem to get down to the R. Has anyone seen if Joel has a bingo that goes to the R?
I
I
I
don't. I don't
I
think so.
anagrammed it and there wasn't anything.
Right. Jackson now has ergo, like the Latin for therefore, set up on his rack, which he could play with nug and no. He also had wog, which is still allowed in this dictionary, which he could also play with nug. The W there would seem pretty strong. the O out in space might be a bit scary. Cesar is running an analysis, but it does take time. Even the computer needs to think about these positions. So uh, our humans have an even tougher decision. Hopefully Jackson's wide awake. We saw him yawning to start game one, but I think the adrenaline comes in. He's now looking back to that powers play as Joel sets up different situations on his rack, probably trying to think if Jackson plays certain plays, what his sort of responses could be. And Cesar is saying Jackson's best plays only win half the time, Gorse and worse. So they all sort of play in that spot Jackson's been looking at, hooking NU. But he has not thought about either of those options. Those are a bit longer. So I think the thought there is that it really allows you to go out on your next turn, which is going to be the key for Jackson with this score. He's going to have to play a thing here. He's going to play powers, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
So I do like, as I mentioned, him playing off that S. In the chat, I'm definitely not an endgame expert, so if you disagree, let me know. I think it definitely seems to block a few more bingos. This is tight. I'm not seeing a bingo for Joel. We will get, he looks frustrated and he only has a minute 20. So I like that Jackson used a lot of clock there. He did play off 5 tiles, which I think was important, and he's really happy to see an R. That's the sort of tile that would have helped Joel get a bingo, and it's the sort of tile that will let Jackson go out a lot easier. Now, Quackle is saying that Joel should still win this game, but look at that clock, Heather.
Yeah, it's not going to be with a bingo. So hopefully he is just looking for high scoring plays and can, edge out a win with just playing off a bit of tiles at the end, and that would be his best.
So surprisingly,
strategy.
Heather, Jackson's only outs are sort of through that area of powers, like forming erg. So the best play, according to the computer, is girls through that spot. Waze also is going to win
Okay.
100% of the time, but he's going to have to circle the H.
And
Jackson's
he
going
has
to want to
to do this all within a few seconds here.
he's got 9, 8.
Okay, he said his clock
jam.
7 seconds left.
Yeah. Jackson could have tried to play something slow really quickly and without going out and trying to get Joel to go over, but even that wouldn't have been enough, I don't think. Jackson's now going to do the math and realize that erg isn't going to be enough to win. Wow. So the best play, like I said, was girls leaving WE blank. The second best play per Quackle was low, parallel to powers, forming LOOWWEER. And now Jackson's best play is just erg here, but he's behind by 16. Erg only scores 8. Joel's only holding the L, which will give him an extra 2, so that's 10. He's going to lose by 6. This is going to really make the field a lot closer. For everyone but Jackson in contention, they're happy to see Jackson lose because it just gives everyone else a chance to sort of cut into his lead in this tournament. But I think this has just been a brilliantly played game.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of really interesting decisions, a lot of thought going into plays, some great vision, words like DDAL, I'm not sure how you pronounce that, coming down through, the DA. Some big decisions with the notarized bingo. And now you see how all of these very, very slight, differential decisions that are made earlier in the game start to play out at the end, and how important it is to even just make those small, which seem like toss-up type decisions at first glance. And then as you think more and more, you realize, oh, you know what? I can see how this would really impact on the game down the road.
Absolutely. I think when people are newer to high level Scrabble, they look at the bingos as the like turns that separate players, but those are actually the easier turns for players of this quality. They know these words really well. That's not really what ends up separating them too often. What is are the smaller turns. Um, I thought maybe Joel could have played Yarn instead of Carney. I thought there was a
Right.
couple times where there were plays where I wasn't necessarily 100% on board with. The pun play threw me for a loop, but it ended up setting up Joel in a very good position. So maybe it was just my own endgame weakness that led to that analysis by me. Like I said, we are commentating players who are definitely superior to us. Joel, we had mentioned how he doesn't like playing on stream, but
Maybe
he does so well on stream.
yeah, I was going to
The,
say maybe
the
this
chat
game
is
will
mentioning
teach
that
some thoughts about that.
his
It looks
last
like
time on
Jackson's
stream
ready
is
to
when he
concede
beat
this.
Nigel for the North American Championships. So um, Joel should be more confident on stream because he's such an elite player, and this win is really going to help him stay in contention. And look at this notes from our producer Sean. Jackson's going to be on stream for the third straight game. And I think he's going to be playing against Saint, and I think we can interview Saint before their game. It sounds like he's closer to being ready. Sean, are we going to be taking a break, or are we going to go right to that interview? Yeah, and Peter asked a good question. I had said how he should play that S in powers, but maybe the S would have helped Jackson score more. So again, maybe my endgame analysis was wrong. It is so difficult, these positions. There's so much to consider. You're trying to block bingos, but you also need to score. Um, I'm not quite sure. The S would have definitely allowed him to score more. Would he have gone out with ergs somewhere else for more points? I don't really see on this board necessarily where the S would have still allowed him to go out. There's no
There must have
GER
been
ability.
bingos that he saw that were plausible
Right.
bingos that Joel could play that he was blocking by playing that S. I have to assume. Again, we don't have that
Oh, absolutely. Jackson's so
game
analytical.
knowledge.
He spent about 10 minutes on that turn. He was definitely looking at specific instances. Oh,
We
actually,
saw
we're going to be
like
interviewing
welding.
Joel.
There were some ING bingos that if he had just left it be a WE, I think there were some bingos that
Yeah,
played. So
welting was sort of one that I think
welting.
could have come down. So I think that was the idea there. These players, I think, are going to be discussing this position
Yes.
for forever until somebody tells them to get off the table. We got to keep moving. Uh, I know I've sat there with Jackson, and my eyes have already started to glaze over. It's like information overload. I'm getting a headache, and I'm ready to play the next game, and he just is still
Just
going.
keeps going. All the
But
thoughts.
that's
They
how
have
you
to go
learn.
somewhere.
Right. Morris and I, 2 nights ago, I think we spent an hour on a position after the game, and we still didn't find the best position. It still took Quackle to show that he did have one win that was sort of hidden in there. Uh,
Mm.
these positions are just so tricky and so much involved. Uh, frustrating for Jackson, but I think he gave it a really good shot. That pun play for Joel, I don't know if it was right. It worked out. Uh, I love the idea when you're behind like Joel there, you have to, even though he didn't have an S yet, you sort of have to start setting up situations in the hopes that you draw well, because if you don't draw well, you're not winning regardless. So I liked the idea of just dropping the W for weld for sort of tempo reasons, as I pointed out, but the opening that new lane, having two lanes for Jackson to contend with, I think is also really effective. So
Yeah, made a big difference in this game. And you
um,
have to make decisions. I mean, as much as you know what is likely simming correctly, you also have to make decisions based on your own abilities, your strength, your word knowledge. you can't always do what the computer says is probably the best thing to do because there are just other factors that that computer is not thinking about. They're not thinking about the fact that you have a minute left on your clock and you're only going to be
Right.
able to see, you want the having those two lines is more important than, having the optimal combination of letters on your rack because just mentally you just want to have those options open to you and that's going to facilitate your ability to get something down. So there's a lot of instinct that goes into those decisions too. I mean, if it were all just computers, this game wouldn't be nearly as fun as it is.
I fully agree. And one thing to remember is that the strategy at the very top level is different for other people who don't know all the words. The computer is assuming that you do know all the words. It's playing against itself, and itself knows all the words. So when you don't know the words, the strategy actually becomes differently. Like it'll give you a percentage, it'll win this amount of time, but that's only if you're able to find all those bingos that it sees. So Heather's bringing up a really good point. I know there are some players in the chat here who do know basically all the words and maybe want to play more that style, but there are also a lot of people watching who don't necessarily know all the words. And we've mentioned earlier on stream how, for example, if you don't know all the words, maybe you want to cash in on an S hook earlier. If you do know all the words, maybe you can save towards a bingo, knowing you're more likely to find one. So it is important to remember this is an A division that we're watching. This is the best of the best. These players have traveled from across North America to compete. So the analysis we're giving is really high level analysis tailored to playing at that very, very top level. But if you're newer to the game, if you don't have all these words, you don't have to study all these words to have fun at Scrabble. I think the sort of tips we're giving people can be implemented in everyone's games, but you might have to alter the strategy depending on your style, how many words you know. Um, Heather, I think you're such a good person to be on the stream here because you have the strategy, I think, of an A-level player with maybe the word knowledge of a B-level player, which sort of has you straddling both divisions. Some tournaments you'll be in A, some you'll be in B, and I think that really gives the audience a nice understanding of how there are different ways to approach this game.
Well, thanks, Jared, for saying so. Yes, everything you've just said is correct. And it looks like our producer, Sean, is actually securing us an interview with Joel. So that would be
And
awesome.
that's
And
very
he's
exciting. Let's
ready to
bring him
start.
in.
Hi. Hi, Jared and
It's
Heather.
Heather, Joel. Hey, how's it
Yeah,
going?
hi. Long time no
Congratulations.
see.
Yeah.
Just following some of the notes on the screen. Yes, there was an overdraw. Jackson turned over I, O, and S and threw the S back in the bag, obviously.
Ah,
Um, let's see. All right. Let's get on to your
We thought
questions.
maybe you had thrown the blank, he had thrown the blank back, but
No,
that worked out for you
I
because
think
you
I
still had a
had I
bingo.
think I had a, that was before Tentoria. I did not have a blank yet. I got the blank
Oh,
after
okay.
Tentoria. Okay.
yeah. Yeah, we were
Yeah,
speculating
so
what was happening.
Joel, a few other comments on stream. Some people think you might not like playing on stream, but you've been so successful on stream. Do you like being
Uh,
streamed? Do you find it?
I've been successful on stream recently. I have a long history before the last 5 years of not being successful on stream.
Okay.
This has broken the curse, then. Let's officially
Mhm.
say
Maybe.
you're
Yeah.
You know,
clear.
Scrabble's a streaky game. You can get on hot streaks and you can get on cold streaks right now.
I'm well aware.
Taking down the top player in the field at the moment is definitely a big win. We wanted to ask you about a couple of your turns, and the big
Yeah.
turns, of course, were right at the ends of the game. So that
Right.
play of pun, uh, I thought maybe you should have just played off one tile to sort of keep three in the bag, keep better tempo. But I also like what you did with pun. It set it up two lanes. And tell us your thought process there. That was a tough turn.
Yeah, obviously I considered Weld, but it was another W still to draw. So then I'm stuck with the exact same rack next turn, and I'm dead in the water with that rack no matter what. Um, the two things that I found to be imperative was to separate the U from the W, and playing the U was the most guaranteeing way of doing that because there weren't any more U's to draw. And the second
Right.
thing is I did not want to play only one tile because I still was going to have a bad rack no matter what. And I reduced my chances of drawing one of those two S's that was unseen to me. So basically, I threw a Hail Mary, and my reasoning for the placement was if he has the S and he wants to play spun himself, he has to give me a lot of room to work with under it on the triple row column, on column C. So I wanted to force his hand, and also I wanted to force him to have to play a word that started with the S rather than have it in third position if I put my pun underneath on the double word.
That made a lot of sense. This is what I was saying. I was like, we're commentating on players who have a better mastery of the end game, and then Jackson had a really tough decision himself. He ended up playing powers. He
Yeah,
was
he
looking
made a
at plays like
great play there.
log or
I was
ergo.
expecting him. I
What
was
were you
expecting him
expecting?
to fish. I was expecting him to fish one tile to try to get something like growers or regrows. Um, and I was surprised that he found a way to prevent me from bingoing completely with that.
Yeah, you with different draws, you would have had a lot of different bingos available, Grizzly or Growly or a lot of stuff to the R. So we were
Yeah.
thinking, we weren't thinking about fishing for Jackson, although that's certainly a possibility. We were more thinking, which lane is he going to try and obscure? And the other
Right.
thing was because the score was so close, he not only had to obscure, but he also had to try and score points. So by
Yeah.
playing powers, he scored at least 22.
Yeah.
Adding that S is difficult because he'd wanted to score, but it did
Oh, he
make
has to add
bingos.
it. He
Yeah, because you could
absolutely
have had
has to
welting or
add the S
something.
because it makes it harder for me to hook anything. He
Right.
forces a double vowel or something that starts with a vowel, and I don't have anything that starts with a vowel.
Yeah, and that is what we were saying here. It was very difficult. Another turn on Carney, did you just consider Yarn to keep NICE
I
instead?
didn't notice Yarn until just seconds after I made the play. I
Okay.
did not like Carney. I wanted to play Cyan and Alec for
Yeah.
quite a few more points, but his skep play earlier made it an absolute guarantee he's ready to pounce on my Cyan on the triple row column row.
Surprisingly,
Triple word row.
he didn't have another S there. He did have an O, so Cyan, of course, takes that back O.
Yeah,
Maybe
that
he
was
could
the
have
other
done something there.
possibility.
Skep, it
Yeah,
was sort of that when you play Notarize there and you put the E there, he has to address the spot. And so he
understood.
left, I
Yeah.
think, FVDA, something pretty heavy like
Oh,
that.
wow. Yeah,
It just
that's
sort of, that was the
ugly.
one play that fit in that spot. But as we talk about Notarize, you did see the other bingo available.
Yeah, I saw Zoolater, and I didn't like either of the placements. The triple letter would have given back a double word in two directions
Right.
to his S, and the double word would just have given him the S hook in the triple word column. Either way, he's getting half the value of my word right back, plus a big score in the other direction, assuming he has an S.
Yeah, that's what we thought. And we thought
And I was
Notarize.
really annoyed. I was really annoyed that he blocked 14.
Katorze, yeah, we saw that. The E
Um,
there in the triple lane is dangerous always. The third position, maybe not quite
yeah.
as dangerous as elsewhere. I'm getting notes that we're ready to move on to the next round. So we just want to
Okay, good.
congratulate you again, wish you luck,
Yeah, congratulations, Joel.
All right. Thanks, guys.
and thanks for
Later.
joining us. Okay, guys, we have two more rounds this morning, if I'm not mistaken. And for the third straight time this morning, we have a very familiar face.
It's Jackson.
It's Jackson once again, and we've seen him so much on stream. I'm already used to the blonde hair. When he first showed up a couple days ago, I was like taken aback. I'm like, who is that? And now it's Jackson. So Saint is still wearing his suit. 3 days in a row, he's been dressed very formally. I like that. I know, like in top level chess, they have to wear suits. I'm appreciative that they let us wear t-shirts because I am not a formal person, but everyone has their own style and you love to see it. Really enjoyed that interview from Joel. You can tell he's really thinking through every position so deeply.
Yeah, I don't think there was a single play that we noticed that he didn't. So
Right,
he
yeah,
was
even when we
had
thought maybe he
thought
hadn't
all of them.
seen things, he had seen everything. And no surprise, Joel's one of the best play finders and has one of the best grasps of this extensive dictionary of anyone. And Jackson gets what we call more of a baby bingo down of snooted. And that'll right away put Saint to the test. He's already grabbing his head. We're only 30 seconds into this game, and that's just Scrabble for you.
Yeah. And it
So
would be a
Heather,
bit better for Saint if he had a nicer rack to work with after that, but he's going to have to work through this one, I think, a couple of turns
right.
at least.
So what is your thought when the opponent opens a bingo with you against you? Do you try and change your strategy or just sort of continue as you would?
Yeah, you can't dwell on it too much. I mean, so many times, in both cases, when I've opened with a bingo and when my opponent's opened with a bingo, the dynamics of the game change very quickly, and you can see that other person who was down at the beginning very quickly flip things around. So it's really something you just have to accept and not give too much weight, and know that anything can happen within a turn or two. And yeah, just keep going.
Yeah, I totally agree on that. We saw Ori open with a bingo and then lose by about 80, so it can swing very quickly. Of course, in that game, Jackson responded to Ori's bingo with another bingo. One thing I don't necessarily like to do when I'm down an early bingo is do all those overlaps, taking out all those floaters. Um, Wob does make sense though. I'm not saying it's the wrong play, but I like to try and keep more lanes open because getting hit with a bingo, you want to be able to respond sooner than later with your own. But Wob certainly scores best and seems like a good play. Joey, when I talk about baby bingos, I guess I was talking about high probability bingos as opposed to the score of the bingo. But I guess there's different terminologies there as Jackson cleans up his rack here with arioso, which I think is a musical term.
Hmm.
Players are still discussing the end game of the previous game. It was just such a
It really was
decision.
an interesting one.
I still don't know what the right plays were. I loved hearing Joel's analysis on the pun turn. I think it made so much sense. It was so much uh, deeper and more eloquent than the thoughts I was having. So I love to learn. Um, at the end of the day, you're really competing against yourself more than anyone else. You just want to keep getting better and keep trying to achieve personal bests. And I think I'm very strong at this game, but I think one area I definitely lag behind some of these players is the end game, and I really trying to improve in that sense. But let's stay on the action here. Saint has two C's, two I's, an E, an M, and a D. Uh, you could clean up this rack by just playing Mike, M-I-C, which would also set up his E for emo and mice, and leave dice. So uh, it's tricky here. You could also play longer. The top simming play is actually breaking up the rack with Accidie, A-C-C-I-D-I-E. So a tricky
Mm.
word that
Ooh.
we will see if Saint knows if he plays it. If he even if he knows it, he might not play it. He might fish. Previous games watching Saint on stream, he seems to like to leave bingo prone leaves and fish. So I think a play like Mike, from what I understand of Saint's game, seems more up his alley. It's also, I think, the play I would make. So we will see what comes down here. Would you be looking sort of just to play off three sort of tiles, leave that nice balanced four tile leaf we've been discussing?
Yeah. I mean, for a few reasons, there's just not a lot of places where those tiles are going to play. I mean, there are no two-letter words with the C at all, so that quickly takes that parallel option off the table, and now you're left with yeah, either starting with the D or the M.
Right.
That's really all
This-
about you could do. So I'm because time for me is so valuable. I take a lot of it. I rarely end up with more than 2 minutes on my clock at the end of the game. So this is a turn where I would likely play quite quickly, and maybe to my detriment. But I don't see the value
No,
in both.
I like the thought process. I think there are some turns you should play really fast, and other turns that people really need to take time with. I like to leave time for the end game for the reasons I was saying that I find I'm not as uh, adept at it as players like Jackson and Joel. So Zane's going to play longer here at Dermick. I don't love this decision. I just think the C I leave is not so great. I think he's behind, so I don't like what the C down there does to the board. This isn't the sort of play that I would be making. But that's all right. Everyone has their own style. Jackson has arrow set up. The aggressive spot would be at the top of the board, forming OD, but that puts an A in a very dangerous spot. Um, he's now reconsidering. He has row now lined up. That would leave 3 vowels on his rack. So um, it's going to be an interesting turn here for Jackson. The
Yeah,
sim, by the way, like the City play best, and then Mike second best. Go ahead, Heather.
I was going to say. I mean, he I think does have some thoughts here. Like there's some actual choices to
Right.
be made that will change the board quite dramatically depending on what he decides.
And he'll play row there. The AIER goes pretty nicely with the floating D. If he draws some consonants, it'll be nice. People are saying as we update our Scrabble strategies with more computer analyses that vowels are not as bad as we previously thought. But the problem is, look what Jackson's drawn, 2 more vowels, and um, that's tough. Putting the A up top is also difficult. Uh, I didn't love the play of Dermick, but it did play off 5 tiles and it
Which
drew a
has
blank.
benefited
So,
him. Yep, he did capitalize on that opportunity.
yeah, and we've seen Saint win a lot of games on stream. He now has Yuka lined up. That's a good idea. When you have the blank, opening up the triple lane is always sort of nice. Even if putting the Y in the 4th position and holding KI, it won't really hit that spot a lot. Um, you could play Yuka, you could play Yuck. The He's going to play Yuka. It definitely scores nicely. Yuka is a root. Um, so KI blank is not the most bingo prone, but he's scoring nicely and still holding that blank. I think this is perfectly reasonable.
I was going to say we somebody in the chat spotted a playable bingo for Jackson, and so did Jackson.
Yeah, I didn't even have a chance to look. That N looks a touch hidden, but not hidden from the crafty eyes of Mr. Smiley. And this is a baby bingo in both senses of the word, Joey. Small score and a high probability play. So we are having some nice action both ways here, as that is the sort of play, Heather, you want to play instantly.
Yes.
The only other potential tile there, I guess, is the D. Very quickly, Jackson will see there's nothing, and then just throw that down. Don't use clock. You might need that clock later for a very difficult turn or sequence of turns, as we saw in the last game. So let's see what Saint drew. Looks like oil.
Oh, he's got
Oh,
both
he's got
blanks.
both blanks.
There's
That's
two
a
of
nice time to have the Y open. Maybe he doesn't even
them.
bingo here and tries to leave something to
Oh my
go for a
goodness.
triple.
Oh, Noah's got Lekathoy?
Oh,
Uh,
Lekathoy.
my goodness.
I am very proud to say that I've played that word without a blank against our clubmate, the great Tony Leah. Uh, I I wish you had seen his face afterwards. He was definitely not expecting that to come. It was right after COVID. My word knowledge improved dramatically during COVID. Before that, I was definitely not the sort of player who would have ever gotten that down. So that was one of the lowest probability bingos I've ever played, and it would be with two blanks here. If he were to find that, I don't even know what to say. People are trying to come up with terms for that bingo because it's so difficult. It's like the counter to a baby bingo might be a grandpa bingo, a centurion bingo. 167 points. Like, wow. So I was
That
talking
would,
about fishing for a triple triple. It's already there, and it's already going to
oh,
score for more than what he would fish for. But I, this is a tough ask for anyone on stream, especially. Jackson has a phony set up on his rack, outpaved. I was just typing it into the program here because I didn't like it, but uh, I think he's going to try it. Jackson likes to be aggressive. Jackson's word knowledge, I think, is stronger than Saints, so um, we will see what happens on the following turn. If Lekathoy comes down, then outpaved will come down for sure because he'll just need the points. Um, it's also possible Jackson thinks it's good. It definitely sounds reasonable. Would you challenge that word, or do you think it sounds reasonable?
well, there's a consideration in Jackson having played it, but Jackson has phonied against me before. I think he's well aware of my lack of
Yeah,
word knowledge. So if I thought it was stinky, I wouldn't be
yeah,
afraid to challenge it. So then it would just be the other considerations about whether challenging made strategic sense. But outpaved, yeah, I don't like the way that sounds. How can
yeah.
you
It sounds a bit
outpave,
silly.
really?
Like, is Toronto outpaved compared to the suburbs? Like, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, we Toronto could really use some outpaving.
Yeah.
I'd love if
Uh,
somebody could outpave the rest of the workers that are actually in charge of paving Toronto. That would be really helpful, but I don't think it's true. No.
it would be. And Jackson, I agree with you. He phonies a lot, especially against players with weaker word knowledge.
Yeah, he's
When I
mean.
was coming up the scene, I mentioned how nice he was to me in teaching me strategy, but he was very cold to me in putting down phonies turn after turn, knowing that while I was still newer to the game at a high level, I just didn't know what these words he were. Not even the bingos, just he would put down anything. And
Yeah.
it's
Okay,
like,
Yokius
welcome to the top division. So
was one of
Yokies.
the more obvious playable bingos that somebody spotted in the chat, and we'll
Right.
have to tell Saint about Lekathoy at some point.
Yeah, Cesar was mentioning between the last game when we were doing the interviews, this is the time when you interview the players to tell them about the plays they missed while they're already a bit rattled. So um, I think that play hopefully won't rattle him too much just because of how obscure it is and
Nobody
with two
expects that.
no,
No.
and he had Cryolite racked up on his rack, so maybe he saw that one as well. It just he might not have been as sure of that, so he played one that he's definitely sure of. This also doesn't give anything back, so it looks like a great idea. He also had Nautilus through the T as a double double, um, so
Oh,
that would have
nice.
been another possibility. Knottily, but again, even though that makes sense as a word, it could be a word he wasn't 100% sure of. Um, wow, lots of comments in the chat. I think we're just seeing such high level Scrabble. People are just really getting into this series of games, maybe even more so than the ones we saw a couple days ago. And that's because as the tournament goes on, we're starting to see only the very best of the best on stream. We're going to try and keep you at board one. I think Jackson right now is debating if outpaved is good. You know,
I
he's looking up to the ceiling.
I think he has to play that immediately or not at all. Uh, if
Yeah,
Saint seeing him debate it and think about it, and it looks terrible. It's not a good combination. So I suspect he's not going to play it. That's my prediction.
Yeah, that's really intuitive, Heather. A lot of players, if they know it's a bingo, they're going to play it pretty quickly, almost snap play it, as we say. Uh, but then more mind games come into play, and what people will do is uh, they will actually take time on a word they're sure of to
Yes.
try and induce the challenge. And I like how Jackson started with the OU as if to say to the stream, you think I'm going to phony, but I'm not. Uh,
Did he do that for us? He might have. He's smiling. He's smiling. He may have just been
yeah, he
like,
is
yeah.
smiling. And then after all that, he makes by far the best play, a very difficult play to find, a past tense version of up dive, which is already an obscure word. And he gets the V to triple, the whole play to double. What a great play. 40 points, way better than anything else. And I think if Lekathoi came down, we would have seen the outpaved attempt. But without that, I like the idea to not give Saint the chance to challenge that off the board. Okay, so Saint is down 30, but it's his turn, so it's pretty much an even game here at the moment. Jackson with a slight lead, but Saint has too many vowels, and as so often happens, if one player has too many vowels, the other one tends to have too many consonants. And we do see that with Jackson's rack. So he has Hayes set up, and I'm trying to think where he might play that. Uh, I guess, oh, with sh. So that's tough to see with those double blanks. You sort of forget that they're a tile that you can use to work with. So that's definitely, I think, how you can score the most points on this board is putting that H beneath the blank S and then playing something going forward from it. But instead, he's going to play aha, which is honestly just as good. Quackle seems to like hay with the slightest of margins over aha, but it has the plays as basically even. I like this idea to hang on to the E also. We just saw a couple E's come down with inertia. There's already been 5 E's played, so there are a lot of E's left. I think that one was really close. He sees meringue right away, but no room for meringue on this board. So over to Jackson. He's just going to play law. Oh, lawn. Okay. So that's very aggressive.
Hmm.
Lawn takes a Y. Lawn takes an S. One Y played. One S played and both blanks played. So this works out pretty well for Jackson without Saint having the S yet. And Jackson knew he had all those consonants, so that's why he played more. That spot, Heather, is really going to be big going forward as at the moment, neither player has the tile to address it.
Yeah, it feels like Jackson is making an aggressive open play like that in a bluffy kind of way where he really wants to telegraph to his opponent that he's going to take advantage of that spot next turn, and it is very intimidating.
Yeah, you can definitely sometimes try and distract your opponent and get them to overcompensate blocking a lane that isn't
Hmm.
necessarily the main goal for them. Jackson knows that after Saint played Yokius, it's not like he's been hanging on to an S for multiple turns. So his chances to have an S here aren't necessarily guaranteed, and the Y hook he might not even be certain of. So I see GEUM. I don't know how to pronounce that one, but that or NEUM in the same spot being parallel to lawn. It actually would address the spot that opened, but okay, so you can play Neem. So this is a miss by Saint, not
Yes,
noticing that the U could go
the
there
U
instead of
play.
that other E.
That's
Uh,
definitely.
but but maybe he'll draw the Q and it'll work out for him. So um, it remains to be seen. Whereas Jackson already has his idea lined up and it's infixed with that T. And some of those words take the T past tense hook. I believe infixed is good with the T. I'm going to double check that for us because I don't want to give you the wrong. No, it is not good.
Okay,
So,
so he's not going to put the T on it.
okay. So unfixed does take a T. These are just some of the minutiae in this dictionary that players have to be familiar with. And maybe he could have tried the T. It would have been a tough challenge, but PNT goes together pretty decently. So he's going to hang on to it. No, Adam, infix does not take the T, at least not in this lexicon. Unfixed would. Infix is a verb, so it would take an ED, but the past tense T is more of a British spelling. It doesn't always show up in our dictionary. At my level, I'm supposed to know these things. This time I didn't.
So Saints now did draw the Q following that not playing off the U play. I don't think that was necessarily a strategy, but
It worked out, and look
he
how
may have been
nicely that
mindful that
is.
the Q was out. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Wow.
players find when they
What
play
a
off the
swing! Oh
U's,
my goodness.
when they play off the U's, they just seem like they're gonna draw the Q. It just seems like that's what happens. Well,
So
this time it was sort of the opposite, and I just had a feeling it was gonna happen. Like it felt like he messed up, and yet it just worked out so well. And that beautiful
how many
find of
points is
infix by
that quite?
Jackson just gets
Yeah.
crushed by Quite
57.
for
Oh my
57.
goodness. Yeah. Wow.
Um, so that is going to bring the game pretty much neck and neck. Jackson still uh, needs some more vowels, so I don't know if he has a way to address this. Um, so I'm going to actually use the computer program here to see what it thinks. Palm in the bottom left, that looks pretty easy to find, or glam. Glam makes a lot of sense because he's leaving all those N's. So if he were to draw an I, he could get INT bingos, like he's close to planting right now, for example. But there are only 2 I's left in the bag with 28 unseen tiles, so there aren't that many I's for him to go for. So you could also play Plu to the EW, dropping the P and the L, but that would leave GANNT on a board where that sort of stuff doesn't really work very well. So despite the lack of eyes, I think glam is sort of the idea that I see. Jackson, of course, being so creative, is looking elsewhere. He has TANG set up, and I have no idea this time where he would be putting that. We are allowing the slurs on stream in this broadcast on YouTube. Yeah, Cesar's pointed out how the rule by the producers was there's one specific word that isn't allowed, but all the other words that were removed from the dictionary are allowed in these WIGPO events. So does anyone see where Jackson's looking to play Tang? He's up. I guess he's picked up his tiles. We might see right now. Oh, he's playing with infixed. Right. Is Saint gonna hold here? He's staring at it very closely and he's saying something that might be hold. Yeah, it looks like he's held the play.
Yeah, Jackson's not drawing his tiles, which would suggest that he's been asked to hold on a second. Oh, he's taking his provisionals. What is Saint going to do?
Well, he's laughing a bit. He's talking with Jackson. I thought he might try it the first time. He didn't. Now he's trying it the second time. This is a tough challenge for Saint. As I said, unfixed is good. So you have to have a real mastery of the dictionary to know that infixed isn't good. Jackson, you can see, has the 4 tiles he's drawn turned upside down on the table. He hasn't put them onto his rack, so he's definitely still on hold. Hold meaning that Saint is considering challenging. In a tournament, if you want to challenge a play, if you don't challenge it instantly, you have to say hold, and that allows you to take as long as you want to consider if you're going to challenge. It's risky because if you were wrong on this challenge, he would lose his turn. So the other thing is, it can be easier to challenge bingos when, like a play when it's a bingo, because it scores so many more points. But this play, it didn't really score all that much, I think about 25. So it makes it even tougher to challenge. But you can see by the way Saint reacted, he doesn't really like the look of it, I don't think.
Yeah, the score is close, which also makes it really difficult to be bold and challenge. You, in those situations, you almost want to just take whatever lumps are and keep the score close and play on this turn.
Right. Robin, he does have courtesy tiles. They're turned upside down on his table there. So he's already peeked at them, and now he's just trying to consider. Saint could drop the J in front of EW. That would score 26. It would leave bagels, and that is a reasonable leave there. Tang. This is what I find the most frustrating part of Scrabble, when you just don't know. It's very possible he's 50-50 on this. It might be good, it might not be good, but he's down to 7 minutes. As hard as it is, and as crucial of a decision as this is, he has to decide sooner rather than later, because with 28 unseen tiles, there's a lot of games to be played. So he's shaking his head. If you don't like it, I want to see the challenge, but if not, drop that J and let's go. I wonder if Jackson knows if it's good, or I mean knows if it's bad, or if he's unsure himself. Looks like he's accepted the play because both players are now crossing off on their sheet, I think. We'll see if Jackson picks up his tiles. They might be checking on the score. Saint would want to know the exact score and make sure he had it right before. Yeah, he is accepting
So
it.
he's going to accept it.
And he will play Jew for 26. Jackson, we'll see what he drew out of his 4 tiles. Okay. So his tiles are sort of close. Saint's asking, why bagels? You know, you could have bread, you could have muffins. But Jackson first will have to figure out how to navigate this sort of difficult rack. And we've been talking a lot about tempo. This is where I'd like to see Jackson start playing pretty fast. Saint's been a bit nervous in some of these stream games. It's very tense playing on stream, and he only has 6 minutes left with a lot of the game to go. If Jackson, because he had already been looking at his rack for a couple minutes, if he has an idea in mind, I'd like to see it come down pretty quickly. Sean likes gloms and lawns, which definitely makes sense. Scores a lot. And it still sets up that G where Jackson still holds the case N. So going for ING bingos actually looks very nice, because the 2 I's still remain unseen, but he has the last N. And look what he has set up. Great idea by Sean. Anytime Jackson makes the same play you're thinking of, it's a great idea. Now Noah also likes the idea. So this is very exciting. Yeah, Noah likes the challenge rule. I find it frustrating, but it is what makes the game fun. In the Collins division, which we've seen in some of the afternoons, we might see this afternoon, the Collins, they have a 5-point challenge. So in that case, Jackson might not have played the word. If he did, Saint would have for sure challenged at a risk of only 5 points. The difference between losing 5 points or losing your whole turn is massive, considering the average score for players this caliber is about 30 points. Even higher in the middle of the game, the average gets brought down a bit by small little plays near the end of the game. So maybe not higher on this closed board, but generally higher. Yeah, lesbigay, that would be a fun sort of word within a floater of an I. Saint is now ticking down to about 5 minutes, and in a close game like this, we could see an end game. So I'm already nervous for him. Heather, you said you often get right down to your clock, so you're probably a bit more comfortable in these positions. I tend to play a bit faster earlier and try and leave myself time. He'll play, oh, that's nice. And that's one of those ones that doesn't take an S, surprisingly, I think.
It's an
Yeah,
adjective. It means like askew.
right, awry. That's what it says in Zizva. Nice word knowledge there from you, Heather. I didn't know the meaning, but I did remember from Scrabble that that's one of those ones that doesn't take an S. And Saint has the last S's, so Jackson won't be able to try his usual tricks there. A P for bush pigs, wouldn't that be fun? Uh,
Ooh.
yeah, but I don't think there are. Is there a P out? No, so that's not going to come. Let's see. Oh, the P is on Jackson's rack. Wow, if he were to play that somewhere out in space, maybe.
Yeah, play it out in space, Jackson.
Oh, that would be a lot of fun. Um, so Jackson, I did tell him that I did say that he should play fast, but he can't play recklessly. The previous turn, I wanted to play fast because he'd already been looking at his tiles for several minutes while Saint was thinking. So in that sense, you can play fast. Here, you still have to play informed. There are only 15 tiles in scene, so Saint's clock isn't as problematic as it seemed maybe a couple turns ago. So per V at 12K is what Jackson seems to be thinking. That's to the Y that Saint just floated out there. Okay, there is one potential play that could put the P in space, Pterin, Pterin, through the eye of Dermic. So if we see that, we could see the very fun bush pigs, which I haven't even checked up. It's in the dictionary, but it's such a common word. I would think it has to be, not as two words. Yeah. Okay. So per V makes more sense though. You want to get rid of that V. It's not conducive to having some flexibility. Terran would keep the V and the Z, so two difficult to work tiles. So I don't see any way he makes that play. Although it is the third highest simming play after Pervy and Zip.
Hmm.
Pervy comes down. Saint has his bugs set up on his rack. We have seen 3 great games to start this morning.
I know they've all been close. They've all given us some really interesting decisions to consider and make vicariously.
Yeah, and anytime you watch a game with Jackson, I find you get good games because he's so creative and he rarely blunders. So it just tends to lead to this high level Scrabble, and that's what has him out in first place in this tournament. Although Josh did win his last game, so he's come back to just 1 game behind Jackson. Eric is only 1 game behind Josh, and Saint and Zach Ansel, who is really having a great tournament, are Zach has the same number of wins as Eric. Saint is alone in 5th place at 13 wins. That's the last money position at the moment. There will also be class prizes though. So the top B person in A would be Jonathan Lind right now. So he and Sam right behind him. So lots of players in contention for the money right now. Still a long way to go. We got 1 more game this morning. Matt Canick will be with you for 4 this afternoon, as well as 3 or 4 tomorrow morning to conclude this tournament. I believe 4. Quackle likes Grub here, setting up his case S's. That looks like a great idea. So when you have the final S's, they just hold, or any final tile, they hold so much more power. You can think of tiles as sort of having their own attributes, as if it was a different sort of card game where one tile might allow you to um, play off something extra or block your opponent or whatever the thing could be. So here, what S can do is hook a word like grub. If he doesn't, there are 11 in the bag, by the way. I'll type it out for you now. This is from Saint's perspective. So he's looking at some pretty heavy scoring tiles in the F and the Z, as well as a lot of bingo tiles in the Tinder sort of leave, 2 E's and 2 R's and 2 T's, but those sort of tiles. No problem. Remember, if I forget to tell you, just let me know. You could play hub. You could play rub, also setting up your S if you don't want to play one more tile. I really like the idea of setting up he sets up the H and the S. That's clever. So Vug, if people aren't familiar with these strange words, also takes a back H. And that's going to be a different spot for Jackson sort of to address. He's going to count how many tiles are in the bag. Someone's asking what's in the bag. Once we update it on Quackle, I will figure it out for you. Wow, Jackson knows the S and the H hooks, of course, and I don't
And he
really
doesn't
see a
have
good
those
way.
letters.
Yeah, but he doesn't have those letters exactly. He doesn't have like an O to play a GO word and just sort of go down that way. He could try and go through the P, I guess, but I'm not necessarily seeing a way for him to do it. And now he's sort of covered his tile, so I already forget what he has. Okay, so he's got, looks like he wants to play Redfin. Oh, wow, through the Eye of Dermic. And that's probably enough points that I think he'd be in a great position. I think he has to just leave that spot and say, if I get hit, okay. The problem is
Right.
there's a lot of bingos Saint could have. He doesn't have one on his rack, but he could have something like Bestirs, something sort of like that. And that's what Jackson's trying to figure out. Like, do I have to block? Or so with 9 tiles unseen to him, there are 2 in the bag. So there's a lot of different combinations to work through, but he's going to try and figure out how many combinations of those 2 tiles will lead to a bingo for Saint, and then that'll help inform his decision on whether he needs to block. So I think this is a turn he should take a lot of time on. Saint will either have a bingo that he probably sees really quickly or he won't. So I don't think there's any reason to rush Saint here. Although Saint might have to play 2 turns if Jackson plays sort of a blocky turn, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds, it's not speed playing him here, it's making the best decision. This is a very difficult word. People are pointing out how, does Bisty fit in TWL? Yeah, and Redfin, okay. So people were pointing out how this obscure word of BHISTI is Collins only, but with an ES ending, it is an NWL. So if Jackson puts the E into space for Redfin, Saint would have it. And for a second there, he had that word lined up on his rack. I don't know if he was just going through iterations or if he actually saw it. But Jackson's in a lot of trouble here. Pistis is a very low probability word. I don't know if Saint will know it. If he's unsure of it, though, he'd still be able to try it. And being down all those points after Redfin, he would have to try it. Unless he found some really clever way to go through Vug. I guess, yeah, he could play Bish and Vug. So Bish scores 6, 7, 8, 12, 36, 37, 39, 40, 44 points. So even if Jackson plays Redfin and Saint plays Bish, leaving SIT, it's going to depend if what Jackson draws after Redfin, if he can go out. So let's look over the bag now And in the bag is ER, I believe. So ER plus after Redfin, ZT. So the ZT though would be very difficult to fit on this board to go out. So it's not looking great for Jackson, but we've seen him pull out more difficult wins than this. Okay, Bisty is only 10,000 in NWL, Wolfram's pointing out. So he's saying he should know it. I did know it, and I like to think I would have found it. So that leads me to believe Saint is likely to find it, but again, I don't necessarily know how many words he knows. This is difficult. As a streamer, it's hard because we're going back and forth between both players' positions. Of course, when they're playing the game, they get to focus a lot more on their own turn. Adam likes nerds. Both Adams like nerds. Okay. Trying to see where you guys want to play nerds.
Through the E and Pervy, I think.
Under Pervy? Oh, through Pervy. Oh, I see. So I guess the problem... Oh, no, that leaves FED. That's sort of nice. Jackson would have to see if Saint could have a response to hit that Z that would be out there. So with ER plus all of his tiles, are we seeing potential sort of responses that could make it to the triple word score? Yeah, I'm not seeing one right away. So for that reason, I like this idea by the Adams in the chat. It doesn't mean it's not there. Almost Shiraz.
You could come under Vug and do Zest, I think, is what the big fear.
Oh, right. Yes.
I think.
Okay. So if he had the E and the T, and Jackson knows he has probably both S's after Vug, I don't think he would play that without both, and he probably thinks he has the H as well, unless he thought Saint just overlooked it. So he's going to play Redfin.
So now will Saint see?
Now the
no
whole game comes down to word knowledge. Your least favorite part of this game, but a very important one regardless.
Yes, here's where it really comes into play. When games are won or lost on word knowledge, it's heartbreaking for me, but I have to concede that that is a very important part of the game, and have lost many a game because of it.
Yeah, my word knowledge has gotten a lot stronger. I'm now pretty competitive in some of those airlift quizzes, and yet, even if your word knowledge feels pretty strong, generally when you're sitting at the board, it feels very different. And we'll see if he considers this beastie's word. How beastly will he be? Let's see. I think we're going to know very quickly if...
So no, he's not trying beastie.
Oh, he's going to play hiss. But even that might put him in a pretty good position. It's going to score a lot. It's leaving BIT. I thought he might play
Yeah, Bish would have been made more sense to
but
us
he has
at this
Z
point,
for...
but-
No, he can't do this. He has Z for 32. This isn't going to be enough. So for a moment when Saint was flipping through his tiles, he sort of had that beasties lined up, but I think it was just sort of a fluke. He didn't even come back to it here. You know, it might have been if we told him there was a bingo there, he might have found it.
Right.
With those tiles, they don't look like bingo tiles.
No, and with his time, if he hasn't found it at that point, he's not going to find it. So he's got to have his play
Well,
ready.
yeah, and the E wasn't available until Jackson played it. So like he had just spent all this time. Oh, he's pulled it back. But is it just to change what he? Well, that's not even a word.
Whoops. Maybe
Unless
he'll
I'm crazy.
pull that other S off as well.
Yeah, if he puts the H, it's a bit better, but
You only have 30
Jackson
seconds.
might even just accept it and play Z just because.
Does Jackson have a win here?
Yeah, Z scores
Okay.
32, so it's just too much for Saints unless there's some huge hit for Under Yokius scores a lot.
I see.
Um,
Okay. So that's why he wanted to keep that age.
um, I'm not crazy. Biss is phony, right? Yeah, there's no Biss. So
But
Jackson now just has to do some math, and
is he on
if
hold?
you're trying to
We
beat
don't know if he's
Jackson,
on hold.
trying to get him to do a math calculation is not the way you can beat him because his math is just so strong. Um, yeah, this is not a word, at least not in our lexicon. And I know Jackson knows this isn't a word. We could still see him challenge it. Even like, so then it becomes Heather, like, do you let it go because you're going to win with Z and just not worry about spread? Or do you think, you know what, this is a big tournament, that those extra 30, 40 points of
Hmm.
spread, even more actually, because all those points plus, oh no, Jackson won't go out next turn, sorry. Um, so it will be still a significant amount of spread. Uh, he'll take his time here.
Right now, that score, I believe, does not reflect Saint's latest play, so that he's up 3 points over
Uh,
Jackson. Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
right?
That
But
score assumes that the play was
it,
accepted.
yeah, so we don't know if he's on hold. He Saint may be on hold,
Actually,
and
if I'm
Jackson
not
may be
mistaken,
thinking,
Heather, you don't have to say hold when the bag is empty.
no? Okay.
You only say hold earlier in the game to stop your opponents from drawing more tiles. Um, so that's actually the point of the hold process. So it's one of these rules most players don't know about. But as far as I
Okay.
know,
So yeah, he has
you
decided to challenge.
don't have to hold. Yeah, so that's a good challenge by Jackson. Like he knows that if he got this wrong, he would
Ugh,
lose to hit.
Saint's like,
Um, so great job by Jackson there. I think most players would have left it and just sort of won off the spread,
wow,
but
a game turning.
but
That's a turning point.
absolutely. But he has to play Z, not Zep. It scores more anyway, so he would. But uh, you never know. You challenge that
Ugh.
off. You play Zep, and then he finds beasties, and you lose. So uh, okay, hiss. That's a word. Um, I guess still not seeing that Bish play, but regardless, Jackson is gonna squeak out a victory. We said he wasn't in a great position, but that we've seen him pull out crazier ones. Uh, this time it was just a miss of a very sort of obscure word on a rack that didn't really look bingo prone. And Z loses after the accepted Biss. I was misreading the chat, who I thought was doing the work for me. So that's why he had to challenge. Now says how. I'm not sure if he would have lost after that. Regardless, it wasn't a word. Jackson knows his four-letter words so well, and so he decided just to challenge that off.
Mhm.
Yes, Cesar points out the reason he played Biss is he liked the sequence of hiss and then abyss and then hit up top because he thought that was the only way he was going to get enough points to win. Um, so Biss is Biss is like a great idea if it's a word. It just wasn't. And so I just want to ask our producer, are we sticking around the board? Are we doing an interview or are we cutting away? Um, Heather, your final thoughts on this game as we wait for that answer.
So I'm still not sure. Did Saint have a winning sequence of plays at the end? If he had opted for a different, well, anything other than a phony. If he had played
Well, the
his,
Beasties was his win that he missed. Um, that
but no,
obscure word.
let's say outside of that,
Right.
if this is the
Um,
bingo, instead of this, is there another four-letter word that he can play there?
it didn't look like it
Or
to me because Jackson was going to have Z or Zep, and if he played Bish, for example,
Mhm.
the other tiles just didn't score very much.
So he just wasn't
Um,
going to get there.
so I wasn't seeing it, but like, you know, you and I are sitting here um, trying to keep track of all the action. It's tough to also go through all those different sequences. Maybe Noah Slackoff, who's doing Quackle, can help try and answer that question for us. Um, Now they're discussing all these positions, including, oh, Jackson's suggesting hiss maybe instead of hiss to set up BIS there. Was that enough? Doesn't look like it would be enough to me just from a glance, but again, I haven't done the math. Um,
It looks like they're, oh, okay. I thought they were maybe just going to play it out from hiss to see what would happen. Yeah.
right. And now he's pointed out why he wanted to play BIS because of that hit spot. Noah, I think, says no here. He doesn't think there was a win except for
Okay. Except for
Beasties.
Beasties.
So honestly, if there's no win, and even if you think BIS is only like a 4% chance of being good, a 2% chance of being good, you know, you just sort of maybe have to try it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he thought, you know, Jackson would just sort of be afraid. We are going to get Saint's thoughts. They're still discussing here, but in a couple minutes, we will have him in for an interview. So it'll be nice to hear what he has to say. What other turns would you want to ask Saint about?
Hmm.
Well, there was that triple he didn't see.
I don't know if I want to be the one to share that
No, me
news.
neither. He's probably already
We can
checking on
ask
his
him.
phone.
We'll say there was a triple. Any idea what it might be? Any at all?
The
Uh,
infixed to infixed hook, I want to
yes.
know. And
I
then
mean, that
outpaved,
made sense
if he
to
would have
me, but
challenged
it's
that.
not challenge. Oh, yeah, outpaved. Dermick early on was definitely one with which
True, yeah.
turned out to be in his favor, but didn't necessarily make the most obvious sense. I think it ended up working out. He did draw the blank, I think, after the turning over those 5 tiles.
Oh, and
Oh,
name. Good point by Noah. Name instead of
name. Yes,
no.
that's a good one.
Yeah, so a lot to discuss in this one, actually. He will be with us in just a moment. I'm going to just quickly check the standings as we wait for him to come in. Looks like Eric lost his last game, so he stays at 14 wins, but Zach won his last game. He's at 14. Jackson will go up to 17, so Josh will need a win to stay at 16 to really keep pace. Jackson, just like last year, is starting to pull ahead in this event. Matt has a big walking boot on. Did you see that, Heather? Matt Palazzo just
Matt?
walked through the background with like a big, heavy, like boot, as if she's broken
Oh,
her foot or sprained
you're
something.
right.
So
I don't know anything about that.
yeah, was just wondering because I
Oh,
know you guys are friends.
yes, I was going to say, I haven't seen her in a while, but now that you mention it, I think she has, no, it was her arm. She had sprained or broken her arm not that long ago. My goodness, Matt is having a tough time of it.
Yeah, a tough stretch for Matt, but she still
Hmm.
loves these events. You can see it's on her left foot there. Um, I don't think she's playing. I think she might be helping direct. Uh,
Yeah, it looked like she
could be,
was
yeah,
assisting, wearing her official LetsPlayScrabble.com.
right. She often does a lot of the directing, so we hope she's okay. Um,
Does Sean know anything about Mads?
well, I think he can hear us, so he'll let us know. Sean, I don't see the interview thing open normally before. There we
Oh,
go.
we're here.
Hi, Saint. First of all, congratulations on your nice start to this tournament.
Uh,
Uh, that was a bit of a tough one at the end.
Is your heart still pounding? Are you still sweating?
yeah, I made too many mistakes. I was like, there's some bad positioning, and I think I was like 90% sure infix is not good, but the positioning was so bad I had to play my J, so I couldn't afford to do it. I think that changed the game.
That
and
was
then the
a
last
tough challenge
one,
to make.
Yeah.
I actually thought
yeah,
it might be good.
yeah,
Uh, I I knew that would be a tough challenge for you because it didn't score that much. It's tough to challenge those lower point plays.
yeah.
Um, did
I was
Jackson
like
know if it was phony?
90% sure. Yeah, he knew. So I was 90% sure. I kept writing things down, and I just couldn't get it to challenge because it's tied the game with the J. So I was like, I had to keep it tight.
Right, and you kept good tiles, and you kept yourself
Yeah.
in a fighting chance there. So we get that. We wanted to start on one of your earlier terms of Dermic. Uh, did you think about
Mm.
just playing a bit shorter with Mike, maybe setting up your
I
E,
saw
leaving
Mike.
ice?
I didn't. I saw it and I ranged it, but I like was afraid of the double double by Jackson when he drew 6. So I want to keep it tighter with the IC, and then I want to turn more tiles to get a blank. That was
Right.
tough though. So I ranged Mike, but it's like my car mice. It's like too many things open easily.
Yeah,
So
there's
it's
a
like
lot of
I
backups
wanted
to
to.
Mike. That's a
Yeah.
good
So
point. The
like
E, the
Dermic.
A, the K, the S.
Yeah, I didn't like that positioning. So I thought Dermic actually make it close, like 50 to 70 something. So I was still within like 20 something, and then if I can hit like Yuka to go up, and then I'm in like a good spot. So I shaped the board that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Yuka was a great play. I also want to point out you're getting a lot of love in the chat for your suit. Nice to see you looking like a professional
Thanks.
here. It's looked really nice on stream. Heather, you had a question on one of the plays you wanted to ask about.
Well, I I missed a triple triple when I was being streamed a few
Yeah,
weeks.
we saw after Jackson
You
told
did.
me if
Mm.
the blank was an S, I might have like arranged it, but yeah, it's like leaky soy. Were
Yeah,
there other
which
ones?
That
no,
was
that
the
was it.
that was it.
Okay. Yeah,
I
if it's
was
like
wondering if it
Liquitos,
came
I
up.
probably would have like arranged it and tried, but this one was like too
That would have been
complicated.
nearly impossible to find with the
Yeah.
two blanks. It's just
Yeah.
so much to sort of figure out there. One more turn
Yeah.
before we let you go. The Neem turn. Did you see that you could have played off your U there? Neum instead? Or Geum?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. I was so
That's
happy to
okay.
find something
Yeah, no, like you,
over
you found the
there.
right spot on the board. It was a good idea. It,
And then I drew a
this
Q.
was a tough game.
And then you
You
did it.
got,
So we thought maybe you had that incredible foresight that you knew the cue was coming out
Well,
into
I
your
knew
hand.
Q was still there, but I didn't know it coming out into my hand. I was actually
yeah,
saving
it
like
worked out
Juga type
well.
of
I
thing.
said that you held the U, and I had a feeling you were going to draw the Q, and you
Yeah,
did.
we were happy
Um,
for you.
and you and that quite play was beautiful. 4 overlaps,
Mm.
scoring
Yeah.
57 points, and really put Jackson to the test.
Yeah.
On BIS, did you think BIS was a word, or did you just
I couldn't find a win. Like
right?
I
That's what I
wasn't sure
thought
of
maybe.
either Bist or Bist, but I that's the only win because I need to play his for 28 to win by 2. So any
Right.
other things lose. And
Yeah.
then but I didn't see Bisties, which is also bad. I was so
Oh, it's not bad. No.
torn on that spot that I created because I think that the problem is maybe I should have played the I instead because maybe US, but I kept HISS, which I thought it's like I'm guaranteed to go
No,
there.
we love to play a VOG.
Yeah.
You kept great
What did I
tiles,
keep?
the H and the S. Jackson didn't really have a good
Yeah.
way to approach it. If you had drawn a bit differently, you could
Yeah.
have hit Basters. There was like, not with the
Yeah.
H, but there was options you could have drawn into, and we loved the idea of you setting up things with your case S's and H. So I
Yeah.
thought you really did a lot of really good stuff in this game, and
Yeah.
uh,
I think I kept the B, right? So I think Vic might be better then. I was running out of time on the between the two, but I think you probably saw it
yeah,
too. But
no, it's
I like
difficult. You were low
the
on clock, but just the idea to set up
yeah.
down there where he wasn't going to be able to address it
Yeah.
was really smart.
Yeah,
And
I like the VUG edge hook. That's why I played Vig instead of Vak instead of
right,
Vig. But if I guess the other one is like if I knew I can get like Bush, but I needed still
the U. And if he had
the
played Bateran
yeah
instead of Redfin, you would have had Bush Pigs. So we were sort of hoping to see that sequence come
Wow.
out, but that
Wow.
that didn't come to be. We want to thank you for coming into the booth,
Yeah.
and don't be hard on yourself. You did so many good things in that game, and we're going to wish you luck the rest of the way.
It was a great
Yeah.
game for
And did
us
you
to watch.
guys see he blocked Lonnie and Balmy for like 1,000,000 points?
Yeah.
That was sad. So if I challenged the infix, I would have had that. So that was
Yeah,
bad.
those challenges are so difficult. That's how double challenge works. It really puts you to the test. Uh, yeah, that's a tough one. I thought maybe it's good.
Yeah.
Unfixed is good, right? So that makes
Yeah, yeah.
infixed
So
so
I
hard to
wrote it
know.
down and I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not good, but I can't afford to lose it if it's good.
Okay, well, we are going to head to our last game of the
All right.
day before lunch. So good luck in that one, and
Okay.
we hope to see you on stream again soon.
All right. Thank you. Yep.
Thank
Bye.
you. So many people saying such great things about Saint in the chat. What a nice interview.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah.
I feel like I hate pointing out his misses because, like I said, he also did so many good things in that game. And there's the pressure of playing on stream, the pressure of playing against the #1 player right now in the tournament in Jackson. There's the pressure of the clock. There's the pressure of there's just like 100,000 words that could possibly come up.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure. So to
It's
play
very,
on stream,
yeah, to play
uh,
on stream and not get distracted by that, to know that Jackson is your opponent, to have to decide whether or not to challenge one of his words. I mean, that did turn out to be a bit of a turning point in the game, as Saint acknowledged, but he made a very reasonable decision to just play on in that moment and,
absolutely.
and get his points, keep it tight. So to say that it was, a mistake, it's really hard to even say that. Unless you know 100%, you have to make those
He
decisions
was at
based on,
90% though, Heather. At
yeah,
90%,
90, you should just go do it.
I think he
Yeah.
has to make the challenge, unfortunately for him. I think you have to pull the trigger. If he said 75%, then I think you have to leave it. It's so close and it's so hard to decide. We're, we're going to go to a short break, and then our last game of the morning is going to be the top 2 players in the field. Our 2 tall friends from Montreal here on LetsPlayScrabble.com. And we are back. I'm Jared Capel here with Heather McCall. This is our last game of the morning, and the last game Heather and I will be calling in this tournament. Matt Canick will be taking you through the rest of the way. Josh will be going first in this one. Just a quick update on the standings here in NWL. Jackson now has a 2-game lead over Josh, so this is a huge game. If Jackson were to pull out a 3-game lead with 8 games to go, it would be very difficult for anyone to catch him. Just behind Josh at 14 wins is Eric and Zach. And at 13 wins, we have 4 players, Joey Kravchik, Jonathan Lind, who's really pulled up in the standings, Saint, who we've just seen, and Joel Sherman. So Josh is going first here, which gives him a nice advantage. I think I've heard the player going first wins about 55% of the time, and he'll open vertically as he's wont to do with Biz. So that looks like a pretty obvious choice, leaving Star a very balanced leave. Jackson's probably going to play Koki, C-O-Q-U-I. There it comes. That would play with B-I. So a couple obvious plays for these high-level players here to start. Almost looks like Bizquick, which is that a type of syrup, I think? Not a Scrabble word, just sort of riffing here. No, he won't play Koki. He'll hang on to it and play Wiz. So I just started by saying that was an obvious choice to play Koki, and instead he plays off Wiz hanging on to those tiles. What do you guys think about that one in the chat? Maybe Jackson's just trying to keep things closed. My instinct definitely would have been to drop the Q, play off 5 tiles, even if the WI leave is unappealing. Heather, would you have played Wiz there, or would you have played Koki, C-O-Q-U-I to B-I? Might have some audio problems with Heather, so Josh is writing something on his rack, and I don't see his tiles right now. It seems like he's covered them up a bit inadvertently. As a streamer, Josh should know better, so when you see him, make sure to rip on him for this terrible stream etiquette. Okay, so Heather, as we can't see, there are Josh's tiles. He has AAHPRST. He's writing down tiles, which I think gives Jackson a bit of an edge here, knowing that Josh is pretty close to bingos. What he's writing here are possible 8-letter bingos, probably, through the I, through the B. Warpaths would be fun. Doesn't quite fit. Nice find by Brian Levitt in the chat. I guess he could play it singularly, but that wouldn't make any sense. He could keep things very closed, like playing something like Ahi and hanging on to traps and setting up a back hook for his S with AB. This is tough. Are there any 6-letter words ending in A on his rack? If he had them, that would be a nice play. So he will keep things shut like I suggested. Yeah, Parashot, is that the word, Zev? And hello to Slugbiker, my friend from the crossword world, also a great Scrabble player.
That was my play.
That was Crane's play. So Crane should be at Board 1, Division 1. Unfortunately, he's in Toronto instead of Albany.
Did you hear that through my headphones?
I did, yeah.
Oh,
Well,
okay, good to know.
Oh, you have headphones on, and I still heard that. Wow.
I know, and you've been hearing him making oatmeal, and he can't stay silent.
Well, there's never a bad time to get some Crane action. So, nice find by Crane and by Josh there. Yeah, he passed up Koki's last turn. Now, I don't think he has a choice but to play it. He'd play it at the front of... Oh, he's going to play vocab. He refuses to open this board for Josh. This feels like he's made a very stylistic decision on both of his turns. Both times, I would think, I don't really like this cue. Let's just get rid of it. Jackson thinks, I don't want to give much to Josh. He was clearly fishing with AH. QUIS can work out really well, but especially when you draw that E. What else is he going to draw? A blank? No, a T. E, T. Okay, that is definitely a nice draw for Jackson. Equites is the word. It would slot an E into the triple triple lane, but it would bingo for quite a lot of points. So, and that's going to play in 2 spots, beneath whiz and hooking vocab. So, very clever little play there from Jackson. Not the way I was looking at it, but I definitely see the merit in his idea. Now, Josh continues to write. By the end of this game, he'll have a whole novel there. But what he won't have is any sort of a bingo on this turn, not with 3 R's.
And I can't imagine 2 players at the A level who would know each other's games and
Great
styles
point.
and quirks as Josh and Jackson are familiar with one another.
Yeah, they've been friends for so long and they've played so many sets, especially now that they're both living in Montreal. They've been meeting up for sets to prepare for these big tournaments this summer. They've played hundreds of games over the boards against each other. And they know each other so well. There's so much trickery going on, so much mind games, and then meta mind games where they know the player is going to think something, so they're actually going one level deeper. It can give you a headache just to try and keep up. There's so much pressure on the line. You know, it's very competitive. I feel like people always have someone in Scrabble who's sort of their Scrabble rival, who they always want to do better than that person. And in this case, Jackson and Josh are just so evenly matched. Here, I think Josh probably should just play pro. It really doesn't give much back. If he draws an E, he'd be pretty good position to bingo going forward. He could go longer with like Parrot or Raptor. Raptor, like the Toronto Raptors shirt I was wearing yesterday. And right before Sean comes up with this
Oh,
beautiful
sorry, Sean. I
emoji
stole your
laden
thunder.
idea, I blow it. I apologize. And I love that cute little green raptor. I think that would make a nice tattoo. Yeah, Parrot versus Pro, Ryan, that sort of looks like what I'd be debating. Jerry wonders about pars and vocabs. You could play it that way. That becomes very stylistic. Do you want to break up this nice rack? It definitely scores more, and RT is still nice. He's going to exchange. I would definitely play Pro before exchanging. It does score 10. The double R is bad, but is RSTA 10 points worse than with the P? I don't think so. So yeah, Jackson gets equites down here, and Josh didn't quite draw what he wanted. I don't think the second R versus the P was worth 10 points here. Like something like spratted, I don't think is a word. So a big early lead for Jackson. That Q triples. That's a big bingo. That's 102 points. I'm like double checking the score to see if that's right. I know the Q's 30. I know you get 50, but it still doesn't feel like that's a 100-point play. But there you go, 102. That blows this game wide open, 130 to 45. So we will see how Josh reacts to this spot. Sometimes when you're down huge, you hate taking out that triple lane because you sort of want it for yourself. But I feel like you have to play there just because if you don't, you're leaving it for Jackson. Unless he can find a really creative way to sort of open a second lane. I just love watching both these players play on stream. Jackson is just so creative and consistent, and I can say the exact same thing for Josh. Despite me having a different interpretation on the pro versus exchange, idea. I just find these two consistently when I stream games are making the best play nearly every time. Um, Alex, yeah, sprat is good. Sprat is like a noun though, like a food. Um, Josh works in the food sector. I think he's gonna
He's gonna
try it. He's
try
gonna try
it.
it. These are the mind games. I don't think it's gonna stay on the board. We will see. Is Jackson? Yeah, he looks like I saw his lips say hold there. Oh, sprat's a fish. Yeah, I knew it was some sort of a food. And a quick challenge. Oh, Josh looks surprised.
Oh boy.
I think he thought that was a word. This game is going to get out of hand pretty quickly. Heather, sorry, that bell sound was my software warning
Okay.
me of a virus. I got an email and I don't know. That
Okay,
was
just
me.
couldn't be too sure.
So the score is not updated yet on the screen, but it is 130 to 45. Jackson now knows Josh's rack, which gives him even more power. Josh also has already used a lot of clock. He's down to 1629.
Mm.
Didn't realize he'd used so much time. Jackson has to feel really good right now. Robin's teasing you a bit there, Heather.
Yeah,
Oh, it is
no.
there. Okay.
I had my oatmeal a while back, luckily. So
Yeah, we have so many talented female players here in Toronto, not just Robin and Fern, who we can see right now, but also, I said not Robin and Fern, not Robin and Heather, but also Fern. Now, is this another phony? Neon?
oh my goodness.
Neon is good.
Yeah.
Okay. Some colors take ED. I find not always. Neon is, that looks really funny to me, but it is valid. Uh, hopefully Josh knows that's valid.
Josh has not hit his clock, or is that just a?
It's Josh's turn. Jackson
Oh, okay.
played Neon because
Sorry.
Josh lost
That's right.
the challenge. So yeah, it's an adjective. It's definitely not a noun. Neonine wouldn't make any sense, but neon as an adjectival form. Josh will play Tad. Josh will need to draw some vowels, and if he does, he'll be in a good spot to bingo with the vocabs and weds hooks. And Jackson's ugly draw there will give Josh some life. We'll see if Jackson can find a play better than an exchange here, holding 3 O's. No, neon's not a color. It's like a description sort of colors. I wasn't so precise with my words there. He'll play groove. Yeah, that's definitely better than exchanging. And it'll keep him in a nice groove. It'll also give Josh some floaters, which might be helpful, but I do see a common 7-letter word on his rack. Not sure if you found it yet, Heather. There are 2, so there's the one common one, and then the other one. Yeah, neon's a gas also. Is that why it takes an ED form? Like argon, another noble gas, wouldn't be a word that I know.
I admit I am not seeing a 7. There you go. Aha.
Alex just threw it into the
Departs.
chat of departs. And petard, as in that expression, hoisted by my own petard. So that's the only way that word still seems to show up in English. But petard originally meant an explosive. So if you were hoisted by your own explosion, I don't think it would end too well for you, would it?
No, you'd be way beyond hoisted, I would imagine.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, NWL is hard. Some of these words take an ED form. Neon, yeah, it's taking the ED for the gas form, but like I said, argon is not there, so difficult. Sean is pointing out in our production chat that he liked Doni better than Neon, and that makes sense for the reason of saving an extra consonant, the N. Josh does find the harder to find bingo of petards. It scores a bit less because he is putting that P not on the multiplier square, but in the triple lane, thinking it's a bit more defensive. I think I might actually play it the other way with departs. Triple triples are probably actually more likely with the P in the second position than the D. The D, you'd have to start it with a vowel, but obviously you could end more words in ED. So because it's sort of close in that sense, I would play departs, but small difference there. Chakra, someone saw in the chat. Nice,
Ooh,
Wes.
nice. Hmm.
Yeah, English is a very difficult language. I see the chat really seeing that. Oh, maybe Slugbiker thinks he's setting up triple triples rather than being afraid of Jackson hitting them. So that's also a nice idea of why you might play petards. Yeah, German may be a bit less random than English in that sense. A lot of compound words in that language. English is tough because we take words from so many other languages, you know, Latin, French, Spanish, German, a whole slew of different languages. And because of that, different words take different forms, and then the dictionary is just not consistent. Instead of going through a sort of logical approach as to why words are there, they just sort of take words based on if they show up in source materials. So I do believe in sort of the blanket rule approach, saying like all nouns that end in O, like potato, can be spelled ES or just OS, instead of making players memorize which words the dictionary accepts. I know other people are very against that thought, so that's one of those controversies that Scrabble players love to jump on.
Now it looks
But
like Jackson has set up Hopak on his rack with the C
yeah,
in there. Is it also good with the C?
I don't know it with the C. I don't think so. I hope he doesn't try that. No, not good with the C. When you're ahead, the last thing you want to do is phony and give your opponent a chance to come back. The highest scoring play is Copra, which I believe is a snake, Coprah. The same letters also form car hop, and that would be a bit more defensive, not sort of floating tiles out to the right side of the board. Josh has fomented, and it's going to be blocked by this play of Copra, the highest scoring play. So 51 points, while still keeping AK. Very, very nice. So consistent, Jackson. And Josh, if fomented was blocked, does he have a bingo through the A? That's definitely the most promising one. I think someone in the chat saying that's the only bingo or the only spot for fomented. So I'm not sure if there's one through the A. Nope. Knowing Josh, he'll be looking through double doubles. Not even double doubles, disconnected bingos, I should say, through the O and the R of groove and petards, and the R and the A of petards, and the G and the T. That's some like really high level stuff, the sort of content play that Josh thrives on. Okay, this is the only possible 8 for this rack. So interesting to see what he'll do here. I think he's going to take a lot of time and add to his novel there. The one reason I think you have to be careful about writing down in situations like this is if you don't write down on every turn, it really signals to your opponent that you're close, and it allows them to make adjustments. So if you're going to do this where you write down on certain turns but not others, you should at least mix in writing down on some turns where you're not actually close so that they can't get a proper read on you. But like you said, Heather, these players know each other so well, so these mind games might not be necessary. You could play Famed. That's sort of the obvious looking play. It would start a double lane, but that's where Jackson's going to sort of respond if you play out there. So Josh still has 12 minutes, and I think he's going to use a lot of time here because the A really does look promising despite not leading to any bingos.
Yeah, Wes
And
pointed out that draftman. That is possibly what Josh is thinking about.
that's a
Right
much better
now.
phony, I think.
Yeah.
Better than the spratted one, which just didn't sound good to me. Draftmen, though, I'd have a harder time pulling the challenge on that because, you could just use it in a sentence so easily.
Yeah, and if he doesn't bingo on this turn, I don't know what, I mean, to play through that A, you kind of want to stay away from there because
Right.
there's
He does
nothing.
have the other lane being hooking wed to weds and copra to copras, so there are lanes, but the lanes would require bingos to start with an S, and he doesn't have
Which
an
he
S, he
doesn't
has a
have.
blank.
Mhm.
Yeah, this is tough. Cesar is killing it in the chat. When he is a terrible rack, he just writes
Is
some
there is
very
there a
self.
strategy between Cesar switching between accounts? Does he have dual personalities that he wants to express
Domino
in
14,
his
I think,
chat?
is his regular um, online handle. It's what he used when he streams, and
It's like
I
his
think on
alter ego.
his alter ego, yeah. Was he writing under his own name earlier, maybe?
Earlier today, yeah, he was.
Yeah. I know some people, it would just depend which device they're on. Maybe their computer is logged on to one name and their phone to another. Um, yeah, what do you have to lose after playing Draftman? The game. Uh, that is a nice response. I think it looks like only one person is actually trying to think about what to play here, and
Okay,
oh, this is
he's gonna
coming.
give it a go.
Draftman. Jackson's looking at it funny. He never will give you the full response, Jackson, until you actually hit the clock. But I also know Jackson pretty well, as I know Josh pretty well, and I think he's challenging here. I don't think he likes it. He's definitely gonna have to think about it. It looks
Yeah,
plausible, but
and okay, he did hit his clock.
also when we were talking about lanes, there's a huge lane down the second column forming NE sort of words, ED. Somehow we were both overlooking that. So the board is definitely has bingo potential. Josh is on hold. Jackson is shaking his leg. I still think this one's coming off, but situationally, it's a tough challenge with the score here with Jackson holding the X.
Yeah, I mean, Josh did spend his blank. It was likely going to result in a bingo at some
Yeah,
point.
exactly. So what Jackson wants to do is see, well, was there another bingo that he had? Like, uh, would he have not just played that other obvious one? And then Jackson's going to write down the alphagram being the letters of that word in order. So ADEFMNRT. And then he'll also write out the singular of draft man to see if those letters in that order look familiar. Knowing that that's how Jackson studies words, when you're trying to figure out if it's good, you want to write it out and see if it looks funny. And so you'll see him doing that right now. Wow, Robin throwing down the crazy word knowledge. So draftsman, and it's spelled AUGHT, but that's just a different spelling of draft. Like if you order a draft beer at the bar, is good. Draftsman with the inserted S, but not without it. Wow. Intimidating to go against a player with the word knowledge of someone like Robin. Jackson, I was pretty confident he was going to challenge. Now I'm a bit less confident, but I'll write out the alphagrams for you in the chat, and you'll tell me if you think this looks familiar for those of you who have studied. To me, those both look pretty funny, so I hope. Why isn't Josh drawing? Obviously, he could take his provisional tiles, but if the challenge is lost and he puts the Jackson gets the opportunity to see the tiles, which gives Jackson more information as to. I guess not, because a full bingo was played. So Jackson already knows what he has. Josh should definitely be drawing. Could be some of those. Did he only draw half his tiles? That's what it looked like to me.
That is weird. That's even weirder.
That is the epitome of mind games. One game against me, Josh drew
What would
like
that be
all of
about?
his tiles, but he specifically didn't look at one. He kept it flipped backwards as if to mess me up, and I completely ignored him. I was like, "You do what you want. I do not care." Yeah, no, it does give Jackson a bit of information. I agree. After a bingo, it actually doesn't give too much information here. It's not an underdraw.
Underdraw.
I guess.
For the longest time, you weren't able to draw any tiles until your opponent had either challenged or not challenged.
Oh,
and made
really?
that definitive decision. Yeah, so that could be just a habit. I know I am and it's also become a bit of a superstition. I feel like, no, I have to wait until my opponent has made this decision before I get to see tiles, and seeing them early it feels weird. So that may be Josh's reaction too. He just
Yeah.
doesn't
At
want
the end of the
to count
day,
his chickens.
Josh is the one low on clock, though. So
Yeah, you're right.
sometimes
It
I might
does
not draw
benefit
right
them
away,
to
especially in a
tile.
casual game. In a tournament, like every second matters.
Right.
You should take the 10 seconds or so to give your opponent the chance to challenge, just like proper etiquette. But after that, I think you should be drawing. And what if he got another difficult rack with something like Draftman, where he had to decide, like,
Yep.
use this clock?
So did he draw 3 tiles, saw that they were good and synergistic, and said, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop.
No, like when they're synergistic, that's when you need more time to think about it, because there's more possibilities.
Bit of a mystery.
Yeah. So I guess all those rules were before I started playing live in tournaments. I think my first one was 2014, 9 years ago. By then, you already. And he challenged, yeah. I thought he would just not like it. I thought I saw a little something in his face. Sometimes you think you're getting a read on someone and you really aren't. But great challenge by Jackson. That's such a tough challenge, because if he's wrong, it evens the game. Josh is laughing. He knew that wasn't good. But he felt he had to, or maybe not. Maybe he didn't know it wasn't good. His reaction indicates to me he didn't like it. Jackson can breathe again. And that is really tough for Josh now, because now not only does Jackson have the lead and a nice tile like the X, but he can really start to close this board on Josh as much as he can. Although, like we said, there are many lanes, so he might just look to score here. Like Barracks is sort of the equity play, but then he has to go, okay, all those tiles that Josh had plus an I that I'm putting out there, is that giving a bingo? I already forget what Josh's rack was. So it's, so now you'd have to look at, I'll put this in the chat. You guys see a bingo there with the I. So that's what Jackson would be thinking about as he looks to play Varix. And so he's going to play it in the more defensive spot.
Or not.
He's pulling it back, so he's thinking about it. There's no bingo from that I there. So at least in a one-turn sequence, you can take the points with Varrics a point higher. Getting rid of the A is also nice though, because he has 2 of them. But the extra points look good to me. 8 more points. So
Mhm.
he will make the play that I do like there, but they both had their merits. And now Josh. Truthmane's asking, what's the deal with showing letters you throw back in? If you've drawn any provisional tiles, you're required to show them to your opponent. And that's all that it is, just a rule. So Josh had drawn 3 tiles, so he showed them to Jackson before putting them back into the bag. So what does Josh do now? It's really tough to have a plan here, Heather, because now Josh knows that Jackson knows that Josh has a blank. So some of the sort of tricks he might look to do to set up his blank nicely are going to be harder to pull off with Jackson being ready for such sort of moves. Yeah, 2 phonies by Josh in this one. I honestly think both of them might have been intentional. Now he's going to play a word here that doesn't take a back S hook. You could have played mend, which would have taken an S hook, which maybe works out better for you, but the F is an uglier tile, so I think that's why he went this approach. Not sure about that. He could also play mend above Varrics, but that's difficult. Or Fiod was suggested by David in the chat. And Jackson can play Larker. These ER words are tough. Is Josh gonna hold this one?
Yeah, that looks really weird to me, Larker.
Yeah, I just checked it. It is good. I'm glad I'm not at Josh's position. He's already lost 2 challenges. This one is valid. And Jackson will not waste time. Good for him. Doesn't have to play mind games. He's ahead. He's probably pretty confident on this one. I don't think he would have played any word he wasn't confident on, at least not that quickly. So a larker is just one who larks, one who frolics. The dictionary is so inconsistent with which verbs take the ER form, isn't it?
Yeah, I literally learn new words every day that I play Scrabble, either from opponents or computers. It never ceases to amaze me the oddness of some of them as well.
Right. And some of these words that you think you're learning, well, you've probably already learned them 3 times over the
Yeah, yeah,
20 or 30 years you've been playing competitive Scrabble,
still
and
looks
you
strange.
just forget them. I'm sure I've seen larkers, but would I have known 100%? I would have been like, ah. And then neon just looked terrible to me, but it turns out it's an adjectival form of the gas. Hopefully, by talking about it on stream, it'll stick more in my
Oh,
head. But
getting a
Josh is
challenge
going
from
to lose his
Josh.
3rd challenge of the game. Despite him losing this challenge, I think it's a good idea to challenge here. If you're not certain of it, you're down so much, you need a challenge. I actually think, despite losing 3 challenges, I I don't mind his lost challenges this year. He was down a lot after that Equates 104-point bingo. So I think he tried 2 bingos that he knew weren't good. You don't have to be in such dire straits. You don't have to take that approach. But if they stand, they're such a big swing. So
Mm.
um, I can't be too hard on him here, despite obviously losing 3 challenges is brutal. And I didn't even notice when he challenged there, but he has both blanks. Uh, so
I'd like to
I
think that he looked to see if he had a bingo and
Oh,
didn't
he did. He would have had
find
Freeman, for example, with NE and EN. So that spot is now taken out. So I think maybe his thought there was that bingo would only score 70, sort of, and then he'd still be down 60. and he just didn't like Larker. If you don't like Larker, I think you have to challenge because just one bingo might not be enough. But if you're sort of on the fence and you have a bingo, I think maybe you play it. Players here are talking about a lot of the mind games about showing tiles that you know they're in the bag anyways. They're not on your rack, but there is some sort of minuscule advantage to seeing it. And regardless, like I said, it's the rule, so it has to be played. Jackson fishes off 2 consonants. Will Jackson is surfmen like surfs? The SER sign, is that a word? No. So Josh has the F in his hand. I'm just trying to see if he has bingos. Not sure if anyone else saw one. There's none that starts with an S. Oh, but he has the I to start words with. No, I don't think he's going to find one there. So he's going to play theme. So this scores really nicely. And saving himself the double from the I going forward, should it stay open. One reason I didn't love Deft is that it didn't allow him to hook it with an S to make big bingos in that spot. Yeah, the Dire Straits puns are now showing up in the chat. Those bingos, I guess you could say, were not quite the Sultans, but the phonies were certainly the of swing portion of that.
Oh, nice.
I'll do better on my next pun, I promise. So Jackson, of course, takes out the double lane. Why wouldn't he? He also scores. And Josh, despite having both blanks, remember, we can't be counting blanks. It's not enough. There's more to this game than blanks. Although this isn't one where Josh can complain about the luck, having lost 3 challenges. I guess he could play some sort of paranoid word. Paranoia, paranoiac, paranoid. That's what I see first, unless I'm miscounting how many letters are there. Yeah.
Yep, that plays. Adam has also found pianolas. I mean, they're all similar.
Matt will be doing better than me with his puns this afternoon. I think Matt is the cream of the crop when it comes to commentators. I hope one day to be as good as he is. So you guys are in for a treat. There will be 4 games. If Jackson keeps pulling away like this, we might see a lot of Collins. If the standings are closer, might come back to NWL. Jackson, after this win, if he wins, will go up by 3. Also looking at the standings, he has now updated his profile picture with the new hair and hat combination. So very important news there. Mid-tourney changing the picture while doing really well. Now, that is really interesting. Most players are very superstitious, Heather, and if they're doing well, that's not the time to change the picture. But
And
just a side note there.
Some players just eschew all of those sort of, superstitions and rules. And
as you should. I think believing in sort of superstitions works against you,
yes.
But easier said than done. I'm going to update people on the Collins standings quickly. It's very close there. Thomas Renicky and Matthew Tunnicliffe are both at 17.5 and 5.5. Thomas has a huge spread of almost 1,700. And only half a game back, you have Matthew O'Connor and Luke Mann. And then at 16 wins, we see Ben Schoenbrunn and Charles Renicky. So all 6 of those players staying ahead of Adam Logan, staying ahead of Dave Wiegand, staying ahead of Will Anderson. That is something else. Staying ahead of Conrad. There are so many good players in that field. It is very tense. Sean's telling me not to make promises that I can't keep on what's going on in the afternoon. I won't be here. I'm not going to catch any of the afternoon games or tomorrow morning's games live. I'm going to have to watch them on YouTube afterwards. If you want to watch any of the content or any of the other great content on this channel, remember to subscribe. LetsPlayScrabble.com. Also another great site, wordgameplayers.org. Josh is down very low on his clock. He won't take the baby bingos. He's now going to set up an S hook. I still think mend for that reason, but it's pretty small. Deft probably has its own benefits. Jackson's looking to play Pullman, but now that the AA hook came down, he's going to switch it, hook it to a strange word of AAL and play lung. Please in the chat, let us know what you want to see for the afternoon, what you think about this morning stream, anything you want to say, really. Tell us who you're rooting for, maybe who you think's having a really good tournament but aren't quite at the top of the field. Everyone, like I said, is competing against themselves at the end of the day. Oh, thank you, Robin. What a nice comment. So Josh will play session here. He got all the luck, didn't he, Heather? He just played a 3S word here with 2 blanks. Like,
I know. It's one of those games where the score really does not suggest the tile distribution.
no, not at all. Oh, really interesting from Joey there. Pullman doesn't go to Pullmen. That's one of those good things to know. Yeah, Brian suggested session under Tad, which is the play that Josh made. Noah, again, is focusing on some crazy extensions that I would have never known, and Zev wants to see more Adam Logan games. I could see that. Many people think Adam is the best player in North America, but at the moment, if we switch to Collins, I think it'll probably be a focus on the players right near the top. Adam is 2.5 games back, so he's in contention. Depending on who he plays, definitely could see him go on stream, and if he wins a couple more, that would also help his case to get back on stream. Yeah, Pullman, I do think it's the train car. And yeah, Menachem is destroying that B division, and Kyle is still up in the C division. He's got only a 1-game lead now, as Glenn Filzer has closed the gap. And Dathan Lang, one of those young upstarts, is in third, and a couple of local players right behind, Shauna Petrie and Trevor Seeley. Actually, Kathleen Murphy is now in third. She just jumped ahead after winning her last game. The standings are updating as we talk. Truthmain wants to see Castellano. Everyone likes Josh Castellano. Matt's saying we've already seen a few Zach games, so not sure about that. Probably going to see more CSW. Yeah, love to see people sharing their thoughts. So we know Menachem he's only up 2 games, I should say. It's not a full runaway like it appeared before. On his tail is Joel Horn, definitely one of the top players in this division, the 3rd seed, and David Spargo. What a nice guy. Hope everyone's gotten a chance to meet him. As well as, is it pronounced Tijan? Tijan? I'm not sure on that one, but he also is at 16 wins in 4th place. And then in 5th place, Heather, a fellow commentator, Hannah Lieberman. So she's having a great tournament, 15.5 and 7.5 there in the B division. And one out of the money right now is the legend himself, Stefan Fatzes. Looking over to the A division now, Jonathan Lynn won his last game. He's up to 14-9. Zach lost his last game. He'll stay at 14 wins. Jason Lee, also a new profile picture. Like to see that. He's up to 13 wins and getting in contention. I told you guys to watch out for Jason. Joey and Max also at 13. Lots of good play from lots of good players. Like anytime Mac Meller is in 14th place, you know a lot of players are really playing well, aren't they, Heather?
And we've seen some of those really great games on this channel through the live stream. We couldn't really have asked, I don't think, for the better ones to showcase. We've seen it all. We've seen really great dynamic play, some close games that came down to the end game, and these, really finessey decisions that these players have to make at the end of these games. We've seen it all. So I've it's been great to witness here from this seat.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed it too. And the game is still very much alive. Jackson's only had 340 to 299, so I apologize for going on such a diversion to the standings, but
Yeah, let's get back to this game, which is not over
absolutely.
at this point.
Someone should slap me. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm losing it. He's gonna play way here. He could have scored more with something like y'all's. He's gonna hold on to his S and his blank. So despite the score being, oh sorry, that's not a blank. What is that fourth tile? An I think.
Maybe,
Um,
yeah.
it looks like an I. The blanks are gone after Josh's bingo. Uh, okay, so Jackson's gonna have some scoring power with the J. Uh, I'm gonna update you on the tile situation as soon as um, Noah enters the last play into Crackle, which he's doing right now. And as I do that, Heather, what would you be thinking from Josh's position? He only has a minute 13 to think.
Yeah, that's really tough. So as a result, I'm playing off a couple of tiles. Well, how do we know how many is left in the bag? If there's more than a couple, I would probably just be playing off two tiles, giving myself a lane. We have the one coming down from lung. There's the parallel off of the G. You can start a word with that A. So I'm probably hanging on to my A.
Yeah, the A
Uh,
is big.
yeah, the P is also a nice eight letter starter tile. So maybe not messing up with that area. So yeah, trying to
The
maybe open up
P?
this bottom line. The P
Oh,
and tip.
the P and tip. Yeah, I was thinking you were talking about his rack.
No,
WOG is good in this racks in this lexicon, so that's a possibility too. Josh is down to 20 seconds. I think he's going to hit an overtime penalty if he doesn't play his
that a
next turns basically
Y, I think is
instantly.
what he's looking to come down
The
with.
score is
Where?
365 to 299. That's the
Okay.
updated score.
Right. Oh my, great. Kept the A
And yeah,
with 4 seconds.
Ian is having a rough tournament. Hate to see it. Uh, I think he finished in third at the last World Cup. He's been one of the top players for so long. I was the second seed in my last tournament, and I started 2-9. I know that feeling; it can happen to anyone. I knew I was due for a bad tournament, so I just tried to ride it out. Hopefully, Ian is staying positive and just enjoying the weekend despite things not going his way. Jackson's just counting how many are in the bag so he doesn't empty. He plays off JO. That scores. That scores quite a lot, uh,
Now
which
Josh is
is
officially over on his time, so that's going to be at least minus 10 off of
right.
his score, as long as he stays under 1 minute of overtime, and then it's an additional 10 points for every minute that he goes over. So it really does, the time really does factor in at this late stage. So hopefully it's not something that's going to make or break the game. That's heartbreaking when you lose just based on
Uh, no,
time
after
penalty
Jackson
points.
got all those Joe points, I think this game is out of reach. I don't think the 10 points will make a difference. Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe Josh was trying to set up the J for himself. Um, Jackson would have looked to block. Here comes Bagel. We saw that on Saints Rack earlier. He had Y bagels. Jackson could play Smiley, but he'll know if that is good as a singular. I don't like it. Simile would be the even better one. It doubles the M. Bagels and Simile looks sure nice to me, and he has it set up. Can anyone make a simile with the word bagels? I know the chat likes some of the the wordplay. Goldilocks, that's a nice little pun for a bagel place. I love that name for a bagel place. And now Josh is just gonna dump
Josh is
you.
just, yeah, trying to get the game over with. Stay under the 1 minute so that he at least only loses 10 points.
Right. And then where is the best spot for Jackson's eye? He's got 2 minutes.
Hmm.
Does he see
Let's
the
see.
eye beneath lung of for Lungy?
Lungy?
Banny, I guess, is more anyways. Lungy is like that loincloth. You can spell it many ways. That was the one I saw first. He found a better one. And this matchup is over. We want to thank everyone again in the chat. Everyone was so contributory today, even as I stutter over my words. But it's been a great 4 games for Jackson. I've enjoyed watching him really run through this field. He lost one today, won 3. He played well in 4. He's now getting some props. Is that Roger in the background? It looks like Roger.
Yes, looks like Roger. It's nice to see them also both smiling and laughing at the end of the
Yeah,
game. I mean, it's hard to lose, but when you're playing with friends, it really does make those losses a lot easier to bear, where you can just sort of, commiserate immediately after the game, and you all know what just happened. You were both there.
right.
And so it's kind of like this common experience that you've both had, and to just both be able to be like, whew, wasn't that like a rough game? And so it's nice to see them doing that immediately
See,
after.
that's the mature way to handle things, Heather. Some
Most
other people
people,
might
there's
prefer not losing to their friends because of some
there's
sort
a
of
few that are
rivalry.
just they're getting up
Um,
and yeah, earthquaking
Josh
the
shouldn't be
board.
upset. He's won so many tournaments in this calendar year. Like
That's right.
his streak has been insane. Some big money events too. None as big money as this one. $60,000 total in the prize pool. $10,000 for this winner here. And Jackson has put himself to be in a great position. But you know what? People go on losing streaks. People can still catch Jackson as well as he's been playing. He could be caught. Yes, Peggy, we're going on lunch. We're just about to wrap things up. After lunch, Matt Canick will be leading you through the action. But for now, I think that wraps it up for us. Remember to subscribe to this channel for more exciting action here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel, letsplayscrabble.com, great website. Also, wordgameplayers.org. We want to thank Josh and Kieran for inviting us to do this commentary. I want to thank Matt for doing commentary with me over 2 days, for Heather here, for our 2 days together, tons of fun. Also, behind the scenes, we have Shauna Bossi and Noah Slatkoff helping with the Quackle. So Josh and Kieran, thank you so much. Good luck to everyone. And come back at 2:30 to watch Matt take you through some exciting action.
Welcome back, everybody, to our broadcast of the 2023 Word Cup from Albany, New York. I'm Matt Canick, and I'll be joined by Sean Abbasi on the stream this afternoon. We are jumping over to the Collins division, where we feature first place Thomas Wright against the well-renowned Will Anderson. So I know Will's got a lot of fans in the chat, and Thomas is a great dude. Him and his twin brother Charles are always fierce opponents. So looking forward to what they have to bring for y'all. I do want to go ahead and apologize in advance. I don't play a lot of Collins, and because of that, I'm not going to know how to pronounce a lot of these words. I know I've made a few fans because I pronounced a few things right. I will be completely guessing on some of these. So enlighten me. Teach me some pronunciations as I ruin some of these words. And Wes, I know you're good at dropping definitions in chat as well. That would be fun. It looks like Sean's about on board, and the players are drawing their tiles. So we are just about to get underway here with more action. And just before we get things kicked off, we do have one exciting announcement. During the intermission, it was announced that the 2024 Word Cup is going to be located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. It'll be the end of July, if I heard correctly. We'll get more information as we have it. But 2024 Word Cup is a go from Albany, New Mexico. All right, so Will to go first in this game, and he's drawn CEJLNTU. And Sean, are you with us now?
I am. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Thanks for joining us, Sean. And let's jump right to the action. Will's first to go. What are you thinking for this play?
Well, it's a bit of an awkward rack because it seems like you would have a few things that are close to words, but you don't have any letters on the board to work with. So I think it's a little tricky for an opening turn. Maybe you play short and just play something like Jut. It's not a brilliant play, but it can work.
Yeah, I'm drawn more to JUN as opposed to JUT, as it doesn't take the additional hooks. It's a slightly more defensive version of Jut. Jut does take the back E. So Jun, and that is what Will's going to do here. Spend a little bit of time, make sure he doesn't miss a cool setup or anything like that. But Jun for 20 makes a ton of sense. And Thomas to respond, hasn't drawn a great rack, close to Woogles, woogles.io, where we host online Scrabble now, built by several top-tier Scrabble players, including Cesar Del Solar, Jesse Day, Conrad Bassett Bouchard on that team. But no Woogles, alas, and he'll have to make some other less fun play instead. What are you seeing here, Sean?
Well, this is an interesting turn. I mean, he's lined up WoW on his rack, but doesn't go anywhere useful. So this play of Flog that he's lined up now looks appealing. Hoping that you can just do something better with the W's on the following turn. The idea of uncoupling those and playing WOG is a potential way to go, keeping FLOW. I might do that just because I think a combination of FLOW, wolf, flow, there's a lot of other words that could gives you some flexibility whereas if you keep both W's and you draw one bad tile with it, all of a sudden you might be looking at a really awful rack. So I kind of like the idea of WOG in this instance.
Yeah, I think that's a good analysis. One thing to consider is if he underlaps the J with an O, he's almost certainly going to hold on to a W this turn, and that'll give him potential options for JOW plays underneath. Of course, a lot to be decided yet. JO has many other back hooks, and Jun has none, so that's the only real logical play for Will to make plays as well. But yeah, no real way to unclutter this whole rack at once, as it's just so ugly. But GOWF is a good Collins 4 that plays as well, either with GU or UG on top or underneath. Lots of good options here. Nothing seems to stand out, although Quackle most prefers what Sean recommended, WOG, making JO and UG. Thomas, instead, electing to play Galf, I guess playing off one additional tile. Not a big difference in score there, but sacrificing 3 points, it looks like, to get rid of one of those Fs and get a little bit closer to bingo range a little bit faster.
Yeah, and I can think that's a pretty sound play in and of itself. One of the things that's nice about Gauf is just you're just taking, instead of keeping more than one heavy tile, you're giving that possibility of drawing to a bingo rack, even though it's not that likely. But with what he picked up, you can kind of see that it's not outside of the realm of possibility that with the right additional letter that you'd be in a bingo prone range. So certainly a reasonable approach to unload those three consonants.
Yeah. Both reasonable options. And if I know anything about the Reinke's games, I know Thomas and Charles both bingo on me like 3 or 4 times every time we play. They are bingo machines, anagram machines, and it makes a little bit of sense then for them to try to get in bingo range as fast as possible. Get rid of that F and keep your lower point tiles. So Will now to play BCEILLT is his rack, and Thomas's play was relatively nice because of the defense that it sets up. And Will, without that UGA or an H to underlap UG, not a ton of options for him here. The double L's especially confounding this rack. So he's going to go ahead and play Flick here, FLIC, and I'm just not really seeing any other options for him. Flit in the same spot is just a worse version. Clift is another potential option, but that only scores 10. And it sets up the S hook and also the Collins only Y back hook of Clifty. So you can't make those plays. And Flick, just in the absence of any other play that makes sense, is sort of what Will's forced to do here.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a lack of synergy in those letters. You don't really, even though they were mostly all common letters, especially on this board, there wasn't a way to play off both L's or something like that in a useful way. So along with one of the consonants that you wanted to unload. So I think Flick is a good play, and he kept a nice leave there that hopefully will pay off in the following turn.
Not to interrupt you, but Thomas has a filthy play. He does have a bingo on this rack, and it is not a 7, and it is not an 8 either. He has a bizarre-looking 9 through the NO. And I'll give it a quick pause as somebody I'm sure is about to spoil this in chat, but it is nice.
Wow. Okay, I'm looking for it. Here's my process for looking for bingos, and maybe I don't think this is going to be fruitful in this case because nothing's jumping out at me. But I would look at the suffixes with WARD, thinking that those make some nice long words. He had kind of arranged his rack in the form of loan word, which doesn't play, and I'm not sure that would have been one of the options. But through a 9, you've got the NO. So you also think like non, potentially a prefix with non, and then trying to come up with something. But after doing that, I'm still coming up empty. So I'm very interested to hear what this word is.
Yeah, the chat has spoiled it finally. The word is nano world, NANOWORLD. That's pretty incredible. I sincerely doubt Thomas will find this word. As far as I know, he's not one of those players who studies 9s. And in the absence of finding that disgusting word, we're left with a lot of unexciting options. I think crowd is a pretty standard play. ALN is a decent leave, score some points. And it is not very defensive, but you almost have to open up the board at this point. Otherwise, you're stuck playing something like LOW on top of Jun or some other words similar to that. So crowd, score the points. Yeah, you open the board, but I feel like Thomas is a better open board player as well. And so, maybe that's something you need to do here.
Yeah, that's a pretty incredible 9 for anyone to find. I know that Tesla can be extended to nano Tesla, but I had never looked up the nano words in the other direction to say that I knew nano world. So definitely for anyone who knew that, kudos to you. And I think crowd was a very sound play for cleaning up the rack and scoring some points. Of course, it keeps the board wide open, and now Will is trying to figure out what is the right play. I don't. These tiles look somewhat bingo prone, but I don't see one immediately. Is there something in there? Otherwise, I would just play bathed.
Yeah, there are no bingos available to him. Bathed down to the D or beathed, Beathed is another option if you want to score 3 additional points. Blod is another option for him as well. Holds the more stable ET, although like with Bathed, does sacrifice 3 points. So that's what Will's going to elect to play, and that's a crucial play because Thomas has Flaming with no spot, but it takes the sneaky back hook of an O. Flaming O or Flamingo, which does fit on this board.
Right. That's a good point. And that's interesting because I saw Flaming immediately, and Flamingo didn't. The bell didn't go off, even though normally that's one of the things. Most notable thing about the word Flaming is that it has that hook. So let's see if Thomas. There's a challenge going on. It appears.
Yes, and we'll take a quick moment to cover how Collins versus NWL, they handle challenges a little bit differently. In the Collins division at this tournament, they're playing 5-point challenge. If you were joining us for NWL, I'll need a brief description of how that works. Thomas will not lose his turn if Blod is a valid word. Instead, he will just give Will 5 additional points. So that's what's going to happen here. I mentioned that Beathed gives an additional 3 points, but apparently Blod actually outscores it if you assume you're going to draw the challenge. And maybe that's part of the reason Will elected to make this play. Maybe he knows Thomas and Charles have a long background as NWL players, and he will pick up a nickel here. So nice decision by Will. And Collins, though, if you're even remotely unsure of a word, go ahead and throw a challenge at it. It's only 5 points, and if it is no good, you'll gain an additional turn out of it. So reasonable decision by Thomas, and he learned a new word today, as I expect many of us watching this also did. He's still sitting on Flamingo, though, and we'll see if he finds it. I feel like if he finds it, it's something he's got to play pretty quick. There are no other reasonable bingo lines on this board, but maybe you're not looking at the O. This is one that I feel like is easy to miss just given the shape of the board. You're not even thinking about a bingo. So we'll see if he's able to find it. I expect him to. And yes, here it's coming right now. Flamingo. So that is the only available bingo for him, and one of the only reasonable plays that scores even more than 20. So a big find for Thomas, an important find for Thomas, and he will jump ahead of Will with that play.
And I don't expect it to be a big issue right now, the way the board is shaped, but I think typically you're going to ask the question with any of the words that end with O, the nouns, does it go S or only ES or both? And that is a question that could come up in this on this board. It's not very likely to, but that's something that I'd be wondering with that double word score there.
Thomas has picked up Dariol as his 7-tile draw, and it actually fits right alongside Flamingo with 4 overlaps. So Will's decision here, unbeknownst to him, is going to be.
I don't think it quite fits there.
Oh, that's OL. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, that's not a Collins too.
It's close on either side, but not quite.
Yeah, not quite there. FI or OL. So not quite going to go there. Apologies for misleading y'all. And Will actually still with an interesting decision here. What's he going to do? Bet is going to play right there as he's setting it down. His highest scoring option that makes sense to do holds GRST, which is maybe not quite as strong as you'd like to hold, but you're not scoring a reasonable amount of points out of this rack unless you make exactly that play. So I think a no-brainer decision by Will, and he just pounds out that turn.
It's a good play with demonstrating some nice vision to look in between those spaces and not get overly focused on just playing as many tiles as possible and that kind of thing, because one option would have been to burn the S and just try to blow up the rack with Bergs or something like that. But I think this was a good patient play. Unfortunately, the draw did not go in his favor.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hope to draw something better than NPV into GRST. So tough break for Will there, but the game is early, and Will's a great player who has every opportunity to work his way out of this. Thomas now has a choice to make a philosophical decision about what he wants to do with this game. He is ahead, but not by much. 11-point lead, and it's his turn. He can play something like AWOL, AWOL, forming GAE. But that is going to open the board rather aggressively and set up the back hook of an S, which he does not have. He can also play something like DOL to the L and flick, holding AEILR, which is quite bingo prone, but can be trouble for you if you don't draw that bingo, if you end up picking two vowels. Especially in CSW, you don't want to get stuck with all one pointers that don't bingo, because your opponent is going to hit you hard with a lot of points over and over. He's got some other options, maybe to keep things more closed, or maybe to make more aggressive fishes. Someone might consider just dropping an O in this situation. He can also front hook bet to make a bet. So there's a lot of stuff for him to think about here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him take significant time on this turn. Sean, are you familiar with Thomas's game? Do you have a guess as to how he'll approach this rack?
I'm not familiar with Thomas's game. However, looking at it, the options are not overly great anywhere on the board. I would say, my instinct might be to play DO, forming of. He's playing in the same spot, but it looks like he's chosen to play more tiles and play Dolia, which is, a great way to get some additional points. I would have played short with DO, knowing that both W's are gone, so WOF would not have played. And then, the DO creates that front hook of the A, which he was holding. So I would have probably played DO and kept LAIRE, but he's decided to play a little bit more in interest of scoring, which will create some options, and I'm sure Will be relieved to see the vowel that's available to him to actually try to get back into a balanced rack.
For sure, yeah. Will with the decision now. Vog, Prong are both options that make sense there if he wants to play off more or fewer tiles. I think part of the reason Thomas elected to play longer out of that rack is because he understands how important S's are right now with the UGS hook as well as the FLIC hook, also two unseen blanks. So right now, with the goods still in the bag, he wanted to go digging for them, and he indeed did find them. EIRRU blank is his rack now. So huge pull into ER. Never thrilled to draw IU together, but if they come with two blanks, we're not going to complain about that, right?
That's the thing, right? I thought to myself, well, playing five tiles, he'd have a better chance of bingoing with some bingo prone tiles, but he went for a turnover. And in this case, it's going to be basically an unstoppable bingo, probably a modest bingo. But that being said, a bingo nonetheless, and that will be important to take a commanding lead at this stage of the game. And if Will isn't able to draw some decent tiles on his next turn, he may find himself in a pretty big hole in not much time.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas has the goods to pull ahead in this game, especially as Will is really fighting through some terrible racks. So Vog or GOV, its anagram, look like they're likely to come down. Both of those words take an S, which Will has, but they don't set it up very nicely. So maybe some thought going into playing something longer like Pong or Prong to set up the S.
And one of the things that happens once you have two blanks on your rack is that you realize you have multiple choices for bingos, and then in order to maximize your score, you start looking in the places where there are big tiles on the board or opportunities to make multiple words. So you end up at least investigating a little bit the most difficult lanes on the board to see if that's a possibility. Now that Will's dropped Gov, he's sort of telegraphing that he's getting closer to a bingo, putting only two tiles down. So I think for Thomas, a consideration is not just what bingo to play, but where to place it so that you're not opening up the board so much to make it really easy for a comeback bingo. Although, fortunately for Will, he's also drawn a perfect couple of the best vowels you could ask for. So it looks like we're going to see a couple of bingos in succession.
Yeah, very likely bingo bango about to happen here. I'm not seeing a reasonable way for Thomas to block the available bingos. He's going to end up probably dropping something like furries with flicks. You could play something like curries as well, but curries would take the front S hook, though it would give back fewer overlaps. So a decision for Thomas to make here. Which bingo am I going to play and where am I going to play it? He no longer has to look for disgusting overlaps along Dolia, as that spot was taken out, but definitely wants to take his time and make sure he makes a reasonable bingo out of a rack full of goodies.
Yeah, there are
Chat
definitely.
pointing out that BET in Collins does take a front Y, YBET, and that could be a very large spot for scoring opportunities shortly. So a Y is actually going to be an important tile in this game for that spot if the board does get closed after these bingos.
That's a good reminder. And I think since we're going to be seeing 7 fresh tiles come onto both of these players' racks in a moment, then there's a good chance that a Y will come out and be maybe used very, very quickly after that. However, like I think right now, this turn is pretty significant from Thomas's point of view because realistically speaking, if you play a bingo hooking an S onto flick, you want to think about which tile are you placing in the column above the center triple word score, and that again from the point of view of what he's also played, you may be also thinking of what's the first letter in the word, just in case the player is looking to overlap your bingo with their own bingo, and that means that playing curries, which only forms one 2-letter word, might be a favorable one compared to putting another letter there that can create more overlaps. So we'll have to get from our producers a word on what he's designated that first blank.
Yeah, we'll try to figure that out. The upcoming plays may make it apparent as well, though I expect that it's probably an F, an M, an H, or a D, or maybe even a G. But I don't expect him to make it a C here in this case, just given the front S hook. Quackle points out that Ruiners was an option that puts a blank N in that triple word column instead of floating that R there, as big plays like even just Frau could come down for 42 points in that spot. So perhaps a little more time and we might have seen Ruiners come down instead, but with 2 blanks a lot of the time, just, hey, are there any cool 9s? No, just find something that's going to score the most I can and drop it down.
Now for Will, he's sitting on a rack that has numerous 7-letter words, and I think any of them can be productive. Landing a P onto a high-scoring spot. It looks like the blank was made a C because he's hooking that S onto it. So I don't see any other possibility for what that blank could be. So it looks like Parents and Scurries is the choice he's made. There's also,
could also be an L.
and Trep. Yeah, true. That's right, sorry. So, but among the other 7s that are there, Arpents and Trepans and a few others, past Stern, which would not have fit in that position. But there were choices. And is there a rationale for choosing Parents necessarily over Arpents or Trepans? How much would you weigh that yourself, Matt?
If I'm Will, it's a roughly neutral game after these 2 bingos, so it kind of depends on how I want to shape the board. Do I want things to be wide open? I'll play Arpents. Do I want things to be kind of open? I'll play Parents. And if I want them to be mostly closed, I'll play Trepans. But Thomas thwarted, I guess, an opportunity for Will to make a cool play. If he had made that like a G or something, then Will, I think, would have ended up playing maybe Parents with UGS, but he had the option as well to play Arpents and UGS, which really tests Thomas's Collins word knowledge, as Arpents in Collins takes a front hook of a P, Parpents. And if Will's thinking Thomas isn't so rusty, or is rather rusty, or hasn't studied much Collins, you could test him on that hook later on. Thomas did pick up that Y, as we discussed, and makes what looks like a very obvious play of melee to score just a boatload of points and a surge back ahead in this game. We are hearing from our production team that the blank is a C, not an L. So that was indeed scurries. Maybe he's looking to avoid the overlaps underneath, but does give up the S front hook instead.
With Will's Rack, a very fun word comes to mind. It's not going to play, but had one of Thomas's D opened up a lane. This rack plays through a D with a word that, in order to give a clue to the audience who try to figure out that word, it's an 8-letter word that can be formed by adding a letter on each side of a 6-letter word. So you can ponder that one. But for now, that word is not going to play. So I think Will's looking at the letters P-R-A-O, prow. Yeah, those are the 3 tiles that you'd want to unload if possible with a decent score, and he's managed to do that. Another option might have been to play OPA, overlapping parents, which that would have been a little bit of a lower score. So I think he's made a good choice.
And Thomas pulls into a high-prob Collins bingo of Dianoia, D-I-A-N-O-I-A, which is going to play with P-I and A-A. I'm not seeing any better places to play that word. So Thomas going to hit another bingo here. As I said, bingo machine. That's going to be number 3 for him this game. And that'll put him up with a commanding lead of about 120 points.
This is true. And he's playing it over Am.
Oh, I like this. The board becomes extremely closed after that placement. So sacrificing a couple of points, just 2, to make this board a lot tougher for Will to open back up, as overlapping bingos on both sides of parents are now shut off. Bingoing to the D and Dolia is going to be very hard, as you'll have to end in AD. But Will has exactly the counter he needs in exactly the right spot. It looked like, that's the last reasonable bingo line, and Will's going to crush it over task for a boatload of points and get right back into this.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I my brain immediately went to Kava to balance the rack again, and didn't think to look for a bingo with both the K and the V on the rack. So well done to Will, scoring a ton of points. That's 9, 10, 16, 48, 98 points if I did the math right. So certainly this game has been already a barn burner. With flaming O for overtask.
And Will pulls into another bingo, Toxines. It looks like his rack. It's not going to fit right now on this board as far as I'm seeing, but a nice balanced rack with an X that scores very well underneath Dianoia, I-O and O-X, right there for 50. And Thomas pulls into some hot garbage. So all of a sudden, Thomas went from taking a commanding lead of about 120 points to he's a big underdog in this game. Probably, I'd estimate 25% to win if Will's able to hit that OX spot holding EINST. A tough turn for Thomas, and a big series of events for Will.
Yeah, if he's able to unload a few tiles, and he's looking at playing YU off, which he doesn't realize, of course, that Will is drawn into such a potent rack. But I do feel that if he happened to play something else and pulled a Q in order to get some scoring potential alongside the U, then that would have been that would be a that's sort of the type of break you might need in order to recover from where he's positioned right now. If he does play something like YU, then he's really dependent on drawing some nice tiles to balance the rack. But in addition to that, he has a problem in that if he'll only be able to bingo in the event that a lane gets opened up. But if a lane gets opened up, then chances are will use it first.
So unseen to Thomas, I put in the chat, reasonably balanced pool, though the Q, X, and Z all unseen. Thomas is crucially going to knock out that X spot, perhaps because he knew Will had it or suspected Will might, perhaps because he felt it appropriate to do, or perhaps just he wanted to score 28 points out of a garbage rack. But for whatever reason, that is a big break for him as he's knocked out the 50-point threat.
Oh, definitely. That leaves Will with an interesting choice. how to approach the X on this board. An X can always pick you up about 30 points without too much effort, but and he'll have options for those types of things, but it's also a question of how much does he want this board to be open. If he's keeping some bingo prone tiles, what kind of lane does he want to create or not? Does he want to be patient? This is going to be a very interesting turn, and I think we're going to learn a little bit about Will's approach to strategy here.
Yeah, looking at the unseen pool again for Will, of the 21 unseen, 5 are vowels. And not really worried about doubling up on your vowels, but tripling up could be an issue. So I'm curious to see. It looks like all the obvious plays play on top of Dianoia, making XI there. You can play OX, seems very standard, hold EINST, great bingo prone letters. Or you can play the EX in the same spot. That would have some merit as well, because it plays off one of the E's, expecting maybe to draw another one, though EEINST is just fine if you do pull up a second E. Wonder if he's thinking about ways to set up this X, if he's thinking about a Q stick. EINST is also not a superb leave on this board, so without setting up an additional bingo line, what's the point of keeping Stein? So
Yeah, I think despite that, I'd be still inclined to just play OX and put the onus back on Thomas to decide whether to open the board and how. And again, just take a patient approach, just because OX still scores a good score, and regardless of what comes out with that to combine with the rack afterward, if the board stays a little bit more conservative, then that might be in Will's favor until he's ready to hit something of great value. So I think that if this was me in the seat, I'd still play Ox.
Yeah, Ox makes sense. He also has Exo overlapping along Parents, kind of further down. It's not necessarily the spot you think about playing in, but Exo is going to score 35, holding INST. Another crucial thing about Ox is Will threatens Flamingos and SO, but he needs the O to hit that spot. That's the only vowel that's going to work. And so playing it off here with only 2 left, maybe a Flamingos play will never come up and he's not going to be able to cash in that S that is very powerful. I think I might have played EX or even potentially NEXT. If you play next on a dead board and then you hit SO next turn, how are you going to lose? Thomas opens a line, you close that line, and the game's essentially over. So I think perhaps Will could have spent a bit more time there. I like that play of next quite a bit. Close this board off, guarantee yourself 30 plus points 2 turns in a row on a tight board in a close game, and it's tough to lose after that.
Yeah, and Will is sitting on Stonies on his rack, while Thomas has the Drek, where the only really word that would have helped get out of the Drek was the word de-ice, which he can only play it if he plays it through an E realistically. So that will not help him very much. So he's decided to choose Ide, which is a sound play. I think that's about the best you can do in terms of uncoupling the vowels. And again, it goes, the onus is now back on Will, but it did block that SO play, so that might have not been necessarily a plan as part of playing IDE, but maybe very fortunate for Thomas that it forces Will to think of something else.
Yeah, 2 potential game clutching plays or huge plays for Will that Thomas has inadvertently blocked now, first with YU and then IDE. Perhaps he's thinking these things through, but I think it's more just a matter of, well, that play makes the most sense given where I'm at, and they just conveniently did that. Will, fortunately, and then sort of unfortunately, picked up SO, so he's guaranteed that Flamingo play again. He drew another O, which was my one critique of his previous play, but it did just get knocked out. So lucky draw that doesn't actually work out. And, with no spot to play Nosiest, this is exactly what I was talking about. What is the point of holding EINST if you're not going to be able to cash it anywhere. But, you know, that E floating in parents is still a kind of sneaky line. You get IEST words often. If Thomas opens anything up trying to make a scoring play to the A in parents or through the A in parents, or even down to the O in Dianoia, you get bingos as well. So we'll see. Will definitely not going to be able to cash in a bingo with this rack, but should be able to stay at least in bingo range for the rest of this game, just given how good that rack is. He's covering it now, but again, it's EINOSST for Will.
Yeah, and I feel that if he takes the same approach that he did with on the turn for Ox, the SO can still land for a few points. The place that I would choose, looking at it right now, is form Soul forming Nose and Woe near the middle of the board, which would score 15 points. Which is not a lot of points, but it does mean that again, the onus will be on Thomas to decide if he wants to open the board or not. And this starts to get into a little bit of trench warfare as each player tries to score points without playing anything that really opens up a very attractive lane. And given that each player is telegraphing that they're trying to balance their rack, but for sure Will has more bingo prone tiles than Thomas does. So this is going to be very interesting to see who bites first.
I think this game is going to come down to the Q, which at this time is unseen, but Will is in great shape to handle Q draws. He's going to maintain QIS and SOX. He also has Suk SUQ through the U in scurries, setting up the extra S that he's holding for another huge scoring spot. So while this looks like a good bingo rack for Will, he's also very well prepared to draw the Q. Whereas Thomas, if he pulls it, he'll have very little to do with it. He'll need an A to play QAT, or he'll need to draw that U as well to have reasonable plays. Otherwise, he has to plunk it for 11 in a situation where you need to score points every turn. I suppose he'll have QIN if he holds both of those tiles, but that leaves him making plays just with CEETT. So I think the Q and the unseen Z are going to be huge. The Z has spots to overlap next to parents for a boatload of points, has the opportunity to play on top of Dianoia for a boatload of points, and neither player has them. Both have to be thinking about it right now. What do I do if my opponent draws either one of those?
That's a great point, and I think it's true that Will can handle drawing a Q with his rack. I don't think it'll be a huge problem if Thomas draws the Q as long as that U on the board stays open. He can play like with these tiles. It would be a case where he'd be able to play Sank, but you'd still be able to score 14, 15 points. I think if both players are kind of scoring very modestly while they wait for the other person to make the first board opening play, then that kind of score is not going to be too much of a sacrifice. But the real question is, whether one of the players will just say, heck with it, let's just play the board, open up the board, and you think either player might be reticent to do that. Thomas is one letter off of the word reticent. I think that now that the board is open and he doesn't have an instant bingo to respond with, then it becomes very concerning for him.
Yeah, Thomas is going to be confused by this play for sure. Will makes an aggressive opening of ON, setting up places for him to bingo, ending in S or T, making SOP or top. It's very difficult for Thomas to address that bingo line without either opening another one or sacrificing a whole lot of points to make that happen. The only overlaps that Thomas has for OP will give plays back as well with stop or scop. So very important decision for Thomas to make here, and one that I think is going to be really hard for him to make.
Well, one option is for him to try to block it from the other side. If he plays opt and TE, for example, that it just so happens that his rack is in a situation where he may be comfortable giving up ET because he's got two of them. So this presents a way to maybe address that. It, of course, doing so is going to be a bit of a point sacrifice compared to what he might be able to do if he wasn't worried about that. But let's see how he handles it. Oh, and he decides to block that specific line, but still leave the T line open. So this is great from the standpoint that he's scored a bit more points than going for a pure blocking play, and at the same time he's balanced his rack nicely. So I think this is a really good choice.
Yeah, wow. So Will did draw his bingo. Isoetes, Isoetes, Isoetes. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but it is a Collins only 7 in this rack. It was imperative that Thomas blocked that spot, and he did. There was an A unseen to Thomas in that situation. So Thomas taking a bit of a gamble, like I didn't fully obscure the line, but at the same time, he's balancing. If he makes a play like TEEN, making opt and NAE, then he might not score enough to win this game and won't even survive non-bingo opportunities. So tech, a little bit risky. Will could have a bingo with an A, but we know that Will doesn't have that bingo, and Thomas is going to dodge a bullet here.
Yeah, Thomas has gotten a good break in that sense, and then at the same time, he's drawn a U and the Q, which has now taken that Q risk and now turned it into a Q advantage, and that is something that makes this game really interesting. For Will's point of view, he's now going to become more dependent on rebalancing his rack once again, trying to bingo in one of these open lanes. Meanwhile, Thomas is probably just going to score some nice points. I'm not sure what the highest point play is, but one thing that jumps out at me is Quino in the center triple. So there's going to be some scoring on Thomas's side. But what Will can do to make sure that he has a response, not necessarily this turn, but the turn after, is very key.
And so we've got a unseen at this time to Will, AEEHINQRTUZ. Looks like the A is a little bit cut off on our stream, but AEEHINQRTUZ. That's 11 unseen, 4 in the bag for Will. So he'll likely just have one more play if he's chosen to try to bingo to win this game. Or, he's got a lot to think about. Q unseen, Z unseen. Can he survive if Thomas has a high scoring play with either of those? Can he survive if he draws one or both of those? If Thomas has both, will Quiz come down? There's a lot for Will to think about, and he's running low on time, just 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is going to be a really wild game. And I will quickly take a shameless plug here. We've gotten a pretty big audience watching this Collins action. That's great. If you want to watch more of this, like this video, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble. We'll have a lot more content for y'all both this afternoon, tomorrow morning at the final of this tournament, and in the future as we broadcast more and more things.
Yeah, and there's been so much exciting Scrabble, and we just heard, for those who missed it, that the following Word Cup is going to be in Albuquerque, New Mexico. So there's definitely going to be an excitement about that. So definitely want to follow this and subscribe, because it's so key to stay up to date on what's happening in Scrabble, and there's lots of growth and so many new players coming, and we want to be able to introduce you to all of them and learn along with us. So this has been a great treat, and I think that we're in for more. Now Will's getting low on his time here, trying to make a decision on what to do, and realistically speaking, I think he just needs to make a decision, because he's going to have just as much of a hard decision on the following turn and very little time to do it.
Yeah, this is what I thought Will was going to do here, actually. Plunk the E, see what kind of bingos you can draw through the T on the top. I see that he'll hit if he draws that A. He'll hit if he draws an I with otituses. He will hit, let's see what else is in the pool. He'll hit stoniest if he picks up an N. Potentially more as well. I'm not familiar with Collins. Stoiters if he draws an R. and Tausiest if he draws a U. So while it looks like, bingo starting with SER are kind of what he's fishing for, he's got a lot of options at the top as well. 2 different bingo lines now for Will. However, he draws not one of those bingo tiles I just mentioned, but the Z. So he does have an O to go with it. ZO plays on top of Dianoia are going to be huge. And now Thomas has a really hard decision to make. My opponent just fished. There are 2 lines available. I have a really high scoring option, but it empties the bag. Do I empty the bag here? Do I consider just playing QI and TI, setting up my U to maybe hit it next turn? Do I try to block bingos, or do I just pray he doesn't have one? And if I am blocking bingos, which line am I going to block? Because they're both rather lucrative. Thomas has to take his time here, look at the unseen pool, and try to make some deductions about what Will might have held, given he's just played ON and then dropped an E on 2 back-to-back turns. He knows of the stuff in the bag, AEEIORSSTZ. Will almost certainly has something in the vein of satire or very bingo prone. But which line should he block? Which one is more threatening to him? It's going to be a crazy decision for him to make. And I am not remotely good enough at Scrabble to tell you what the right answer is. It's probably a position we'll see Will break down and discuss each of these last turns over about 5 minutes a turn, because these are wild, difficult decisions. And unfortunately, there's just not enough time for either one of these players to really, really think through these options.
Yeah, I mean the play from Will was really brilliant. He did use his time, a significant amount of time, to see what the probability of bingoing, and he may have also thought to himself, okay, well, if I get the Z, then I should be able to score some points. So I think that makes it very interesting. Certainly, if an I was floating out there, there's zoocytes, but I think for the main point being that Z is one of the letters with which he's not bingoing, but can maybe potentially afford to not bingo. So this has overall worked out okay for him. Now the question for Thomas is what to do, and I think for most players you don't want to just instantly lose the moment your opponent puts a bingo down. So I'm not surprised that he's playing short and trying to stay on the safer side, where if my opponent bingos, that I'm still not out of the game. And so that now puts the pressure back on Will. He has a few different places to score, as you mentioned. He can play up across Dianoia. That's going to be how many points there? 50 points, I think. And then if he plays ZOS, that is.
Just a super interesting play by Thomas. Sorry to interrupt, but I just want to go back. He looked at the unseen pool and figured almost any draw is going to allow him to play from that queue. He has the case U. So if he picks up an A, he has queen. If he picks up an E, he has queer. O for quote, I for quiet. So he has to think, if Will hits me with the Z, if that's what he draws, then I'm going to outrun him. And if he doesn't hit me with the Z, then, if he bingos, he's going to bingo regardless. I think this is a really cool decision. And now Will forced to bypass his bingo in order to block Thomas's threat that he's drawn into of queer. He didn't actually have a play, but he figured I'll almost certainly draw one on a 1-tile or on a 2-tile play. So really cool thinking there by Thomas. Survives the bingo. He's got to be very happy that Will didn't have it. And Will now has 11 seconds to think out this end game with 6 tiles on his rack.
Yeah, I am. I had been, concerned about the lack of time for Will to work out some very hard final turns. The block, doing that quickly, great, a decision, I think, just in terms of what you can do in such a quick amount of time. Now, this does become a bit of a numbers game, as Thomas is going to have to think through what to do. Will's got azotes on his rack, and he'll figure that out. But that doesn't play in any spot. So, it means that Will again is looking to see how he can score well with that Z, and potentially go out. But I think Thomas is going to have that advantage that he can plan the out in two first. So I think Thomas is going to maybe pull away with this, and even if Will manages to make a play or two without going overtime. But this has been a very, I would say, chess-like cat and mouse game, and I think that the hunter remains the hunter if he's able to win it.
Yeah, no, Thomas, I think we've got our score just updated now. It's actually 380 to 396. So Thomas with just a 16-point lead. I think priority one for him has to be blocking the ZOS spot. But if he does that, Will could threaten ZOA, making OOP and A&A. Looks like Thomas does have the game here. If he makes plays, I'm trying to see where they are. Wow, they're tough to spot. He has several plays at E7. Making opt and nah down there along parents. THERE is his best option there, and one of 7 plays that win the game. Quackle does not list this as one of them, and I'm trying to understand why. Does Will have a sneaky spot, or did Thomas just not score enough?
I think it's a score issue, because 50 points for Zoes is going to be a big factor. Now, he is overtime, so that means that he might have there may be life for Thomas yet, but I don't know if that E can score, really any decent points anywhere. He can potentially play We and L for 11 points, but scoring 11 after Will's up to fourth. Oh, is Thomas at 424 right now?
Yes, he is, and Will is over time now as well. So Thomas.
So it looks like Thomas
gonna
may
hold on.
have.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that was. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think Hunter wins even if Will doesn't go overtime. It wins by 1 otherwise. And now Thomas looks like he'll win by 11 instead. But good job by Thomas doing the math there, figuring out, hey, I've got this play, Hunter. I see it quickly, so Will doesn't have time to find other cool options. If I get him overtime, it's definitely my game. And if he makes the obvious play, I do hold on to win by 1. So neat end game. Really cool stuff from both ends. A couple unfortunate draws from Will, as I think he expected to bingo at the end, but it didn't quite happen. We are going to bring Thomas in after the players get their results tallied up. Maybe Will recounts this. I think with an 11-point game after the time penalty, we won't see a recount, but we will bring Thomas on for an interview and then get you more games after this. A big win for Thomas, as Will Anderson is a phenomenal Scrabble player, as I'm sure many of us know. A loss for Thomas would have put Will just 1.5 games behind him with 7 to go. And instead, Thomas maintains his first place in the standings. He'll jump up to 18.5 wins. He has to be thrilled to have knocked off Will in this one in a really exciting game of Scrabble.
It was really exciting. I mean, look at their clocks. They each went deep into the clock, and yet the time passed really quickly because there was so much to analyze, so much to consider. It really felt like each play was interesting, that it wasn't just on autopilot, that they really got a chance to make some very methodical decisions, and ones that can be debated for a great amount of time. So really impressed.
Yeah, I'm expecting Will to have a really cool video on this, maybe not until after the big Vegas tournament, but lots of stuff to think about and analyze on this. We thought the game was going to come down. Maybe the Z was going to win it and the Q was going to lose it. And we ended up seeing exactly the opposite. Thomas able to hang on because he was able to use the Q effectively and threaten a high score with it. And Will did catch the Z, but it wasn't quite enough to catch Thomas. Wow, what a cool game. In the chat real quick before we get Thomas on, if there are any particular turns that you want me to ask him about it, let me know. I will mention the Nano World play, and we'll talk about that end game just a little bit. But wow, really cool end game, really cool game as a whole from Thomas and Will. I'm glad we got to watch that. I hope you all are too.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to talk to Thomas here, and I think it's definitely something where there was many turns that could have been analyzed. So
Yeah. This is several videos worth of positions, and I expect Will to come back, several days later after getting to stew on these positions, look at the unseen pool, and use more time as he ended up in a time crunch in this one, and show us options that would have been better than what he done. I don't know exactly what those options were. Again, I'm not good enough to tell you, but Will, with infinite clock, access to computer programs, I think he'll find better sequences that maybe gave him a better shot to win that game.
Yeah, for sure. It was an extremely complicated endgame situation. Like, there was almost no way I was going to be able to figure it out in time. And he was even worse on time than I was. So the amount of permutations, things in the bag that could potentially be there, it's going to be tough to play an optimal endgame in that kind of a situation.
Absolutely. Tell us what was going through your head on that QI play that you made.
Oh, let's see.
You had a
Yeah,
QUI and O down to the O as well, and you opted to play QI. Tell us why you did that.
One thing was the potential for me to draw something coming off of the Q, since I'm keeping the U. Like, if there's a bunch of E's unseen, I can draw Q, U, E, T, H, E, something like that. So even if he bingos for a low enough score, I might still be able to might be able to pull it out. But I was more concerned, and this is something that Will said to me after the game as well. He was looking more through the T up there in the corner to be bingoing through. He had a lot of stuff he could hit, and I was looking at possible racks he could have, and there were a bunch of racks where he didn't have anything going down the B column, but he had a bunch of stuff through the T. So I thought that was the most important thing to block.
Yeah, no, we totally agree with it. We liked that play. It was very crafty. And we saw, with what's unseen, you're almost certainly going to draw something from the Q unless you pick up like the Z, in which case Will's likely going to bingo with some satire bingo and crush you anyway. So super cool play.
Was the Z the last tile he drew?
He drew it on the one tile fish when he extended
Okay.
ON to ONE. He held, I believe, EIOSST and drew the Z.
Right.
So I think he bingoed through the S with like 6 out of 10 draws, or through the T with 6 out of 10 draws, and picked up the Z, which is one of his misses. But as you saw, like, it still threatened a 50-point play, so not quite a bingo, but huge.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Super cool game. You did make one mistake, tactically speaking, but it's a ridiculous one.
I bet I'd made more than one, but yeah, you can tell me about the one.
The one that was huge was when you played crowd from the C, you had a 9.
Okay, so what were the 9 lanes available at that time?
You had a UG and an NO, and your rack was Waldron.
Yeah, I looked kind of cursorily at possibilities for 9s, but I'm not the world's greatest 9s anagrammer, so I guess you can just tell me. Save me the pain of thinking about it.
The chat gave us the Collins Only 9 Nano World.
Okay, well,
yeah,
there are players in this room who would definitely find that. I am certainly not one of them.
Those are my thoughts exactly. We saw it and we're like, there's no way, but maybe there's a chance. And it was super cool.
I mean,
never want to criticize yourself for missing a ridiculous Collins Only 9, but it was there. It's cool, and now everybody learned a new word, except Will probably knew it and would solve it in a second.
Yeah, probably. Well, thanks for letting me know, taking it easy on me. You're not blatantly mocking me, so that's nice of you.
Oh, go back and watch the recording. All we did is mock you mercilessly for 5 minutes.
That's fair and justified, and probably expected as well, knowing you.
Yes, absolutely. So you did make the blank in Curry's a C, right?
I wanted to make it an F for the style points, maybe get the chat going a little bit with furries. But
Anthrocon is this weekend. If you don't know what that is, don't Google it. But that would have been a huge hit play.
I can guess by the etymology of the name of the con that, I don't want to look it up.
Yeah, don't do that. It is the biggest furry convention of the year. Pittsburgh right now. So I only know that from some baseball jokes. Andrew McCutcheon, if you know him, always tweets furries in all lowercase this weekend, and then always hits a home run during the convention. So
Wow.
lock it up, bet on Andrew McCutcheon to hit a homer. And anyway, would have been good for the lulls, but Curry's came down, maybe a more defensive play aside from that S hook, and that's exactly what
Right.
we'll like.
The S hook was the problem with that, but figured I wasn't giving him anything that he didn't already have with the UG hook, so I was
Correct.
okay with it.
Yeah, absolutely. You did 2 turns in a row block devastating plays that Will could have had as well. When you played YU, Will had the X in that spot for
Yep.
52. Were you aware that you were knocking out X possibilities, or were you just trying to score points out of a garbage rack?
I was trying to score points out of a garbage rack while taking out the X. So it accomplished 2 goals, although it didn't accomplish either of them super well, but I saw he played the X next turn, so I was happy I did it.
Absolutely. And then the following turn, when you played IDE, Will picked up SO and Flamingos for a boatload of points. Were you thinking about knocking that out, or
Yeah.
again, just trying to score points?
Because I didn't, there was like 2 S's and maybe 3 O's out at that time. I didn't have any of them. So I thought I might as well clean up my rack, score a marginal amount of points, but at least take out the 40-ish point SO. So,
Yeah,
wow,
both of them worked out
man,
huge for you.
I'm lucky.
Hey, you thought about these things, and you're confessing it to everybody, and it did work out exactly right in exactly the right order as well. So great stuff. Tell us about Blod. How confident were you that that was a word?
I was about 85% on it. I thought I remembered blahing, but I figured 5 points. I know blah-er is a word also, so I thought maybe I'm getting confused. So might as well take the 5 points, play my bingo the next turn anyway.
Right. And that's what we were pointing out to the audience with just 5 points. Like, go ahead and do it. What are the odds this game is even super tight and comes down to a ridiculous end game? Those 5 points
Right.
surely would matter, right?
It certainly couldn't happen to me or Will ever.
Right. Well, thank you for your time today. It was really fun getting to watch you play, and I think we've got a really exciting matchup coming up next for you, as I believe you're playing your twin brother Charles, right?
I actually left my phone in my hotel room, so I have no idea what's going on. I'm totally naked. I don't know what to do.
Well,
But
you
I'll take
shouldn't be
it
on
for it.
stream if you're totally naked. We've confirmed it is going to be you and your brother next, and that's what's going to be on stream. So we'll let you get back off, stretch your legs for a minute, and get the mental composure ready to dominate your twin brother, Charles. Thanks for your time, Thomas. Great game, and congrats.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are back for some brother on brother action. Twin brothers Charles and Thomas Reinke now going to play each other on board one, and we'll have that streamed for you. Sean, are you ready for this?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty exciting. I am a younger brother of two, and if I had a chance to get a piece of my brother at a sport or competition in which we are have a rivalry, I think it would be pretty exciting. Unfortunately, my brother would always beat me at all the games we ever played. But I think for Charles and Thomas, it's going to be quite an affair.
Yeah, no, this is going to be a good one. And both of these twins, when they do show up to major tournaments, they always seem to perform exceptionally well. Sometimes their ratings are not quite as high as some of the other players out there. They're not usually sitting around 2,100, and yet they always seem to perform at these big events. Both of them have nearly won the A division at nationals a number of times. And I'm not really surprised to see them atop the atop the standings here in the CSW division. We're getting word from our producer that they are bagging the tiles now, so we're going to switch over and get this action started for y'all.
All right, so we're going to have to pay attention to make sure we know who is doing what. Let's make sure those name labels are correct and nobody's been playing a prank on us.
Right. That's always the joke. When I play Thomas, do I actually play Thomas or do I play Charles? Which one of them is better? Who knows? But fortunately for us, one has the hair pulled back and the other one letting it all go down. So we'll be able to tell them apart on this stream. A big matchup as well, as Thomas still atop the standings and Charles just a game and a half behind him. 10 grand for the winner, 60 grand in total on the line. Has to make things awkward, as I'm sure they're rooming together and have to travel back home together after this as well.
Yeah, and they've chosen to dress similarly too, so that'll be part of the challenge. Well, it's a great start, I think, that we're going to exceed this game here, because Thomas is lined up pwned on his rack, ready to pwn his opponent. Pwn is such an interesting kind of zeitgeisty word that is what is it, late 90s, early 2000s, that it came into the vernacular. Started as a typo for owning somebody in online games. You're pwning them, kind of an ironic word. Got added and will forever be as part of the lexicon, thanks to Scrabble's habit of keeping these archaic words alive. So even after the internet moves on from this word, which it may have already done, it lives on in this board.
Yeah, so interesting decision for Thomas there. Do you play pwn or do you add the ED and score significantly more points? And I actually disagree with the choice he made here. Now, I'm at home and he's leading the division, so maybe I'm not one to talk, but PW in quite a bit more defensive for the board. But he's going to opt to score additional points, and that is going to give his twin brother Charles a bingo back that's going to score quite well. Humored with the British or Canadian spelling with the U now plays down to the D. When I believe he has no sevens in this rack and wouldn't, he might have had, Europium through the P is another option that he could have had, but now he's going to get a big scoring bingo down to the D, assuming he finds it. So a huge decision there. And you can always go back and say what if in hindsight, but this is going to hurt him quite a bit.
Yeah, I didn't mind Thomas taking the extra points. I think it was enough of a difference in points to justify it. I did expect it to be rumored or humored, but he chosen Europium, which I think is a cooler word, definitely, but we'll take an S hook, which means that it could actually be nice for Thomas to dump zits or something, for a lot of points if he chooses to go that way. His rack is Zoicite, actually, so you'll have to give that up in order to go for Zoicite. That's amazing. And I was just mentioning that in the previous game.
Oh my goodness, that's going to be a gazillion points. Oh wow! So a huge missed opportunity
that we were discussing in pwned. Oh, it's going to play in that same spot on Europium.
It plays for 130.
Yes, it's crazy. Oh, it's going to be so much.
35.
Whoa, we don't have the. We don't have an animation we don't have an animation for for a bingo this potent landing on the board so quickly. So pwned, then your response of Europium, which again looks nice, but maybe a little bit questionable why he chose Europium over rumored or humored. And then that gets attacked with Zoocyte. So both players making choices that could be debated, and then it leads to this. So it's sort of like a tempo. The person who goes first makes a questionable choice, but still a sound choice, and then their opponent benefits from that. But then that second choice also debatable, and now Zoocyte landing for a huge score. And I don't know that Charles has an immediate response, but he does have some nice letters with co-admit sitting on his rack, but I don't think that'll play.
No, co-admit doesn't play, nor do any other bingos out of this rack. You could potentially have dogmatic or diatomic, but they're not going to happen here. So instead, he's going to be left only scoring probably 45 points. I could see Zoic coming down. That makes a ton of sense for him to do, though probably take a little bit more time if you're Charles. Make sure you're not going to miss any bingos before you end up playing through that Z.
Yeah, I still can't get over just the way this game has started. It's it's pretty dramatic. You're looking at this potential barn burner game. If co-admit or another bingo had landed, this would have been wild. But it's still an incredible start to the game. Do you feel that Europium was the wrong choice over playing rumored?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, that's clearly a bingo miss of rumored or humored. You absolutely make that play instead if you see it. So I think Europium was just a miss. I'd be shocked if it was anything else. And yeah, but it's worth noting, even if he plays humored or rumored, he gets hit back with riotizes. So it's not like Zoocyte wasn't going to bingo anyway. But wow, 126 points for Zoocyte is a killer, though he does get 45 back with that Z.
Yeah, and it's just out of all the Z bingos that Thomas could have drawn. I mean, it was one that fit in that exact spot that was created by Europium. So, that's sort of the way that Scrabble can be so surprising and funny, and have a little bit seem as though the board has its own life or personality to it. And that's what's happened here. I think that now that you look at what Charles has to do, he's probably trying to do the work to make sure that he's identified if there are any bingos, and if he's already eliminated that, so he's lined up his rack in the fashion of dogmatic, as you were mentioning, but he's not going to be able to play those. So then what is it? Just dump Zoic and take some points out of that, or is there another one that could get him some to dig into the score here?
Yeah, Chad is pointing out that Zoic or Azoic in the same spot also allow him to pull Metazoic if he pulls one of the gazillion unseen E's. And even if he doesn't draw it now, he can continue fishing for it. So he can score 45 or 48 now and hit an even bigger score next turn. Again, I think he's going to take his time and really make sure he's not missing a bingo, especially on stream. We have the luxury of knowing that he doesn't have a playable one, but he's got to take his time and figure that out. And Zoic is a play that makes sense to make even independent of the extension, but having that extension available makes it even better. And in a vacuum, I think Zoic is a better play because you want to hold at least one vowel to stabilize your rack. But Azoic is probably a better play, knowing that the Metazoic extension is available because you get one additional chance at pulling an E next turn. Interesting turn, and man, we've just got fireworks in this brother-brother matchup.
Yeah, and I agree that that definitely if he had played the A, that'd give him another chance to fish for it. But I think it's more sound to not be completely dependent on that, and keeping the A, I think, is a good call. For Thomas, he's lined up what looks like a more or less straightforward play of Hudge. It'll overlap with Pwned. Scoring a decent score. I think it's about 21, 22 plus 16, 38 points. So that seems like it'll come down fairly quickly, while Charles has not drawn an E. So we're going to see how this starts to shape the rest of the board.
Yeah. Hodge, you could play on top or underneath pwned. I think it makes a lot of sense to play on top to avoid underlaps on the J and keep things more tight. But if the J gets underlapped, you do address the bingo line on top of Zoicide. Not a big concern. I definitely agree with this placement. And a big score again. He's not bingoing, but he's leaving himself close with AILS, a potent leave, and scoring well in the process. Charles
and
with
for
ADGMORT, so not really that close to a bingo, and as Sean just said, missed the Metazoic spot. So we'll see if he sees it. He may be inclined to try to hold on to those 3 tiles if he does see it, but GORD is not going to score well. Definitely an interesting decision here, though.
Yeah, and I think Hudge, keeping an eye. He has the Haji hook for Thomas. So what Charles is thinking now is, okay, I'm going to look through this. I'll eliminate the possibilities of bingos, and then I want to balance my rack again and just kind of stick with it. He's lined up MOG, which does play forming hem, so that might be a fairly basic kind of play to make. Now he's looking at other possibilities to see if he can squeeze out a few more points. MAGOT would play over the overlapping Europeum. So there are some options for him to consider. But I think if he goes with MOG, that would be pretty strong in terms of the leave. Of course, any play that he makes, on using up these letters is going to mean that kind of putting aside the goal of drawing into Metazoic, because they don't think that he can do very much without playing some of those tiles.
Yeah, I like one play specifically GOOD through the O in Zoicide. It kind of obscures but doesn't block Metazoic. It actually makes it score more, and you hold on to those tiles. So that's a cool thought. GOD also does take an A front hook in Collins, A good, but just GOOD is a pretty cool play. If he wants to fish, I think the best thing to do is actually just to play MIG through the I in Zoicide. That scores 24 points holding ADORT. Which is a pretty solid option as well. If he wants to sell out 100% for the fish, he can play GOURD through the U in Europeum. It doesn't score very well, but it holds MAT and gives you 4 more shots. I think that's selling out a little bit too much, but MOG, MIG, Good, and Gourd are all reasonable plays to make here. What he decides to do, Maggot, scores very well as well, and crucially, is going to block the bingo that Thomas has just drawn.
Yeah, he blocked the E line where Ravelins would have fallen, and I think the option of good, as you mentioned, was really interesting, and I think even justifiable to say, oh, let's play a good and take those points and keep going. But I think this option, despite the fact that it's giving up on the Zoic extension, is really a great choice because it's cleaned up the rack. He's going to keep moving forward, maybe get a chance to draw that next blank. So I think it's the right choice. It's not to get too tunnel visioned over trying to do one particular fancy play, but instead focus more on being well positioned to recover here and make up the difference in points.
Yeah. Now Thomas with an interesting decision here. Your gut kind of says when you've got AILNRS, like maybe fish the V. GUV is a nice little 14-point plunk, or he can play a little bit longer. A play like VINAL, forming Haji, scores very well, 32 points for him, but it does shut down this board. Is that what he wants to do? He does have a good lead. That would put him ahead by about 80. That makes a ton of sense to me as well. So maybe your gut instinct here is to be aggressive and try to fish, score 14 with Gov, and try to bingo next turn. I like playing VINAL. It makes it really tough for your opponent to get back in this game, especially holding that S to knock out the Zoocytes line next turn with the big play there. I love that idea. Your next 2 plays, Venal, Zoocytes, block this board up, cruise ahead by 100, and coast from there.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think vinyl or viral, probably vinyl, because the N will not be will not create the as many 6-letter words that are going to be useful as an R might there. But it looks like he's just considering Vin only, which is also a reasonable choice. I think the thing is that the main point is he's keeping the game moving. He's scoring some points. He's kind of controlling a shape of the board. He still has the S to hook onto zoocytes. So if he does draw a big letter, he can score points. He has opportunity to maybe get into a bingo. So really good stuff from Thomas.
And now Thomas has a worry through the OR is 27, or he can play the same 3 tiles, WRY.
You said Thomas when you met Charles. So
Oh, Charles, yes, apologies. Yes.
That's one strike.
Strike one. Yes. I'm sure I'm the only person who has ever confused these two. And for that, I'm very sorry. Oh, no. Thanks for catching me, Sean. So Rye there kind of shuts the board down with the deficit. Worry at the top scores 1 more and plays the same 3 tiles. But maybe you're worried about zoocytes. Maybe you're okay just leaving, a couple different lines available. I'm not sure what the rationale is behind his decision to play down there instead, but that is what he's going to do. Maybe the play of Vin had him caught up on an S on his brother's rack. I'm not sure, but now we're going to see more fireworks come down as Thomas has Snarler and Charles has an incredible rack, AGEIOR blank. So we're going to see back-to-back bingos once again from the Bingo brothers.
Yep, it looks like that's the case. And Snarler appears to only play in one place. Is that correct?
2 places. You can do ADS, making VINA as well, or you can do SEW.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So I saw the SEW spotted intuitively. Now that, of course, would create a potential hook. Snarler. Yeah. So that wouldn't be too bad to play SEW.
Actually, ST and NEW is a slightly better spot.
Slightly better, right? Okay, yeah. I think both of these plays locations could be justified. I sort of like the sort of cheeky play of playing ads and Bina to form it over there. I think you do run the risk that your opponent might have yet another S and pluralize it, which would happen in this case. So I think just for that reason, you may choose to play it in the lower position, and that's what he's doing. Oh, but he's not seemed to notice the ST option.
Yeah, that is a very tough word to spot. I didn't see it at first either. It wasn't until Quackle generated 3 places to play Snarler that I'm like, what? Where's the third? But 1 tile over ST and NEW would have scored him 2 extra points and been a little bit tighter for the shape of the board. So probably a miss there by Thomas on something that is tough to spot. And Charles is going to hit him back for sure with the bingo here. Co-Ed Meyer has to be the highest scoring thing he can have from the C, doubling the D. He sees it too. He's already set it up. So I think he'll spend just a little bit of time looking for fun stuff. But Co-Ed Meyer has to be the play here.
Yeah, I think that he may be doing what I would do in that situation, which is just, do I know how many long zoic words do I know? And then think Paleozoic or radio something zoic. No, that's not a thing. And then we'll see Co-Ed Meyer come down. But that's exactly it. So, but I think I just want to comment that the slight thing of not noticing the ST on option for Snarler can sometimes be attributed to the fact that if you've been playing the North American lexicon that doesn't have ST, then it just takes that extra thought process to notice it. So for those of us who had made the transition from the North American to the international lexicon, that is one thing that we may have to overcome. But Co-Ed Meyer comes down. The game is back and forth. We've got a rack here that looks very close to butterfly, but not quite butterfly. What should Thomas now do?
So there's a couple cool words here. One of them is nebulae, Nebully, from the N in Vin. Another one is a cool word as well, beetfly, Beetfly, through the E in Snarler. Both of those are going to score incredibly well for him. So those are 2 big options. And then a very tough to spot BEY on top of Co-Ed Meyer, making BI, sewer, and rye all together. So lots of options that score lots of points for him. Will he see nebulae? Will he play beetfly? Will he see beetfly? Will he see the sneaky underlap? A tough decision. I couldn't tell you which of those is right, but he's got a lot of options. There's also the more pedestrian feebly through the E in Snarler that scores well as well.
Yeah, those are all good options. I think certainly the option of playing the classic toy Furby would not be a wise one. But outside of that, the BEY play, although it's clever, it scores. I would be a little reticent to keep the FUL suffix and hope that that's going to work out, because most likely these floating letters are going to be used, some of them, in terms of what will happen next. So I would rather see him play more tiles, unload more of those difficult letters. So I do like some of the other options, and I think it's really a question of, do you see something as complex as Beatfly?
Now, I think BEY may actually be the best move for him here. And the reason I say that is because look, in the unseen pool, there are 43 unseen right now, and 19 of those are vowels. So a pretty vowel heavy remaining tile distribution. FLUT, generally not a leave you want to keep, but 5 A's, 6 E's, 4 I's, 3 O's unseen. The odds that you draw one of those is exceptionally high. So for that reason, I kind of like just grabbing the points and holding the consonants here. He's going to do none of those. Each of those words are pretty tough to spot and don't address the shape of the board. He wants to try to start shutting things down. Maybe he's afraid of an S at the end of Snarler. Maybe he didn't see some of those plays, but Burley is what he elects to do here. Definitely a curious decision, and one that likely isn't the best opportunity for him out of that rack.
Yeah, I think he could have afforded to spend a little bit more time, just because of the sheer number of different little words that can be played, which are not, automatic kind of plays. However, I think, that being said, Burley does score decently. It turns over some letters. Maybe that's part of the rationale, getting closer toward the end of the game, as you mentioned, blocking that line. So with unloading the U and the Y, not a bad thing. Fortunately for Thomas, Charles has a very vowel heavy rack and will not be able to do too much, and we'll just be looking to unload some of those vowels to try again later. What I would like to note here is that now he has 4 of the letters in Paleozoic. So if he were to play somehow off the I, E, and or U, he could try to fish for that. Although that may not be an advisable strategy.
Yeah, no, I think Paleozoic is cool, but too far outside. There is a really great play here, EUOI, in that same hard to spot location, making sewer. So sewer, Ru, Yo would be the 3 sneaky insertions to play EUOI, and a great way to balance out this rack, score 22 and hold AEL. Huge play. Thank you to Austin Shin for pointing that out in the chat. That's a big play for him to find, to score and work his way out of this rack. Otherwise, he's got similar options. AUE will kind of play in the same area, actually exactly the same spot, making SEWAR. And otherwise, EAU somewhere maybe? Olia maybe?
Yeah.
That seems to be what he set up.
This is interesting for sure. Yeah, Evo would be really nice if he sees it. When you do have a vowel-heavy rack and you start to look for what we call vowel dumps, words that have a lot of vowels in them, you tend to look in these trenches because you want to be able to make multiple words to score points. So I do think this is a seeable play for Charles. I think that some of the alternatives of different options, in or around that area, you should also be able to see those. But I think that Evoi being a sort of a renowned word for the fact that it is a 4-vowel, 4-letter word, is one that will be noticeable by most players. But he didn't really look in that spot so much. So I think he's gone for Olia, which I would say is a bit of a miss. But it's, at the end of the day, it's a vowel dump. You will stay on his rack, but it means it's the last case U on a board where there's no cube in play. So maybe that's one factor that's at play here.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this play. I think this was a miss. Granted, as I mentioned, those are really hard to spot insertions, but definitely I think some squandered opportunities for Charles, though he's going to draw VGCB. So I think maybe no matter what he did, he was going to be in trouble on this upcoming turn. Popping back over to Thomas's turn, EEFLNNT. Not anything really standing out to me in this rack either. He's not going to be able to score too much, at least not as far as I see. And he's going to play NEIF pretty quickly here, undouble the N's, undouble the E's, score a decent amount of points. And yeah, I think that's reasonable. Quackle puts that ahead of any of the other options. It also recommends NEF, making EM and FAE, playing the same 3 tiles, but he's going to elect to keep things tight and locked up in this part of the board.
Yeah, a word that played on either side, but he played it for more points where he did, so that's good play. While he draws into a bingo rack, Charles is dealing with all of this dreck, and he can only really hope to just try to rebalance again. But it's not going to be easy. The ways to do it are limited. He looks like he's looking at Vug for the top left corner, or he considered for a moment Vig overlapping on Burley to form Ugg, which would be okay as well. But if he played it there, he'd be closing the board while he's behind. But if he somehow does choose to do that, it might work out in his favor just because of the fact that Thomas is sitting on Lineate.
Yeah, one thing that helps is GUV making a VAE sets up an opportunity to get to that leftmost column. VAE takes a front hook of a U, although the U on his rack is actually the last U in the game. So you would have to play the U to set up the U. That's not going to work for him. If there's another way to do something similar, that would be awesome.
Yeah, it seems he's going to choose Vug, which would not create that situation.
He's going to forego 2 points and play Vug instead. I don't necessarily see a reason to do that. The U's are gone, so just grab your 2 extra points is what I'm thinking here. But maybe he wants to play GAE for the opportunity to back hook it and open up the top of the board later on. Or maybe he just whiffed VAE. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, you're right that taking the points seems to be something, but maybe he considered the fact that there's something to be said for just having the sense of where things are shaping on the board and not wanting at G to be up at the top and score those points. So Lineate does come down. Now Charles is in some real trouble. His draw, although it came with an S, has now duplicated the I's. So it's going to take some kind of good play. He is one letter off of sociable. Aside from that, what can he do to stay active in this game?
I am drawn to a play sort of like Ice making EL in Lineate. You're now down over 100 points. Open that triple up, and even if your brother knocks it out, you've got another spot to score huge high-scoring bingos on the right side of Lineate. So you have to make an aggressive opening in this situation, unless you're ready to throw in the towel and play for spread. And I don't quite think we're at that point yet. I really like a play like ICE for Charles here, but it takes a lot of stones to make that play, and it can backfire on you aggressively sometimes.
Yeah, it's definitely an option to try to create something so that you have enough of a margin, because the fact is, it's not enough to bingo sometimes. If the margin has been growing and growing, and now you have a deficit here where your opponent can potentially just outrun you by scoring some points, I think that's a major concern. And so in this case, there's the possibility that if Charles finds a way to bingo, that it's not going to be enough unless he's able to do it in a potent way. So good point about maybe opening up the triple lane. I think he's in a very tough spot in reality, as we know, because we know Thomas's tiles give him some flexibility. He does have the Q, but he has a couple of ways to play the Q. So I think right now for Charles, this is going to require some kind of a very aggressive and lucky bounce to kind of somehow stay alive.
Time is running out for Charles, not necessarily on his clock, but more in the game. There are now just 15 tiles in the bag. So if he's thinking bingo bango to get back into this game, it's got to happen probably next turn. If he's looking for a high scoring bingo to get back instead, he'll need to open up a spot to make that happen. So time is ticking for Charles. He's really got to make a big opening here. It's his last big opportunity to get into this game. And we'll see what he decides to do, or if he tries to play a little more conservatively, throws in the towel and just scores points somewhere. That kind of seems like the case here. He's just looking at playing BI, holding bingo prone tiles, but even if you bingo with those, you're going to need some extra luck. Maybe he's hoping his brother gets caught up with the Q, although I see a spot to drop it for 31 at the bottom already. Maybe he's hoping to draw bingo bango, although a bingo would play in the last available bingo line on this board. So I think BI is kind of a game losing, let me just milk some spread type play. But, some players draw that line a little bit sooner than others.
Well, he drew into exotics, but which is going to play forming YE with the X landing on the triple letter score. So let's not. We may want to stay around for the rest of this game, folks.
No, that you can't play that there. There's Burley, right?
Oh, Burley would block it. Oh my gosh,
Right, yeah,
got
that's
ahead of
not a bingo line.
so excited about it.
I wish it did. That'd be fireworks. That'd be what we signed up for.
Excitons is similarly. Excitons is blocked by Vin, so maybe not catching the lucky break that we're hoping that he would get. Coexist is sitting on his rack, and that doesn't fit. So could it be kind of a painful way to lose this game after QAT gets played, and we kind of just walk through the rest of this game turn by turn?
It's possible. I mean, he has Ectozoic, as pointed out by the chat, and Ectozoic is nearly a bingo score, and he'll retain the X, which he could play something like Ilex and Tix after that play of QAT. I do not like Thomas's play of QAT. You cannot give away a big X play that scores like a bingo in this situation. He should have, I think, spent a little more time and thought about that a little bit harder than just absentmindedly knocking out those floaters. I don't think Charles has an X play. It doesn't appear that he does, but Thomas gave him a chance to get back into the game that I don't think he needed to allow him to do.
Yeah, like a play like Cokes would have been a ton of points, and even if it doesn't cost the outcome of the game, would have still been significant amount of spread, and that does matter. Ectozoic would be a fantastic find if he makes it. I don't believe Exotical takes an S. Can we get a verification on that? But that's definitely some beautiful tiles. Doesn't seem like it's going to pay off for Charles in any fantastic way unless he's able to see Ectozoic and then do something else with the X in the following turn.
Yeah. I mean, Ectozoic into something like Ilex. Ilex isn't there, but Hoax is. Hoax would be 87. That would be just absolutely killer. But I'm not sure either brother has thought too hard about the Zoic spot in this game, as there have been so many other spots at different points. Wow. Yeah. Exotic does take an S. Exotics and Coexist are both good, but neither one fits on this board. And difficult decision for Charles if he's not able to see the Ectozoic spot. Otherwise, you're stuck fishing off your X in some way, and probably just kind of rolling over and losing this game after that.
Yeah, unfortunately, these tiles on another more open board would give you so many choices for ways to score points. In this case, he has the option. It looks like he's considering putting OX down somewhere. I don't really see where that might be. Maybe Yo and Ox, or I'm not sure
The
where he might.
hex, making hex underneath pwned.
Okay, that's a decent score, and that would get him to about 40 points. Um, yeah, I feel like that will not be enough to stay in range. Um, there's a more aggressive play might be. Oh, he's playing exotic up top. Okay.
Yeah, creates a
This
new
turns over
bingo
a lot of
line.
tiles. Yeah, it does create a bingo line. I think the problem is that this is 36 points, and it's just you're still not getting close enough into the lead here. But it may depend on what Thomas is able to do with his rack right now, and how many points he's able to stretch that lead by. He has nice tiles, but is there a great way to score?
Unseen to Charles last turn were only 6 vowels out of the 17 unseen, so maybe there's a chance your opponent, your brother, has a bunch of consonants after. But I don't know. Yeah, Ectozoic, I think, was the only real chance for him to win this game, other than opening up an aggressive triple and fishing for something like Hoax next to Lineate. But this gives him a chance if he draws a perfect bingo out of the bag and his opponent has hot garbage. Maybe he can sneak it out. Though I think both BI and Exotic are long shot plays in situations where you had other plays that maybe gave you a better shot.
Yeah, I do feel that there. I'm not sure if this would mathematically make any sense, but the option of maybe playing EX, forming ticks and ale to keep that corner open for another 2-tile EX score, while allowing for some draws, because by playing 4 tiles, you're really rushing toward the end of the game, and now he has bad tiles and doesn't really have time to really reasonably continue to make attempts at balancing his rack and getting to a bingo. So this game, based on what Charles is holding now, is effectively kind of complete. He's looking at ditto, which is a nice word for a twin to put down potentially. But Thomas is looking at his rack. He's trying to find some options to score some points. Looks like he'll be able to put up a few points in a couple different spots, but nothing extremely dramatic. Do you see a straightforward play for Thomas?
Yeah, he's going to play IF and XI. It's very obvious. It addresses the new bingo line. It scores very well. You've got to make that play. Maybe a little bit of hesitation to hold on to AGHNS.
Seems to be looking at flag in the bottom right corner through Burley.
Yeah, if you're worried about maybe a potential BI extension, like if you see something that your brother might be fishing for, but he hasn't been fishing, and even if he extends that down to the triple, you're probably still going to win this game. That bingo's not going to score enough. I would just play IF here, but flag makes some sense as well. If you get bingoed on, you're likely up by enough that you're going to win the game anyway.
Yeah, I think if was probably the better play. Maybe he likes the synergy of HINS as well. But I think if was better just because it just scored a tiny bit more, and I feel the lane above the X, although it would be a specific fit, it seems more probable than any 9-letter BI word. Now,
Yeah, maybe he just wanted to turn over one more tile, rush to the end of the game, give himself an additional chance to draw a vowel as well, so he doesn't end up with that nightmare situation. I also don't think it matters that much at this point in the game. Like, he's basically got it. You're 99% to win, maybe even 100% to win, so forget about it.
yeah, I think now it seems to be the margin is pretty significant. Thomas still has scoring tiles and is just going to keep piling on little points at a time, and we'll see this game wrap up. But it was definitely a game with lots of interesting choices to be made. Some beautiful words landed on this board. We saw several bingos for each player, so it was an eventful affair. So they did not disappoint in that sense. We have the benefit of knowing what they have on their rack and kind of having this objective view without the pressure or anything else. So I think we're able to see some things that could have been improved on specific turns, but certainly a very exciting game.
Yeah, yeah. At this point, I think Charles' best move is Dotal, Dotal, to the AL on top of Exotic, just making some overlaps. It's not going to win him the game, but it'll reduce some spread. I have noticed in the Collins division there are many, many ties. So if I'm in that division, I don't think so much about spread. I'm going all out for win percentage here. But I think just at this point in the game, win percentage is effectively zero unless your opponent collapses in the chair or something. So just get some points. Maybe he's thinking about trying to score some stream player and fishing for some extension to Zoic, looking at what's unseen, what he could pull. Maybe they're still both blind to that spot or that extension, but he's going to drop down ID, score some points, might even get to 400 this game, and yeah, we'll see what he draws, but likely there's nothing he can draw super exciting that gets him back into this game at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel there's now just limited time, but with PKAH, there's easy ways to score some points. It's interesting that the sewer play that was kind of mentioned in a couple of different turns still is sitting there. So maybe when Charles' turn comes, if he spots it now, there's the option of playing DE over there or something like that. But for Thomas, he has a word like hike, HAIK. I don't know if that plays anywhere specifically that would be strong, but he could play AH and he looks like he's found something. Oh, he just found hike. Yeah, that's the right spot to play that. So that is a nice score, and that'll help extend his spread.
Yeah, lots of points for him, and just one tile for him to draw out of the bag into INPS. So he's pretty likely to draw a good play, maybe even an out in one, if not an out in two sequence. And Unseen was rosetted, so he'll pick up the R. And Charles with nothing exciting to do out of that rack. Thomas is going to hang on to win, and just for fun, it looks like he is also going to pass 500 points again this game. So we got fireworks from the Bingo brothers, and the one in first place, Thomas, is going to continue to build on his lead as he's going to knock off his brother Charles. Lots to go back and look at in this game for sure. Europium versus Humored or Rumored. Even Pwn versus Pwned. And then the Zoisite Punish. Several other turns that Olia misses of the EUOI. There was some room for improvement, but also some pretty impressive plays by both of the brothers. And we see finally that spot was hit, the sewer spot. We noticed it. Better late than never. So that's cool. And Thomas is going to be able to go out. So Charles taking a little bit of flash, but missing his opponent's best outplay. And Thomas is going to end up well over 500 after this, catching Charles with OSTT.
Yep, definitely an eventful and fun game. We are going to have to ask them what they thought on some of these plays, because they were not automatic plays in most cases, and certainly there was now this over 100-point margin between them. But at certain points in this game, it was back and forth, and that was very exciting.
Yeah, super good game, and it wasn't until the end when Thomas started pulling ahead that it became apparent who was going to win. But Charles did a good job fighting, continuing to score, keeping himself with decent tiles in bingo range, and just couldn't outrun the bingo onslaught of Thomas. And that Zoisite, just killer play. We need to get an animation for that. Chat, I'm leaving that up to you. What kind of animation what kind of animation should we have for absolutely killer, like 125-point nightmare scenario bingos, because I'm sure we can come up with some good stuff as we brainstorm together. I'm talking to our producer now. It looks like we're going to try to get both of the twins on stream at the same time for a dual interview. You see Josh asking them now. We'll see if they're open to it. They got to submit their results first. I know at this tournament now they're going to wait round by round for the rest of the tournament to get the best and coolest pairings. Thomas points at Europium. Maybe he's pointing out what his brother missed. Charles' eyes get real big and then he smiles. So we'll see. We're hearing from our producer. They did approve it. They are going to do a dual interview with us. So Sean, Matt, and the Bingo brothers will be coming up for you as soon as we get this paperwork done. What kind of terms do y'all want to hear about? Drop it in chat. What kind of questions do you want us to ask? Drop that in chat as well as we figure out the logistics of where we can put these two to make sure we get a good interview with them. I'm pulling up the standings now for division for the Collins division. It looks like Thomas's win is going to keep him one game ahead of two different players, both Matthew Tunnicliffe and Lukman Owalabi, just one game behind him. They each also have ties. And then Ben Schoenbrunn a game and a half off the pace, and Matthew O'Connor 2 games back. They're going to be significantly ahead, a game and a half ahead of the rest of the field. So it's really looking like a 5-horse race at this point, with 6 games to go here at the Word Cup. Thomas, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Lukman Owalabi, Ben Schoenbrunn, Matthew O'Connor, and Charles Ranke as the top 6 there, though really top 5 have the best shots there.
Yeah, I think we're, seeing a lot of exciting Scrabble over the course of this weekend, but as we seem to get into, that late stages of this tournament where the every game feels so critical toward the outcome of the ultimate champions here. I think we're starting to see like that very elite level of Scrabble where the margin of error is so slim, and that's something that was visible in this game. Few choices here and there seem to impact the game greatly. I think one of the most notable choices was Europium, and how that turned into the placement of Zoocyte. So that you could look back at that and it would have been a totally different game. So that's certainly one of the big outcomes from this game. But a lot of the games that we've seen, we can see almost perfect play, and then one or two turns that kind of change the direction and course of the game. So definitely worthwhile. And I'm here, in Albany, with where all the excitement is happening, just a few feet away from me. So we're going to bring Charles and Thomas in to have a word with us and get a little bit of clarity on how they were looking at this specific game and what they felt on some of these turns. So that'll be pretty fun. Matthew, what do you think has been the sort of notable story of the games that you've covered?
I've seen some high-level play, some great word knowledge, and yet at the same time, I see some room for improvement in both divisions. So some people say Scrabble's almost a moot point. Why would I study, if there are players who are really good out there? But definitely some questionable terms, some mistakes being made, even at the top level. And I do think it's wild. At the same time, maybe a few mistakes, maybe some shaky play, but there are some great players in this field. Adam Logan, Dave Wiegand, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, Chris Leip, who are nowhere near the top. So you've got to be playing well to be ahead of names like that in a long tournament like this. This Collins field is stacked. It's crazy. And, I'm just excited to see what kind of fireworks we continue to see. Looks like we've got the Bingo brothers on board. We're going to have to do just a little finagling of our sound system to make sure they can hear us. I think Sean might have to unplug. But chat, help us out. More questions. I see a couple about the Zoic extensions, and we'll ask further from there. All right. How are you guys doing? Can you hear me okay?
Can you hear us now?
Yeah, now we can hear you. That whatever you just did works great.
We've got Thomas Charles in the room. I'm not too sure we can hear you, Matthew, so let's see what's going on with the sound here. Got a few different things here to sort out. Now, if we can't make this work, we're going to have to find a different solution here, so give me a moment while we finagle the camera. Our production friend Josh will give us a little bit of pointers if that's the case.
For sure.
Watch
Yeah,
while
I'll
you're-
keep talking a little bit. Can you all
Okay, we can
me
hear
now?
you. We can hear you. So can you hear us?
Yes, all is
All right.
good.
All right,
So,
let's get Charles and Thomas a little closer into the shot here. So, guys, what was the game like? And do you play each other often, or how does this normally play out?
So we actually don't play at home. We live together still. We don't play at home ever. We go to the same Scrabble club and we play each other enough at Scrabble club that we get enough of each other, and so we don't play casually all that often. So that when we do meet up in a tournament, I guess you could say it's a little bit more special.
And the Madison Club is pretty active, right?
Yeah, so Thomas and I direct the Madison, Wisconsin Scrabble Club, and we've got a pretty good group of players, including ourselves. People like to moan that they have to play not just one Reinke, but two Reinkes. But we see each other enough over the board at our club that playing casually isn't really that necessary.
Well, pivoting from there, we want to talk about that exciting game y'all just played. The Europium term seems to be a huge and pivotal play, as it got punished just about as hard as mathematically possible. I see Charles kind of nodding sadly. Did you consider other bingos on that turn, or did you see others?
I kind of got fixated on Europium because the first thing I saw when I drew my letters before Thomas played was, oh, I need an I or a P for Europium. And then I got the P, it tripled. It seemed to check all the boxes. So I actually did not look very hard for other bingos. I guess you can tell me if I missed something that was clearly better.
So down to the D in Pwned, you had humored or rumored. Both of those would have still been hit back with riotizes, but they would have scored a little bit better and not given the nightmare situation back. So that was a big thing. But I'm guilty of that all the time. I see an 8, I get the floater, and I just can't see anything else because you fixated super hard.
Well, you can't fault them for when you have two U's. I think you can't fault you for thinking, well, how many bingos could there really be in this rack? Oh, yeah, I see one. Why waste so much time looking for one that may or may not even be there, right? And so it just happened that when we saw Zoisite come down, our reaction was, wow, it couldn't have been like in a more perfect spot.
Right. I was certainly very pleased to see Europium come down where it did. I was like, that's going to be a lot of points. And I counted up, and guess what? It was a lot of points.
Yes. Yeah. One of those where you almost have to write down the numbers because you're not used to doing math that big in Scrabble. Exciting stuff. The chat is very curious about the play that came right after Zoic, or right after Zoicite, rather, Zoic. The chat was screaming out all these fun extensions to it almost all game. Is that something either of you thought about at any point during the game?
Yeah, so when I played Zoic, I was aware that it has numerous extensions, including a bunch that I'm sure Thomas knows, Entozoic, Sporozoic. Can't remember if Metazoic is a word, but
it is. Yes, and you held AMT on your rack, so we were like, "Ooh, he's setting himself up." So, had you drawn the E any of those next two turns, do you think you would have tried Metazoic?
I think I would have given it a lot of thought, given that we were playing Collins with 5-point challenge. It depends if I had maybe if I had a bingo or a 50-point play available, I might have passed it up. But I think I would have given it a shot. I certainly wasn't trying to distinguish between Zoic and Zoal words always gives me a lot of trouble. I think probably a lot of people can identify with that, or a lot of people don't identify with that and think that's an elite expert problem, which kind of is. But I think I would have given it a shot. And it turned out that the Zoic extensions just never materialized, or if they did, we missed them, or we had a good reason for not doing them.
Right at the end, Ectozoic came up as well.
Ectozoic was the one that
Oh.
we had the of course benefit of a couple hundred people in the chat, with their phones and all their ideas bristling, coming up with it, and that was pretty late. Kind of maybe if anything, it would have been a desperation kind of comeback attempt, for Charles. But overall, I think it was an interesting spot, and there were a number of interesting spots during the game. One of the things that I noticed and we were discussing was at the end of the game, DEE was played in a very tight spot forming sewer. But earlier, at some points in the game, was that a spot that you were considering or trying to see how to unload some vowels in either of those spots for other games?
Yeah, I was working on that spot, but I had the problem of not being sure that SEWAR was actually a word. So it sort of limited what I could do there. Certainly on the rack where I ended up playing Olia, the reason I took so long there is because I was sure that there should be some kind of vowel dump making sewer or sewar, either extending further towards the right of the board or extending to the left of that spot. And I didn't want to just do two tiles that seemed like too many vowels. And I also was thinking about the Q still out, and I had the last U, so a little bit more hesitant to play the U than usual, and I ended up not finding a play that I liked in that spot. So again, if chat was desperately sending me brainwaves trying to get me to find something there, sadly, the brainwaves did not penetrate my thick skull, and I ended up making the play that I did.
I think
EUOI did fit underneath.
A factor in your decision making.
Yeah, but I was definitely looking at the Q and thinking there weren't a lot of floating eyes on the board, so a Q might necessitate an exchange, for example.
Yeah, no, that all makes sense. We kind of deduced after Olia, like you're maybe sitting on the queue as well. Charles, you said there were extensions to Zoic that you think Thomas knows, that implying maybe you don't. Is there a difference in the word knowledge between you? I know you're twins, but is there a difference in your style and your word knowledge in anything?
I would say that Thomas has been playing Collins for a little bit longer, so if there were Collins-only extensions to Zoic, he might be aware of them, and I would not be aware of them. I think when it generally comes to word knowledge, otherwise we're pretty evenly matched. And so that was maybe reading too much into my words.
Thomas, tell us why you just made that face and had that reaction.
It's total lies. Don't believe this.
You are alpha ranky, yeah?
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Judging by the results of this tournament, I cannot argue with who's the alpha ranky and who's the omega ranky.
Well, we do have one final question for you, chat. I called you at one point the Bingo Brothers because y'all were bingoing back and forwards on each other a whole bunch. And chat was having fun trying to come up with what kind of band y'all would be in. I think I know the answer to this already, but if the two of you were in a band, what kind of music would you make?
Who wants to answer? I would say European style heavy metal. But we could be convinced into playing death metal also.
Yeah, I was going to go Euro death, mellow death, something like that, given the metal shirts, given the hair. Man, the headbanging would be epic. Hey, there is a musicale night at these WIGPO events at this Word Cup, so maybe next year y'all bring your guitar. I'll get on there and scream some vocals. We'll get Conrad on the double bass. Let's show these people what's up.
Well, as some people might know, I'm actually a drummer myself, so we don't need Conrad to provide the bass drums of Fury. I'm perfectly capable of providing that myself.
What if instead of the double bass that I'm sure you could provide, we went with a double bass? How metal is that?
Too metal to be comprehended, I think.
I think so as well. All right. Well, thanks for y'all's time. We are going to switch and take both of y'all off of the stream as there's a huge game behind you. In second place, Matthew Tunnicliffe and Lukeman Owalabi are both one game behind Thomas. So we're going to switch to that one to see who's going to be chasing you for the rest of this tournament. Thanks for the time taking the interview with us. Thanks for the game. It was a lot of fun to watch. And good luck in the rest of the tournament to both of y'all.
Yep. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Matt.
Thanks,
See
guys.
ya.
Yep.
See you, Chet.
That was a lot of fun.
I love the Reinke twins. They're both a lot of fun. They're both just two of the funniest people you'll ever meet, and they feed off each other in a way that's just awesome. I love them both. Always good to see them at a tournament. Speaking of people I love, here's Matthew Tunnicliffe on board one. As I mentioned, a big matchup, and they are ready to go. They've just been waiting on us to wrap up that interview, so we'll give them the green light as soon as Noah's set up with the score widget and get you guys going with more Scrabble. This will be the third of 4 games this afternoon, and we will have 4 additional games tomorrow. But this one is a big one in deciding who's going to be chasing Thomas in that last match today and tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see Lukeman on our stream for the first time, and I think we're going to get the benefit of that along with Matthew Tunnicliffe, who's been always consistent player, has been a champion before, and now getting more and more experience with Collins. I think is a very formidable contender in this division as well. So this is exciting for a lot of reasons, and we're getting the representation of Ireland as well here, where he lives.
Yeah, it's always super interesting to me. These Collins tournament bring players from all across the world, and especially for me and some of these other players, Matthew's another one of them. They play the mind games. They try to get reads on their opponent and exploit their weaknesses. But it's always difficult when players come from overseas who you've never seen before, or maybe only played once or twice because you don't know their style or their game. Sean, do you have any familiarity with Lukeman or his style at all?
No, but I think one thing for sure is that, as you mentioned, there are many international players who have come for this event and typically who play Collins, and I think that is something that brings with it a lot of interesting things in style, and you also realize that certain words that they're able to find easily because they've been playing with them for longer. May be new to us, right? Who have transitioned to play Collins. So that is something significant. And as we get started here, and Matthew has already made a trade after having a rack where he really couldn't play anything. He's sitting now on some bingo options. A nice play of Fondly by Lukeman is the first play of the game. He's just reversing position here to stay in orientation with the board. And really nice opening play on his part. I don't really think that could be too improved, unless you wanted to take a point sacrifice and play Molly. But I think Fondly was the right choice. So yeah, I think with players from different countries definitely get a nice wide range of words, even at the short lengths that are that you don't see as often.
Yeah. And I mean, fondly, I think one example of that, like folly definitely is a common word, but fondly, I'd imagine, is one that comes up all the time as it's a front hook to only, and just a good way to get rid of some yucky tiles. So nice play there. Folly, the other option there. And Matthew, I think with the no-brainer exchange, it was interesting maybe to some that he held HNS together, but it pays big dividends as he draws Shrined, Hinders, Nerdish, and is available, or has the O available now to play this word here, Hordanes, for a bingo and a commanding lead early in this game.
It's really nice how with the word knowledge that players of this caliber have. Like finding Ordines was straightforward. He also knows that there isn't an anagram to play a double. There were, in the event that he had not been able to bingo, A word like dehorns would have been a pretty strong double. So, but they have the word knowledge. Hoardings becomes a straightforward play because of the fact that he didn't really have other positions to land other options. So that is sort of an automatic play after having an opening turn where he really had to exchange, and it was like that was also fairly straightforward. So Matthew hasn't had to do a lot of tough thinking on these first two turns, but now I think it's going to get more complex as we go along.
This is really interesting. So it looks like the best play in terms of score is Favism, Favism, for Lukeman. However, it sets up the dangerous triple spot for maybe X bombs, and that is exactly what Matthew's sitting on. So it's a situation where if he finds his best play of Favism, then it's not going to work out very well for him. So we'll see if he's able to find that.
That would be a really nice site. So I think that he's looking at. I'm trying to figure out what he's looking at right now. FLO. Maybe he's thinking about playing something through one of the letters on the board. He's looking at loaf now. Okay, an overlap over Hoardings. That is not a bad play, but definitely several steps below Favism.
Yeah, this is likely a miss of the word Favism over a stylistic decision here, but it is going to work out very well for him. So interesting decision. Good way to score some points, though, that IMV leave. Anytime you're only leaving Roman numerals on your rack, it's probably not going to end up super good for you. So we'll see what Lukeman's able to pull. It's a pivotal draw for him. Consonants could be trouble. Clunky letters could be trouble. Vowels would be very welcome for him. Over to Matthew's rack, AGPTTXZ as a post-bingo draw is pretty bonkers, and I'm not seeing many good options. He's reliant on floating vowels to make good plays out of this rack, and there really aren't any of those. So this is going to be a tough decision. Standing out to me are GAZON and TAXON, or potentially maybe just AXON or AZON, setting up those front hooks. But
he doesn't have an O. Oh, I see. You're playing through the ON on that part of the board. Yeah,
correct.
I mean, if well, I guess the only thing that he could do that would be really problematic for him, without knowing this, of course, is that if he would play Czar and FA, that would allow Lukeman to play Movines, hooking the R. So as long as we don't see Czar, I think we won't see a bingo from Lukeman. But if he plays Czar, then that could be an interesting turn of events.
Lukeman does have amusive, AMUSIVE, so the bingo is going to happen, I think, in either case.
Oh, very nice. Okay, good find. So I think among the possibilities, he seems to be looking at Gazon now. I mean, keeping PTTX, yeah, it's a rack that can be decent if he's able to pull the E's and I's necessarily or any vowels really to complement them. But it's probably not overall an attractive play because it's 30 points. Maybe he'd be expecting that spot would get ruined, and then there's really no floating vowels outside of that A that he puts out there, which is probably going to be, from his vantage point, look like it's going to disappear anyway. So, but it looks like he's playing it.
Yeah, I think this is actually strong. Plays through the G often give back a floating vowel for him to crush that spot with his X, and there's no real other way to score. I think it's a play he has to make with some potential upside. So I like that decision by Matthew. It's tough to open a triple. Quackle, for whatever reason, really likes EXPAT in this situation, which I don't understand all that much. But Gazon, I think, makes perfect sense from Matthew's perspective. And Lukeman, we saw set up misvalue on his rack already. So he's either going to bypass or whiff on amusive and go right to misvalue. I definitely think amusive, making AL and MY, is a better play in this situation. But misvalue potentially can muck up this board if you're able to get a good underlap or something. So we'll see, but I think that's got to be another missed opportunity. First Favism and now Amusive from Lukeman, although he comes out to a lead after those plays.
Yeah, I think perhaps it's a case where with a rack of these letters, maybe the player might not think to keep looking for multiple bingos. They see one and they get content that that is a good bingo, not even realizing that amusive is there. But it is significantly from a positional standpoint as well. Creating opportunity for Matthew, who might play taxi overlapping. I'm not too sure if that's the most optimal play,
I
but
play taxing to the G almost certainly.
taxing, right? Yeah, that's coming down pretty fast.
So definitely not what you expect when you float that G out there holding a bunch of garbage consonants that you end up smashing that spot after your opponent leaves it alone. But hey, it's Scrabble. Every time you think you know what's about to happen, exactly the opposite happens. The bag giveth and taketh away, and weird stuff always happens. Speaking of weird stuff, Lukeman picking up what looks like EEORT as his post bingo draw. So a lot of interesting post bingo draws. Generally, you want to try to get your rack back in range of a bingo pretty soon after bingoing, and they've had some garbage to fight through. So we'll see what Lukeman does with these eased. Is he just going to drop 2 and hold the bingo prone but volatile EEORT? Is he going to score some points and play something like Reef? The most aggressive fish he can make is through that V, just EVOE, holding EERT. So different options for him. Do I want to score more? He's also got T's, TEASE, making AT and ZE. So do I want to open the board? Do I want to score? Do I want to try to, as aggressively as I can, to bingo? Sean, what are you thinking about these plays?
I think that dumping, he's set aside 2 E's. I think playing ZEE, forming EAS and EF would be a good enough score to keep going, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, so ZEE makes a lot of sense, keeps things tight, but keeps you in range of a bingo as well. I like that. Evo, maybe a more aggressive fish, but Z, I think a very solid play out of here. And now he's got the opposite situation. His VIM leave, he needed to draw vowels to hit, and he crushed them. Now he needs to draw some consonants to have a good play and see what he picks up. Yep, WT. Oh, no, W blank. Wow. Okay, so a clutch draw into a volatile leave, and he's almost certain to bingo next turn. Matthew holding triple TRIPOLI with no spot here. That's got to be oh no, there is a spot. Oh wow.
I was just thinking about that. I'm like, is it only the capital of Lebanon, or is it also a valid word? And it is one of the ones that is a valid word. What's the definition in our lexicon? It's not about the city because proper nouns aren't allowed, but a soft, friable rock. So, and he's playing it, a little, into it to overlap a few more tiles, which is a smart play to squeeze out a few more points. It's also could be considered a little bit more defensive. That's debatable how defensive it is. I think if it was moved over, it just really depends on what it is. But at least it doesn't slot the I underneath that double letter score. So really quick play for Matthew. And now we're getting into a situation where we know Lukeman is likely going to hit another bingo. Does he have a double-double? Is Reese stowed?
Yeah, he does. Bestower is the only double-double he's got, but that's going to be a killer play if he's able to see it and pull the trigger on that word.
Yep. So we're certainly getting our money's worth in this game. We already have 3 bingos on the board. We have a 4th one that is imminent. We've got our Z and X that have been in play already, and it looks like he's found Bestower. So good find for Lukeman as this comes down, and it's a huge double-double. So he hits him with, I think, 90 points.
90 points, yeah, that's killer. So Matthew's starting to feel like he's back in the driver's seat in this game after hitting his bingo for 78. But no, Lukeman's got other plans as he bingos again. Again, fireworks, lots of action. Already 2 bingos per player, and we're only halfway into this game. So exciting stuff. And it's definitely, at this point, anybody's game. Cool stuff.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see Goji come down in the top left corner? I'm not sure if the best play, like looking to score with the J in one fashion or another. I'm not sure what the high scoring option is, but that's one that had jumped out at me.
Yeah, Goji is really great. It also holds D Ash through the EAS. So I really see no reason to do anything else. Goji by equity, clearly the best play here, and it holds letters that are really good for you. He might spend a little bit more time looking for fun overlaps next to Bestower, as he's got the JO possibilities. But we have the luxury of knowing that they're not there. And I think Goji's got to be the play here, clearing away number one.
Seems as though he may be considering whether to play D-Ash first, thinking that maybe the J you can score anyway, but whereas if somehow the D-Ash spot gets ruined, then that'll be disappointing. But the leave of HED is so strong that I think that he should go for Goji first for sure.
Yeah, pretty no-brainer decision here, far and away. This would be one of those puzzles on Woogles where one play is significantly better than the other options, and he does pretty quickly play that. No reason to get caught up and spend more time. The way he set up that D and the H, I think he sees D Ash already, so that's exciting as well. Gotta feel good if you're Matthew, knowing you can hit a bunch of points already next turn with just a 2-tile leave. Lukeman over on the other side, CDINOUW, so the deathly WU, and go back to the old Scrabble adage, if you could play wood, you probably should. And I think that's what he's going to do almost instantly. He started to set it down with WE and UR, picked it back up, and no, he's actually going to go with wound. He's going to play a little bit longer here. Which makes sense to score points. Wood has 2 back hooks in Collins, so it's not all that defensive as well. It takes an S and a U. So he's going to score some additional points here and play Wound, which I think is a reasonable play too. But I'm always a fan of if you could play Wood, you probably should.
Yeah, now this presents a choice for Matthew, who now has an open triple lane to consider. The play of D-Ash that we identified earlier is still available. It's 40 points, so that's a lot of points. But there's the possibility that leaving the bottom triple open might be, and as well as the N, which is kind of in its own kind of precarious position, that ignoring it would be important. So he's kind of looking at lunch or lunched and thinking, hey, is there something that I should be doing there? In the corner, there's huddle or cuddle. There may be some defensive considerations to playing in the bottom row versus taking the 40 points for D-Ash straight away. And perhaps he's even considering, how can I score some points and leave that option open for myself to hit D-Ash in the following turn if I want to deal with this triple word score situation now.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any compelling plays that hold D-Ash and still do anything reasonable, but cuddle or huddle makes sense. Dunch or lunch or lunched all makes sense through that N, as well as D-Ash now or LECHED underneath misvalue, extending to that triple word. If he wants to open up the board, that also scores 47 and is our highest simming play according to Quackle. So many different things for Matthew to think about. How many points do I want to score? How flexible do I want my leave to be? And how worried am I about that triple word? You can't really get much of an inference after Lukeman's last play because that just seems like a no-brainer play. If you've got wound, you're almost certain to play it. So many different things to think about. LECHED, though, I think is the standout play here. Not necessarily here to hold a U, but scoring 47 is great. I'll also point out that the unseen pool, I do this all the time, but the unseen pool is leaning rather heavily consonants. So holding a U might not be as bad if we could possibly avoid it.
Yep, I'm certainly thinking that one of these plays in the corner is right, and he seems to be playing lunched, which is probably going to work out nicely for him. I think the fact that the ED is a bit added to it is for the extra 6 points is pretty aggressive, and I would have been in that position reticent to do that, but it's because Lukeman has drawn poorly. That is actually going to work nicely out for Matthew. I'm not sure what Lukeman is going to be able to do in response. He's trying to arrange his tiles to make some kind of play, but no matter what he plays, he's going to be left with some dreck.
Yeah, I mean, he's got QI with LI, which is a 35-point play, leaving just absolute garbage, CBGVR, almost a guaranteed exchange next turn. But it is 35 now. It addresses the Q. Potentially, if he's able to open some other spots up and distract Matthew, he's one tile off from QADI for 72. So Matthew narrowly dodged that bullet already. But I don't see a compelling way for him to open up a distracting spot and leave that opportunity available for him.
Yeah, and the other consideration I think for Lukeman, aside from how to address the queue, I mean, you can count the U's that are on the board. There's 3 U's on the board. If you don't take QI play that's available right now, and you try to unload some of the other heavy consonants, will it be the case potentially that this Q becomes a problem, a very significant problem, that especially in this stage of the game where you really don't want to be hung up on certain things. Is there a rationale potentially, Matt, for exchanging?
Exchanging makes a ton of sense here. It looks like he's also strongly considering crib on top of lunched. It sort of obscures the spot to play with the double letter triple word, crib making CHRE and ID, but ID with the S and E back hooks. It doesn't really play as much defense as you want to, and it holds QVG. So you're opening up another opportunity to score a lot and not guaranteeing many points for next turn. One other big consideration is the front hook to lunched. In Collins, lunch as a 5 takes both a C and a G, and one of those, the G, is valid as an 8. Glunched is good. So Lukeman is holding on to that G, which could be very big for him down the road. And wow, he's going to get a really incredible draw of a bunch of vowels to help him out of an ugly, ugly situation. A QVG, not the best leave, but all of a sudden with an AEI draw, that rack is looking a lot better.
Yeah, that's true. And it'll really come down to how Matt responds here. He's got the letters to play underneath the ID. So, there's certainly points available if he were to play something like EME. It's not an optimal leave, but that's one of the possibilities. If he wants to try to make a more balanced rack,
Well,
he can.
Matthew does have a bingo here. ROEMERS plays with RID and OB. It's pretty clear to be the right play. It's the only bingo, as remorse underneath was blocked, but it seems like he doesn't see it yet. So he can consider those other options. EME is a great high-scoring play, but if he misses the bingo here, that's going to be trouble for him.
Yeah, I did not know that word, but that's definitely would be a good find. I guess you could say it's a little non-standard in the sense that it's got an interesting spelling to it. The potential to play underneath as well is probably distracting enough too that just remembering that remorse has this anagram might be something, and if he doesn't get the bingo, then he may have remorse later.
Absolutely. Very good pun there, Sean. With a player like Matthew, too, we saw how immediately he played Hordanes, right? He knows his sets. And if he sees the bingo, he's going to see it right away. And if he doesn't, he's not going to. Well, I just put my
He's
foot
not
in my
it.
mouth because he did find it. So Romers is going to go down, a big and important find for Matthew, as that's going to put him back ahead. And Lukeman, ideally would be able to hit that spot pretty hard, but it looks like all he's really going to have is AVE underneath or VEG. Both of those are okay. They hold the Q for later on playing QI and LI. He's also got the glunch plays available right now, something like VAGI. But this board looked like it was losing life and now is wide open for scoring opportunities once again. Lukeman's going to have a really interesting response. Sean, are you thinking about plays underneath AVE or VEG? Are you more concerned about the Q, or would you cash in glunched right now?
I would cash in with glunched. I think because the thing is that no matter what you play, he has got a number of consonants that don't have synergy with each other. So if he can unload two of them and score, that's the way to go. And he looks to be considering Vega as opposed to Vagi, because I think he wants to keep that I for maybe QIS, which could be a reasonable reason to choose Vega over Vega or Vagi. But certainly worth it to take the points, keep this game in range, and try to keep some pressure on Matthew, who now has some amount of interesting letters. He could play about, over top, forming arid, and Bob, and three other two-letter words. So for Matthew, that might be a way to continue to kind of control the board. If he does that, then it's going to become really hard on Lukeman to go from where he is now to kind of making up the distance.
Yeah, about a really solid play on top of Romer's. Scores a bunch of points. Looks like 38 if he plays it with Arid, Bob, OE, UM, and TE with 5 overlaps. That's really tough to spot, but really awesome. That's 5 overlaps. The more obvious spot, making AM and BE, is also there. But yes, he finds it in the tricky spot, and very importantly, addresses the RID spot. Now there's no longer rides or RID available, as Arid has no back hook. Wow, big, important play for Matthew. Very tough to spot. I think we see a lot of players miss this. And no, he crushed that. He crushed it fast. Very good, important play for him. Nice job, Matthew.
Yeah,
and Luke is going to respond almost immediately with the QIS that he retained after Vega, which makes sense. You've got to unload that pretty quick, as there are, only 7 unseen to him. You can't get caught up with it. So he's going to unload QIS. Matthew holding on to that last I definitely seems to be the overdog in this game. And Lukeman, especially with that pull, I think his chances of winning are whittling down to nothing very quickly. Ooh, and Matthew picking up that blank too. Oh, this is game over. AAEIST blank. Matthew got to be grinning as he draws this, as the game is now certainly his, and it's going to come mostly down to spread. And which bingo does he decide to play?
Well, so that's a good question. Trying to figure out what bingos does he have. I mean, he has. There's an M lane. There's a G lane. I haven't seen yet what is the word to play instantly there. But
maybe not an instant, but he's got, if nothing else, like Adamsite through the M and miss value. Right. That's what stands out to me. Does he have anything from the G? I don't know Collins, but I don't know that there's a TWL word. Actually, Quackle now spoiling it for us. Adamsite is the only bingo.
Oh, okay.
That's wild. So this, I think, is a turn where we see Matthew spend a decent amount of time. He's a solid anagrammer and will probably quickly rule out a bunch of these spots. But Adamsite is the only one that's going to fit. He'll probably spend some time, look at other overlaps. Does Diastema play? Does Animates play? Does Imamates play? But we have the luxury, again, of knowing Adamsite is the only one there. Wow. But it's still going to be plenty for him to win this game. And if he's worried about getting bingoed back on for some reason, whatever, he's going to go up by so much that I don't think there's anything in the bag that could catch him with. I'll drop the unseen pool. There are 2 in the bag for Matthew at this point, and the pool's looking pretty yucky. ADEKNNPTY, which puts DY in the bag.
Yeah, I think from Matthew's vantage point, there wouldn't be really anything that Lukeman can even hit a bingo with, and if he did, it would have to be something. I mean, the reality is that there aren't any lanes except for that G lane, and so which would not be a complementary tile to that leftover pool. So he's probably not worried about that. It's just a matter of how quickly he finds Adam's site. He does have several minutes on his clock, so I think he will find it. Maybe he's already aware of it and just looking for other options. So I do think this game is going to wrap up with this fairly large margin. And too bad it's not DH in the bag, so that he could finally play D-Ash after all. But that spot is still sitting there.
Yeah, that spot's going to sit there all game, it appears. But Adam's side is the only one. Maybe he's going to take extra time too, because it gives back huge plays like PAK or KNAP, things like that. So you don't want to give back the overlaps if you can avoid it. But we know that you can't avoid it. His rack is so good, so solid, and so stable that he could consider not bingoing here, knowing that he might draw something again next turn. But there's no real way to open up additional bingo lines on this board. And if he fishes one, his opponent can block the G or the M. You just play the bingo now, take your points, and rack up some spread.
Yep, that's correct. And I mean, I just noticed, and this is not really that important, but the Y in Fondly, in terms of being a lane, he does have TPE for type. So if there had been an interesting type word, then that would have been a lane for like typecast or typeface or something like that. But none of those are going to come down either, neither now or in the following turn. So realistically, this is just now a waiting game to see if Adam's site comes down or not. And if it doesn't, I wouldn't be surprised if we look at just a one tile fish off to see the next turn if it turns into a bingo. But for all intents and purposes, this game is going to wrap up with a Matthew victory. I think it was a well played game by Matthew, by both players. They both played well. I think maybe a couple of decisions could have been reflected on further, specifically whether to play amusive instead of misvalue potentially. But I wonder a little bit about the turn on loaf, which we saw. Favism was definitely the superior play. So these were choices made of instead of taking the top play, maybe you're taking the second or third best play, and these are the consequences. As I was saying earlier, the margin of error is so slim.
Yeah, and I think Lukeman might go back and relook at the crib play. I'm not necessarily saying it was right or wrong, but definitely a hard decision and one that sort of set the tone for the rest of the game, as he never really got even close to bingo range. Now, there were bingo lines available. There aren't anymore. But definitely a decision. It looks like Matthew either misses Adamsite or maybe he saw like a big threatening play under misvalue, but spread costing uncharacteristic blunder there in a game that, he's got wrapped up anyway. It's not overly important. It's also possible maybe that he has the score wrong, as the players now have stopped the clock and seem to be discussing and looking at their score sheets. But a bingo miss for Matthew in a game that he's otherwise played very, very solidly.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it is true that Adamsite is a little bit, from a word architecture standpoint, you might think to look for the words for the double word score first, and then thinking that, most of the words will end with S. So, that just placing that S in the middle and the fifth position in a word might cause him to miss it. I think he had lots of time, so I feel like, perhaps he could have spent the extra couple minutes to make sure he really went through the whole alphabet, but no problem. I mean, again, as you mentioned, this game is going to go in his favor either way. The reality is he made some really great plays throughout this game to get to this victory, well earned. He played lunched. That was one that was tough decision. He made many choices. He found roamers. He played about. He played gaze on. So and then he found Tripoli as a nice 7. So there were really a number of great plays made by Matthew that allowed him to withstand a game for Lukman, which was actually not a bad scoring game. He's going to probably get to a total over 400 here and in a losing cause.
Yeah, and Keefe crucially blocks taxingly, which is a great play for Matthew to score even more. It doesn't look like it leaves Lukman any outs next turn, but Matthew's going out in 1 almost certainly anyway. He has the option now to slow play it and go out in 2, but taxingly would have been cool. Thank you to chat for pointing that out, but not going to happen for Matthew here.
Yeah,
we're working on figuring out what our next game is going to be for y'all. We'll get there soon, but we'll go ahead and finish this one out as Matthew's looking for end game plays. It looks like the best one for him scores 21 points. I'll leave it there in case chat wants a little puzzle to solve. Matthew also has 3 minutes and 43 seconds to solve this puzzle, but 21 points is Matthew's best out, and he's only got a few.
Well, with PNANT on Lukman's rack, he doesn't actually have to go out necessarily. He could take some more points. Like he can play DYE forming Y and YE under Hordines to score 30 points or so, and then score again with the D if you wish to. So I'm not sure what is the mathematically optimal choice, but that's an option as well. And it looks like he's going.
He does. Yeah, there he does. He does find the highest scoring out and the best in game. Lukman actually had Panton, Panton, through that O. So if he is going to slow play, he must block that spot. But YEED is the 21-point correct outplay for Matthew. And just another solid play on what was overall just a very solid game. Matthew showing us why he's won major tournaments, why he's a national championship before. And they're definitely having some post-mortem about that huge spot that lunched opened up that ended up, definitely shaping the shape of this game. Our producer's letting us know now that after we get a little post-mortem and we get the results posted for this one, that we're going to try to get Matthew Tunnicliffe in for an interview. But it looks like, he's shown us now leashed or D-Ash. He was definitely thinking about those on the lunch turn. And Lukman, I think, lamenting that the spot got opened up and he had nothing. He's going to show, I think he's pulled crib, V, G, and he's going to grab that Q as well, which was his last tile. Matthew showing us that he saw taxingly as well. So, everybody's like, well, you blocked this, and when you open this, I didn't have that. The classic post-mortem in what was a really intense game of Scrabble. I wonder if Matthew would point out the amusive miss. It's always hard when your opponent plays all 7 of their letters at once, because you can see exactly what they've missed. I know I don't dwell on those things. I just play on, and I wouldn't tell an opponent that if unless they ask at the end of a game too. But that was really one of the only few questionable plays this game. Overall, just in solid Scrabble from what appear to be 2 solid players for us. Well played to both of them.
Yeah, it really was well played, and as I said, full of bingos, and a big score, and they combined for almost 900 points. It was something where perhaps in the early stages, a couple of turns that could have slowed down and something like that. But I mean, they did play a really high quality performance and give us something great. And we look forward to talking to the players to get some insight further. As we kind of get closer to the late stages of the tournament, they were tight neck in terms of their record. Matthew picking up the victory will be looking really strong as a potential contender in this tournament for for getting himself a seat in the podium. But I think overarching the main takeaway here that I think we really saw was Matthew was very proficient. Aside from the miss on after the point where the game was kind of already decided on Adam's side, I would say that pretty much every turn for Matthew could be considered the most optimal play.
Yeah, and I mean that at this stage in a tournament, the mental fatigue really starts to set in. This is round 26. You've played 25 intense games of Scrabble, and now you have to play another one. This is a 7th game of 8 today. So little slips happen, but you've got to be consistent. It's really easy to miss a play like a bout with 5 overlaps, and Matthew did a good job of really not taking a turn off and making the best decision he could every single play. Matthew, as he walks down the hallway, I'll give you a quick standings update. It looks like Ben Schoenbrunn put a smackdown on Adam Logan, 531 to 332. And if Thomas Reinke wins his game, then Adam Logan is mathematically eliminated from winning this tournament, which is crazy. He's a great player, but there's so many great players in this field, and eventually, people do have to fall off the standings. We'll get standings updated for y'all shortly, but with that win, Matthew Tunnicliffe he'll remain in second regardless because Thomas has high spread, but does exactly what he needs to do to put himself in position to win with 5 games to go. So we've got him here. Matthew, how are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you, Matt. How you doing?
All right. How do you feel after that game?
I feel like I want to look up that one blank rack that I couldn't find anything on.
There was one bingo. I said to the chat, like, oh, you just pick your choice of whatever bingo. That rack is so good. And then we spent like 45 seconds, and I'm like, well, does he have one? There was one. It was through the
through
M.
the M or the G?
The M.
I give up.
Adam's
I saw
height.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it overlapped the WE to make EWE. It was a sneaky fit, but that was the only one you had, and even then, like it's game over before that.
I also felt like I just need to make a valid play there, so I kind of gave up on the bingo, made something to one for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's game 26 of a long tournament. You've got a tie, like just kind of wave your hand on that one. But you made some really interesting decisions. How long did it take you to find a bout?
As soon as I saw it, I threw it on the board. I'm like, yeah, that's the play. That's what I'm looking for. So however long I spent on that turn is how long it took me to find it.
But yeah, it's one of those, as soon as you see it, you're like, oh man, and it did everything you wanted to do, scored 38, uncluttered that rack, and addressed that huge spot after RID. So really solid play there. Definitely a game winner for you. We wanted to ask you as well about, we saw you at the end of the game set up leash or D-Ash, right? How long were you thinking about that? Did you consider that Goji left that play, or did you notice it the next turn?
I kept the DH for D-Ash when I played Goji, and I knew that would most likely still be there. I was expecting to get to use that spot, and in the end, I didn't really have a chance to.
Yeah. I mean, it's unfortunate, but you had great scores in other places as well. Lunched was a really curious play as well, right? Lots of good options on that turn. Dunch, Lunch, or longer plays like Lunched. You still had D-Ash. There was also LECHED that you could have played underneath Miss Value, stretching over to the right side of the board for 47.
I didn't see Latched. That's a miss. I was definitely focused on the spot he had just opened and the D-Ash spot that was still there.
Was that a hard choice to choose whether to play like in the bottom corner or go to play at the top to continue with playing D-Ash as you had planned it?
So, well, I was looking at Leashed, not D-Ash instead. I'd just play longer so that there would be 2 sort of triple lanes open, both with Ds. In the end, Lunched was the same score, and I got rid of the U, so I went for it. But the bigger factor is I kind of was hoping he didn't know Lunched, and I was going to get to do that myself. But as it turns out, he did, so I paid for that. But
yeah, we were curious. Do you definitively know the hook or hooks to that word, and do you think your opponent does as well? I'd mentioned you like to play off your opponent and their strengths and weaknesses. Do you know the front hooks to lunch and to lunged?
Well, I know Glunched, and if there's another one, I would have to think about it.
So, one question I have for you is, so like most of those plays came in after you sort of had, I would say, the balance of power in the game. You were kind of like had the upper hand. But earlier in the game, you're trading bingos. He comes down with a bestower for a lot of points. How were you feeling at that point in the game? Were you like thinking, okay, this game's not going well, or were you thinking, okay, this is just going to be a battle? What did you kind of feel when you go that point?
Never felt like it was not going well. I knew that it was going to come down to who hits the good rack first, who hits the bingo first, and I got there with my remorse rack. And he got his Q rack with all that junk. So I just knew it was going to come down to who gets a good draw, but I never felt like I was in a bad position. I just knew that I was going to need a little bit of luck.
Speaking of which, you spent a few extra seconds before putting down roamers. So what was that? Were you thinking of something there, or just taking a little while to find it, or
Making sure it was good.
Okay.
Making sure it was good. It's a Collins word, and I'm never sure of any of the Collins words. I got to give them an extra second to think about it.
Right.
So just making sure that was the word that I was thinking of.
No, it was a very nicely played game, and that was definitely a key play in that. I didn't know that word roamers, and so I looked at it and I thought, oh, okay, maybe he'll play EME under it or something like that, and that was a nice find, certainly I think at that point, once it happened, and then once you had that about to kind of lock it up, we kind of felt that the game was now a done deal.
Mm-hmm. I mean, there was still a blanket. Could have lost to
Got
something.
a happy update for you. Thomas Reinke, we see, lost his last game, so that win will spring you up to a tie for first place. A little behind on spread, but that's exciting for you. You'll probably play him next, if I had to guess.
That's some good news. Yeah, he's been winning too much for my taste. So happy to finally gain some ground.
We were curious, have you played Lukeman before today? And if so, what did you know about his game and his style?
So I haven't played him before this tournament, but actually, like, we played in the previous round, right? We played last round, and I lost by 1 point, and like I blew it. I literally challenged a word and lost by 1 point. So I had to go from that to sitting down and playing him again and trying to push that loss out of my brain and focus on this one. So no, I don't know a lot about him at all. He taught me a few things about himself, like he knows Glunch and he knows Taxingly. He knows all these things that I was hoping he wouldn't know, and it turns out that he was not exploitable at all. So I know a little bit more now.
Yeah, definitely. And I expect you'll probably play him at least once or twice more as we see these standings coming in. But after that win and a well-played game, you are now tied with Thomas Reinke atop the standings, Ben Schoenbrunn a half game behind you, and then Matthew O'Connor and Lukeman right on your heels, a full game behind you, as 4 of the top 5 in Collins now have a tie. So at any point in this tournament, did you stop playing for spread knowing you had a tie?
I got the tie after Thomas, so I was like, wow, Thomas has a million spread. Good thing he has a tie and it doesn't matter. So then I proceeded to get a tie and made it matter. And I'm still trying to catch him up. I keep winning games by small scores today, so it's not helping me. But maybe I'll have a chance to, catch up to him a bit if I play him.
Yeah, but Chad is asking one thing. You lost that game by 1 point, and gave up a 5-point challenge. How do you come back psychologically after that? Do you have a routine? Do you take a walk? Do you punch a wall? I know Scrabble players do different things to de-stress. What's your go-to?
I don't get upset at stuff like that. I've blown games before. I'm going to blow more games in the future. It's something that happens, and the only mistake you can make is taking that loss and letting it drag into the next game and contribute to another loss. So just put it behind you and play the next game as best as you can.
Words of wisdom from a well-established Scrabble player. Well, we'll let you take a few minutes, stretch your legs out before the final game of the day. Thanks much for your time, Matthew, and congrats on the win. Good luck in the rest of the tournament as well.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you. This has been exciting, and so we're going to be back very shortly with our last game of the day, and it's been quite a ride getting to this point, knowing that tomorrow is actually going to be the final day of the Word Cup. We're coming to the end of day 4. That's pretty incredible. Just the thought of how quickly we've gone through so much Scrabble, and it's been such a high level performance. And we've been really glad to have so many of you joining and sharing some thoughts and plays and fun moments with us in the chat. Please do let us know what parts you liked, what you want to see more of, because it's also going to inform how things shake out tomorrow in terms of what appears on the stream. So we certainly are counting on all of you for your input.
Absolutely. I'll do one more plug while we're here. Josh Greenway has put a lot of work into this channel and all of the broadcasting for this tournament. If you haven't yet, like this video on YouTube, hit the subscribe button to Let's Play Scrabble. We'll have the final games tomorrow, 4 games tomorrow morning on this channel as well, and a lot more Scrabble content on this channel, plus a lot that's already been uploaded in both Lexica, NWL, and CSW. So give the channel a subscribe. I said our goal at the beginning of the tournament was to try to get up to 1,000, and we've blown that out of the water. So thank you to everybody who's hit that button. And if you haven't yet, definitely recommend you do that. We're going to do a little bit of standings updating in different divisions across the tournament. We're now at that stage of the tournament where it's imperative that you get the previous results to know who's a contender and who's not. So a bit of a delay before we can start the last game of the day. But I'll go through and read out some of the names in both the NWL and CSW divisions. We've kind of talked about the CSW standings and where they are right now, with the Reinke's on top, Ben Schoenbrunn and Matthew Tunnicliffe, along with Lukeman up at the top. Jackson Smiley in NWL Division 1 seemed to be running away with this tournament, but has hit a rough stretch now. He's lost a couple this session and is now just 2 games up at Josh Sokol. Jackson at 19-7, Josh at 17-9. And Jason Lee has gone on some kind of tear. I believe he's won 7 in a row to put him just 1 game behind Josh at 16-10. And Eric Goldstein also at 16-10. So Jackson 2 games up on Josh, 3 games up on Jason and Eric, with 5 games to go in the tournament. Jackson, of course, the defending champion in this division. In TWL Division 2, we have Minahem Rosenberg, 3 games up on the field now, 22-4. We really need to get him out of Division B and into that top division, as he's won now, I think, assuming he holds on here, he'll have won Division B 3 times in major tournaments. We're hearing from our producer that we are planning to take another CSW game. So we don't know what the matchups are just yet, whether we'll get a Reinke or a Tunnicliffe or maybe both on the stream, but that's our plan. And NWL Division C, we have Kyle Falahi in first place narrowly over Shauna Petrie. He's at 20-6. She is at 19-7, with Kyle at a big spread advantage. So effectively a 2-game lead for him there with 5 games to go. This is the 2023 Word Cup being broadcast from Albany, New York. If you like this content, again, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Check us out here again tomorrow morning. We'll be live at 9 a.m. I think the plan is to maybe switch back and forwards between the divisions. It looks like potentially we'll have NWL wrap up things a little bit sooner, so we may flip over to NWL for what could be the deciding match. If Jackson looks like he's going to clinch early, and we'll switch to CSW if there's more exciting matchups there. We plan to be a little bit bilectual tomorrow, but we'll broadcast what seems to be the most exciting for everybody. I'll be back on stream tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern time, for the final 4 games of this 31-game event. If you do like this content, if you like competitive Scrabble in general, make sure you visit wordgameplayers.org, and you'll find information about tournaments upcoming, results of previous tournaments. You can look up these players and see their historical results as well. I also recommend the website cross-tables.com, where you can find more upcoming tournaments and player results. Lots of Scrabble resources out there. Sean, if you had to pick one player in the Collins division right now to win this whole thing, who would you pick and why?
That's a really tough question. Well, I mean, I think I'm just thinking about how the games we just watched, right? And we had a really great performance from Lukeman and Matthew right here on the stream. We saw really what I thought was a very dominant performance by Matthew, just in terms of just the number of plays that you could say were right there, like just so optimal. Now he himself voiced that he's a little unsure about some of the Collins words. He still ended up playing the right words, but that being said, that might be a factor, in the game. So I still want to kind of favor Matthew here. I mean, but in third place is Ben Schoenbrunn. We haven't had a chance to see much of Ben, and so he tends to be a player that can slip away from the radar, and then he gets onto a little streak here, and that's sort of what happens in tournaments right toward the end. Is the people you think that are right in front, you're paying a lot of attention to them, and everybody's focused on them, and somebody kind of emerges, and because it's such a log jam near the top of potential contenders, I'm gonna go with the possibility that maybe Matthew O'Connor comes up, and that'll be my prediction here. So there's just enough road ahead of us with this last round today plus the rounds tomorrow for that to happen, and I think that's a big factor. But with all due respect to Thomas, whose spread is far and above the rest, so it really comes down to a few specific games, and I think. But I think I'm going to give a vote of confidence to Matthew O'Connor to somehow squeeze himself into the top couple spots before this is over.
You heard it here. Sean picking Matthew O'Connor to win. I'm going to stick with the Matthews and tie my horse to Matthew Tunnicliffe. That was a very solid and well-played game by him, aside from the brief Adamsite whiff, though he even said, I had the game won at that point. So I'm going to pick him, but it'll be very exciting nonetheless. The next 5 games are going to be huge. Every turn definitely going to matter to these players. And you don't want to count out Will Anderson. He's 17-9, but certainly, if each of the guys at the top, Thomas and Matthew, go 2-3 or worse over the next 2 games, and he goes 5-0, as I'm sure Will Anderson could, you never want to count out a player of that caliber. So I know Will's the reason several people are here today in chat. Always fun to root for him and see him, win games, see him get up on stream. But who knows? 5 exciting games coming up, and pairings should be coming out shortly. I think we're just waiting on one final result, Charles Ranke and Mohammed Suleiman, and we'll be able to get the next round of pairings. So hopefully not too much more delay. I'm getting kind of tired of watching my own face up here and my slightly askew mustache. So I want Scrabble.
I was thinking about my slightly askew mustache. That's interesting.
Yeah, we match though. That's good. We match, and we're actually askew the same way too.
So next to each other, we create that symmetry that we long for.
And we thought this out in advance, guys. We're putting on high quality content just for you, doing our very best. I want to give a shout out to everybody who's made this possible. Kieran O'Connor, Josh Greenway, Linda Finn, and the other WIGPO bigwigs for putting this event together, organizing it. Seth Lipkin for his work with crosstables.com, organizing the entrance list and helping keep track of everything. I cannot say enough nice things about Annette Tedesco, who is no longer with us, unfortunately, but this tournament is her baby. She ran this Albany, New York tournament over the 4th of July weekend for years and years and years, and it's so exciting to see that finally this is the biggest one ever held in her honor. It's the Word Cup, $60,000 in cash on the line. But Annette, your legacy lives on in what is a cool and exciting tournament that's bringing people from overseas into North America to play Scrabble. Thank you, Annette. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Kieran. I want to give a shout out to Sean, who's mostly been behind the scenes running the show and switching from one camera to another, coming up with fun animations like our nickel and our plus 50 points. So cool stuff for Sean. Noah Slatkoff deserves a huge shout out as well, tirelessly keeping the scores updated, pounding these positions into Quackle so that I can pretend like I know what I'm talking about up here. I don't know any of these Collins words, so he's helping me see these plays and give analysis on them. Big thanks to all of those people and our other co-commentators. Jared Capel doing some great commentary across the tournament as a co-host with me and with Heather McCall, who was also entertaining and a lot of fun to watch, and Lisa Odom, who we had come on the stream during the early bird, as well as our brilliant Colin commentators, Austin Shin and Jesse Day, along with Oliver doing some commentary as well in the background is what I heard. So thank you to everybody responsible for putting this together. Thanks to our viewers for hanging with us and listening to me bumble on as we try to get these standings updated. And stick around. We'll have more Scrabble real soon. We're hearing it's just a minute or two before we're ready.
Yeah, I want to echo all that, and definitely for Noah too, because Noah, similar to us in production, really did this without a break. So he's behind there quackling every game, which takes a lot of attentiveness, and just really appreciate everybody who's doing this. But events like this, come together, yes, because of some work and effort that people put in, but it also comes together because of the demand and the interest in it, right? And it's so important that if this is something that interests you, that you say so, and you press subscribe and you tell other people about it. You say, hey, this is something interesting. We know that Scrabble is an interesting subculture, and perhaps it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's probably somebody's cup of tea that just doesn't know about it yet. So, consider, pressing the share button as well and telling your friends, hey, this might be something that you might be interested to check out and watch. That tell them, this is something that they could potentially get into as a hobby. They can look up the Word Game Players Organization to find events or clubs near them that they can join to participate in. So I do think that it's very important that more of us not just press the like button, but press the share button, because that's how the game grows. Since I got into Scrabble, and I know that a lot of the folks here have this philosophy. It's how can we grow the game? How can we make it something that new folks can watch and say, hey, you know what, I can participate in this. You're watching some expert level Scrabble, but you don't have to be an expert to enjoy this. This game. This is something where we have so many divisions. We've got players of varied skill levels. So come out, try it out. Feel free to play. We all make mistakes. We all learn as we go. But one of the things that brings people back is that they get to make a lot of new friends. And it's certainly a great cognitive exercise to keep your brain sharp, to expand your mathematical and language literacy. There's players here who are very involved with running youth Scrabble or school Scrabble. So that's something that's a very important way in which this is happening. So we encourage all of that, and we want to see more of that. And we want to also see more creators, people playing. They want to kind of, hey, let me stick my webcam on my game, or talk through or share some of my notes or my racks, and talk to people about Scrabble. That's the kind of thing that we love. There's no limit to how you can demonstrate your interest in this sport. I feel very strongly about that, and I know many of you do. I see in the chat some very some questions. People want to know what's coming up next. Well, I think we're just going to get that sorted out in a moment. Matt, I think you have identified our next game.
We're figuring it out right now. The pairings are going to be Matthew Tunnicliffe versus Matthew O'Connor in a Matt matchup, or Thomas Reinke versus Ben Schoenbrunn in a 1 versus 3. So our producer is going to go figure out which players he can wrangle to sit down underneath the stream. It's looking like chat is advocating for Matt, and commentated by Matt. Yes, it looks like we're going to do Matt versus Matt. So we'll have Matthew O'Connor and Matthew Tunnicliffe back on the stream, with Matt Canick doing commentary, and Sorry, Sean, get off.
We live in
We'll get some-
a democratic society. I was going to say that it sounds like the audience voted and they got what they wanted, and it's your prediction versus my prediction. So we're going to see who gets the edge after this one game.
Yeah. Thank you, chat, for the support. That's what we're going to get going. Josh needs just a minute to find that players, to wrangle them, and then to update our score widget with the new players and their new standings. But we'll have more Scrabble action for you in just a minute. In the meantime, I'll get on my soapbox now and echo everything Sean just said. Growing the game is so imperative. Thanks to all our content creators out there. Will Anderson, Mac Meller makes a lot of great content on there as well. Sean, I know you've done a lot of work trying to grow the Scrabble Club in the Mississauga area as well, with newcomer nights and finding new venues. We have a lot of school Scrabble players or legacy school Scrabble players as well. I came into Scrabble through school Scrabble when I was 12. Joey Krafchick, Jackson Smiley came in through that as well. In the Collins division, Matthew O'Connor. Back in TWL, we've got Zach Ansell as well. So anybody who's done any sort of outreach to kids and schools putting together school Scrabble tournaments, thank you. I know Stefan Fatsis, Cornelia Guest, Ben Greenwood have been instrumental in putting together school Scrabble during my era, as well as in Texas. Mary Rhodes and Kate Watson did some great work. Anybody who has done any sort of outreach to grow the game or to direct clubs or to organize tournaments, Scrabble can't go on without you. Keep doing it. We love it. We love the game. We love the subculture. And yeah, hit that share button. Let's try to grow the scene. If you got some other nerdy friends from other hobbies of yours, invite them to Scrabble Club. See if they want to play a couple games. And if you're watching this at home or watching this after the fact and you're like, well, I'll never be as good as those guys. I'll get my butt kicked. Like, A, no, you won't. Scrabble tournaments have divisions for this reason, and we put you usually in the bottom division or wherever you're most comfortable. And B, just come anyway. You can always have a good tournament. You can try to get your rating high. Some players, their personal goal is just to try to break 1,000 or 1,200, and there's nothing wrong with that. And you get to fly across the country or the world and play tournaments and meet fellow nerds and complain about tiles together and then go have a drink afterwards. Like, there's nothing like tournament Scrabble, and we definitely need to do the things that we can to grow this subculture and keep tournaments like this going. We're hearing from Josh that he is our score widget set up, but the players are gone. So I will let Sean get back on his soapbox.
Oh, no, I'm not going to go about soapbox. I was going to say that I just really enjoyed, you were mentioning the activities players can do outside of just coming for the games themselves, that there's a lot of extra activity and sort of camaraderie among the players. One of the things that was great that was organized as part of this event was Trivia Night, organized by Kyle, who's dominating in his division, and Matthew O'Connor. And so we got a chance to participate in that trivia last night, and it was excellent. You had mentioned earlier in one of the games that I think it was Lukeman had kept VIM on his rack, and you said, "Oh, it's like Roman numerals," and there was a Roman numerals question in the trivia, and I was just so satisfied to be able to get that correct. I didn't really 100% know how to read the Roman numerals, but I knew enough that I could do a little bit of arithmetic and figure out what the answer was. So but it was even though I was not on our team didn't win in the end. It was such a great treat, and stuff like that can happen. And there's a lot of players in tournament Scrabble who have other interests, and there's crossover between crosswords and trivia and other games. So now that we're getting it back into the Scrabble, just keep that in mind, that if you're here because you're a chess fan, you just wanted to check out what Scrabble is, or you're here because you have innate interest in language and words, there's many ways to get connected and be connected. So let's get started in this game. I'm really excited.
Yeah, all right. Well, we are back with action. Matthew drawing some more Roman numerals, IMV again, but also a blank and some cool stuff. Don't think he's going to bingo out of here. And Matthew O'Connor on the other side doing his patented spill the tiles all over the place. Usually he just keeps them like that on a rack, on his rack. But maybe there's some good behavior going on today. Maybe for us on stream, he's actually doing us a favor and setting them all up nice and organized. Like, I also want to give a shout out to O'Connor for showing off his McLovin shirt. We McLove that shirt. But back to Scrabble analysis. Sean, what do you see for Matthew on this first turn?
Well, he can't play McLovin, but he has some of the letters. He could play a short play of Vom, which leaves an S hook that he could benefit from because he has, that he doesn't have at this moment. But the thing is that Vamp is probably a solid play as well. You don't necessarily want to keep OI on the rack, but it might just be a choice to be made. I don't see too many other options that I really like. Maybe playing POM or MOP could be considered, but I sort of lean toward unloading the V early.
I think we're going to see VoIP here, VoIP, and he's going to have to do some deliberation to decide where to place that word. But I think VoIP or VOM would probably be the logical moves out of this rack. Though Matthew definitely going to take his time and try to maximize what he can.
Yeah, VoIP is an interesting word, and it's one that's been added in fairly recent history. And he's chosen Vamp, which is not my favorite of the options that we mentioned because of the fact that the leave, I feel like it could go south with, not too much, with just a couple tiles, like another I or another O, and all of a sudden things don't work out. But so far, so good. He's drawing consonants, consonant. Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, he's going to have How Be It on top of Vamp or a bunch of other options as well. That's super cool.
If there's a floating R, I'd love to see Howitzer come down.
Ooh, we like that. And there's a good chance we do see a floating R, as Matthew has BIIORRS. And not too many cool options for him. I see Bio playing underneath Vamp. But that holds double R's, which you don't really want to do here. Not seeing anything else compelling. You could consider burning the S on Vamps just to unload some better tiles, but or Barrio.
That is what I mean, actually. It's not. It doesn't make you feel too good, but by playing Brios or Biros and just getting those letters out is not a bad idea. He still thinks he's going to play Bio, keeping two R's. I don't love or BOI. I don't love that either. But I think the one thing that's true about these guys that's not true about me is their word knowledge is deeper, and they may bingo more often than I would with duplicate R's.
So the best play is one we didn't consider, we didn't see, but it was Vibrio, VIBRIO, and that is significantly better than any other option here. Now, Matthew's play does strengthen his S. It makes it more likely that the Vamps spot stays available, but Vibrio, much better than anything else. So much so that Quackle actually has the number 2 play as Vibrio's burning the S for just 2 extra points, which makes no sense. So Vibrio clearing away play number 1 for Matthew there. And it's rather unfortunate, I think, that he missed that one. I can't imagine it was anything but a miss. Matthew going to respond with How Be It. Again, a testament to how solid he is on these words and his anagramming ability, that he's not spending additional time. And Quackle showing us that this is actually his only playable bingo, coming down very quickly, scoring very well. So nice job by Matthew, demonstrating why he's cemented his spot up here on board number 1.
Yeah, it is true that that he's demonstrating great skill in this word knowledge. I think Vibrio, it's well in a way a clear leader, I think, as far as being a better play. But look at how it's paying off for Matthew, who is now has a response. So he's playing Riot Trees. So this is the thing, right? Like good players, even with a rack that's not as optimal, will have the word knowledge to do this. And Riot Trees is a pretty findable bingo at this level for most players. But it means that now this board, after Vamp and Bio, which were otherwise keeping the board pretty tight, has now opened up wide, and we're going to see a lot more interesting stuff happen. And we've got Zed sitting on Matthew's rack, I should say Tunnicliffe's rack. So let's see what happens next.
Yeah, no, Riot Tree is coming down almost instantly. Those are what we call baby bingos with very, very bingo prone letters, low scoring letters like EIRSTO. So Riot Trees, Matthew wasting no time playing what was his only playable bingo as well. And we're off to the races. I do want to point out that in CSW, POH does take an S and Vamp takes an S as well. So the S that Matthew has drawn is going to be pretty crucial. And Matthew, I think with a pretty no-brainer play here, Biz is 42 points, holds ACLST. He's got a floating E, and those S spots are really strong on this board. So that's got to be far and away the best play for him. And again, wasting very little time before he makes it. And we're back over to Matthew O'Connor, who's drawn maybe not the best stuff, AAGNORU. Standing out to me right away is a play like GAUN or GAUR alongside Riot Trees, just kind of mucking up the board and getting rid of some of that stuff. But AAGOU altogether, just not a lot of synergy. Sean, are you seeing any good options for Matthew?
No, but this is the type of a rack where you kind of have to do the work of looking through the B and the I and like different places where you may be able to do a few more overlaps and things like that, which is frustrating and painful because you go through a lot of options that don't work before you find anything that works. If you find something that works, so I think this is probably a good time for Matthew to use a few extra seconds to think it through. There are ways to kind of blow up the rack and just move on, but I think what some of the options you proposed are on the right track of trying to unload 3 or 4 tiles and see how that plays out. And it looks like he's not playing Guano, he's playing Gura.
Yeah, Gura, one of a handful of plays there. Guano, Gura, Guana all play in that spot. The Guana gives up that I frontal that you don't want to. So Gura or Guano both make sense. My preference here would be to play Guano as 2 R's are already on the board. You're giving up the third one already with 5 N's that you could draw. So R and N are roughly interchangeable options. I'd be inclined to play the N here if it were my choice, but it looks like Matthews played Gura and sets it down. He did have one other cool play, just GAU alongside Riot Trees, setting up his N and his R, but he's going to go with Gura here. And Matthew, I think, is going to throw 5 points at it. He's going to challenge as well. We know that it is acceptable, so Matthew going to pick up 5 additional points on that play.
Yeah, that is interesting. I do think that the R's are definitely a good rationale to play Guano. I don't know if he would have thought, what if he's drawing the Q and I just give him an easy way to score 48 points by playing a QU to the double word play. That could be a thought. I mean, I don't really think that holds enough weight over the fact that there are multiple R's on the board. But now that you're getting this extra 5 points, it almost makes you feel good that, hey, if I was debating between playing Gura and Guano, then I got an extra 5 points. And that definitely has made it worthwhile for me to choose Gura.
Yeah, we need our animation. Matthew just picked up a nickel, 5 extra points on that challenge. So let's get our animation going on there. I wonder if ABO is still playable in this tournament, right? As a WIGPO tournament, you can play slurs, aside from just one of them. Matthew does have a bingo here, and I'm sure he sees it. I'm honestly wondering why he's taking so much time to play it. He's got scantled through the E in Riot Trees, and that, yeah, here it comes. I guess he just had to do his justice and do his tracking and write the score before he makes his play as the rules require. But no-brainer play here, scantled, as 6 consonants are going to bingo for Matthew Tunnicliffe. And O'Connor now left to respond to 6 consonant bingos with 5 vowels of his own, AEEFINU. Sean, are you seeing any standout plays on this turn?
Well, it's doubly annoying for Matthew because Scantle blocked FAIN in the bottom right corner for a lot of points. So, it's one of those racks where if you had another N, you've got a word like, it looks so close to infana, but it's not quite that. So there's letters like, to make something like fuar to an R, or FEU. So you start to think, okay, there's multiple ways in which you can kind of get more bingo prone than you are right now. But what's the problem that Matthew faces right now is that there's no straightaway obvious way to play those letters. Maybe FEU above Scantold is what he's looking at, and I think that's perhaps the most optimal play right now. It does mean that it would block, for example, an XU play underneath Scantold, but it's not really about defense or anything. It's just about balancing your rack and hoping that you get a few common consonants to turn this rack into something even. With the G floating out there, that might be a nice bingo line if he's able to draw something. There's a lane from there. So that's really what this is about. And I think that aside from that, there wasn't really anything else that to me was worth doing.
Yeah, not too many good options there. FEU or FEUAR to the R in riot trees, but that's going to build a wall that Matthew may have a hard time working his way out of. And of course, as Matthew blocks the X spot, he picks up the X. That is Scrabble for you, Scrabble 101. But we'll turn over to Tunnicliff's rack as he has EGGIHNY. And there is a very cool 5 in this rack, HYGGE, that he could play. But he also has plays that open the board a little bit more, but score very well. HYE underneath Matthew's last play scores 44 points. And he also has YGO for a lot of points, making Vampy and Biog at the same time. So YGO will hold EGINH, which is a very solid and bingo-prone leave. And it basically eliminates the top part of this board almost entirely. So YGO, I think, is a huge play for Matthew, an excellent play for Matthew. And, this is, I think a lot of players, if they know that HYGGE word, they get very excited and play it very quickly here. But he has the opportunity to absolutely crush this board, and with a 90-point lead, and about to pick up 30 or 40 more, that's exactly what you need to do. YGO is an awesome play for Matthew. He needs to see it.
Yeah, I didn't see that. That is one that is pretty awesome. I mean, the play that it looks like he has lined up on his rack, which I think was one of the first ones he saw because he had lined it up earlier, was HYE forming FAY and CH, and that's what he's going to play, forming ENE. Like, that is already a huge score. It's still a good leave. It's perhaps not as creative as playing YGO, from a leave perspective, the E might have been a decent, combining tile. But I feel like the points here for HYE are really strong, and it's probably not that far behind as a play, except that now Matthew is thrilled to be able to lay down Xenia.
Yeah, I definitely think this is why YGO is a better play. CH takes 3 back hooks in CSW, A, E, and I. And, you're just going to get hit back on that spot. Otherwise, especially after YGO, it's very hard to score. I don't know if that was a tactical decision or a miss on the part of Matthew, but I think that's definitely a missed opportunity for him to take this game in which he's had some early luck and just put it out of reach very early. Instead, the board stays open, Matthew able to score well, and he picks up a key blank, AEENTY blank for O'Connor, as Matthew has EDGGIIN.
Yeah, I think this is interesting because Xenia, he's drawn the AYE, which is overlapping over there. Matthew is probably looking at that spot thinking, well, that's a very potent spot. I should do something about it. But his tiles don't make it so straightforward of what to just play there. I'm sure there are words that could be placed over that X. He wants to balance his rack at the same time. Looks like he's come up with IGD.
IGD has 9,000 front hooks, but scores so well. The only other option is GIED, but that's very scared. So IGD, rather aggressive, but definitely what you got to do. The only word that fits that spot.
Yeah. And fortunately, I don't believe that Matthew has one of the hooks. I know tig is valid, but I can't remember if it's a verb. Let's check that out. And
IGGED takes B, D, F, G, J, L, P, R, T, W, Z as front hooks. But Matthew will play
right.
none of those because he has a bingo entail, Entayle. And so just like that, Matthew surges back and is relatively in this game. Our score bug's a smidge behind right now. Igged 40 for Matthew to put him at 302. And then entail looks like it's going to be 73 for Matthew to put Matthew O'Connor to put him at 249. So 306 to 249 after the bingo. Tunnicliff still on top by about 60, and he's drawn a great rack of AEILNRT, which is going to bingo down to the G, relating, altering, alerting, all that stuff. That is all I'm seeing, but he is going to have sort of a no-brainer bingo here.
Yeah, it's probably going to be alerting. If he wants to be really defensive, he wants to be a little bit less defensive, he could play altering, which leaves a front hook of an F that's available still. The H's are gone. But, he is trying to play it a little more aggressively. He's chose not to play alerting. He's played altering. Okay. So that's interesting. What's also interesting in the bottom left corner is the fact that Matthew has the front hook for entail sitting on his rack and a way to hook the Igged to make a huge score in the bottom left corner, which is going to be so cool. I thought of it before it was played, and now it's landed on his rack to do it. So he'll hit veto or something. And
no, Matthew, slow down. Oh, he whiffs it. That's the same word he needed to play, just not in the right spot. Matthew O'Connor rather has a reputation for playing very quickly. And I think he whiffed just a great play. Maybe he's afraid of the front hooks that Tunnicliff has opened up with altering, but that
I really
has to
don't
be
think
a
that's a
whiff.
reason to be afraid. I mean, there's only a few of them going from altering. He's playing from a 7 rack, so it's not like it's an intentional setup. It's just a random draw if you draw an H or an F or something. And truthfully, the amount of points you gain from playing in the bottom left corner are going to make up any difference that your opponent scores by if they're able to hit that spot. So I think it's a miss. It's a strange miss to me because when you play entail with a Y, I think immediately one of the key things you know about that word is that it takes a front V, and it's because it was just the turn before. It's not like, oh, I played it and then I forgot about it, right? Like it was right there. So I hope that it seems he's already hit his clock, so the play is confirmed. So that is a disappointing one because it would have looked so beautiful. Or maybe he wasn't sure if tigged. Maybe I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
I can't imagine he was unsure. Ovate is 62 points. Oh, that is a killer. And he picks up the F too for faltering next turn. Wow. Key miss by Matthew O'Connor, but Matthew Tunnicliff will absolutely take that.
Yep.
So we missed some analysis as we got upset about that, but Matthew going to play WEM, just stacking, cleaning up that rack, and O'Connor going to pick up the J, which is a front hook that he certainly knows for Igged, and drop JO. Not nearly as many points as Ovate would have been, but still a nice way to cash and to score some points in the meantime. The Vamp or Vamps spot is becoming more and more important as there are 2 unseen S's to Matthew O'Connor and now 1 unseen to Matthew Tunnicliff as he's drawn the other one onto his rack, as well as a bingo. He has Perlins and Vamps, so perhaps not blocking that spot is going to work out to his advantage. Matthew is very solid Tunnicliff rather is very solid on his bingos. I can't imagine there's much else to think about here. No real opportunity for 8s and only 1 lucrative bingo line for him to play in. So Perlin's likely to come down. Oh, wait, does it overlap on altering?
It does.
Wow. Okay, see, there's me going too fast now. Perlin's is going to play with 5 overlaps alongside altering, and he has to decide, do I want to string that P in the triple line, or do I want to sacrifice some points and make a play that's way less cool? I think you have to score the points with the 5 overlap if you see it.
I completely agree. I mean, there's nothing really innately more dangerous about putting the P over there than there is about having the V where it's placed. So I don't see that. I mean, yeah, you get a little bit of advantage, the fact that P can be in the second position, but oh no, now it's turned into a response double from Matthew. So that choice again results in like a crazy swing.
I don't know that, aside from whim, I don't know that a player has made what I think the consensus would be to be like the best move in several turns. Altering was incredibly strange as Matthew Tunnicliffe goes way ahead with that bingo. Why open up the hooks? Why not play relating or alerting in the same spot? And then Matthew O'Connor missing ovate and all the other Ventail plays. WEM makes sense. And then the Perlins was played in the wrong spot. And then Matthew O'Connor finally hits what has to be the best play again with floor you lay.
I mean,
but
these guys are now over combined 900 points, or close to 900 points, with combined almost half an hour on their clock. So I attribute this mostly to playing really fast, and they seem to be building off each other's speed here in a way.
And then Tunnicliffe is going to have another very quick move. He's drawn Spondaic through the P. So fireworks, but questionable fireworks. But hey, you can make some strange plays as long as they work out for you, I guess. They're
beautiful
wild.
words. They're beautiful words to find Floriali and howbeit. Like, I think these are really, really nice. I mean, I think with altering, you're right. That was, out of the choices for bingos there, that was a little odd. I thought, okay, fine, maybe he's just being a little creative, but relating would have been dangerous in the sense that to put the E in the next to the double letter score, but definitely alerting would have been more sound. But I think really, like, right now the defining error here for me is the miss on entail, because that was 62 points for a non-bingo if ovate had come down there. And
so Matthew going to bingo out with Spondaic, catch 38 points on O'Connor and a nickel for the Rage Challenge. That's going to put Matthew Tunnicliffe right around 600 if my math is correct. Wow. How did that happen? I felt like we had a nice tight game, play YGO and coast to victory. No, we play HYE and points explode, and we're going to end up with 1,000 plus.
And where that YGO would have been is where Perlins went, which was not somehow the optimal play, because it could have been played as a 5 overlap, and that resulted in the double and has also resulted in now this bingo. So that's just a crazy set of sequence that really, like, you can't. If this had been a simple YGO and board closed it down and the game kind of wrote itself, we wouldn't have had this kind of storytelling to say of all these things that happened afterward. But pretty fun stuff. Although they're combining now for what, almost like 1,000 points, over 1,000 points.
Over 1,000, 606 to 415 in what felt like anybody's game just a minute ago. I see in the chat, Collins is the Coors Field of Scrabble. Yeah, Coors Field, where the Colorado Rockies play, up in the mountain where the ball just flies out of the yard and points aplenty. That's what happened here. But a crazy philosophical decision. Close things off YGO, open things up HYE, and we open it up, and bam, bam, bam. The rest of the game is crazy. So, wow. Matthew Tunnicliffe.
Maybe that's a good metaphor because we're now all needing a little bit of extra oxygen after being in the mountains.
Yeah, absolutely. And these players playing super fast too, right? 10 minutes on Matthew Tunnicliffe's clock, 17:54 on O'Connor's. So I suppose he wins the race. But wow, what a nutso game. Matthew Tunnicliffe picking up a huge victory, a much needed one now in the last game of the day. We'll have 4 games tomorrow, but depending on the result of Thomas Reinke's game, Matthew Tunnicliffe may be in first place with this massive, questionable victory. Wow, what on earth just happened?
I feel we need both of these guys in here, or let's get one of the Matthews in here to give us a little insight. But I don't know. Like, it was such a barn burner. It sort of told its own story. So we'll have to get their story another day, maybe. But wow.
Yeah, we'll check in with our team. It looks like we are just going to wrap it up. I always hate to be that guy to be like, did you know you missed the 5 overlap bingo? Did you know you missed 08 for 62? So we'll let them figure it out in the post game analysis or as they quackle it later on. But wow,
Or as
what
they play back our comments and go, hey, these guys are acting as if they knew what to do. We don't. But great stuff from both players. Just the sheer nice capstone on a very busy and exciting day of Scrabble. Lots of high scores. That to have 1,000-point barn burner, flame war, as it might be called on the internet. Great stuff. So I guess that's about it. Thanks all for watching.
Yeah. Give a couple more plugs before we wrap the stream up for the day. If you haven't yet, again, subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble, the YouTube channel. Hit like on this video so we move up in the algorithm and expose more and more people out there to Tournament Scrabble. We will be back tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock Eastern time, with 4 more games from the Word Cup in Albany. Lots of money on the line in both divisions. We will just try to bring y'all to whatever is most exciting, try to get championship games wherever possible. If you are having a good time watching Scrabble, wordgameplayers.org. Check out the website. Find tournaments near you. Follow tournaments like this one. Get to know some of the big players out there. And join us again tomorrow morning, 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific. But I know that you love Scrabble enough to be there at 6 a.m. for us for the last 4 games of the Word Cup from Albany, New York. I'm Matt Kanek, joined here by Shauna Bossy and Josh Greenway with Noah Slatkoff behind the scenes. We will catch you there tomorrow. In the meantime, catch your breath after what was a really exciting game, and we will see y'all soon.
Good night.